Hey, Marco, you ready for the totally awesome, coolest show ever?
And Rennavision is back from Baltimore. If you missed it, my eyeball did arch like a little bit. I don't know if I can get that big arch. Do you see that arch? You see that little arch?
I hope that was it. I was hoping you weren't.
Good intro. We had to get one. Pete's giving me a hard time for not giving intros anymore. Hey, guess what? We were at Baltimore Comic Con with a bunch of our friends, so we brought some along. Hey, Comic Man Andy, would you like to say hi? There you go. We also brought in Steve Horn. Amazing. Done as usual. We got a bunch of stuff to cover. We're going to cover some of the Baltimore stuff. We're going to talk a little bit about Andy because we saw him and hung out with him like all weekend, but there were certain books he was looking about. So we're going to talk to him about the hunts, stuff like that. We're going to talk to Steve and thank him a lot. I do have a lot of thank yous, so I'll be saying a lot of thank yous out there because there's a lot of people. Their hospitality was just amazing out there. Steve being foremost one of them.
Yeah, I am kind of wondering why I only got 4 out of 5 stars for my Uber driving. But
that's right. That's right. But we'll talk about it. I'll say hi to chat. We'll get back into
available for him in the back.
What's that, dude? Yeah, he's okay. I know chat. Okay, chat. I'll get to you in 1 minute. I'll get to you in 1 second. But here we go. So I'm flying in, and I'm late because they had defrost the planes or whatever. So I'm like, okay, cool. I met this guy, real cool dude on the plane.
Defrost?
Yeah, they had to defrost the plane, the things. Yeah, because it's so early. So they had to defrost.
October. Jesus.
Bro, I don't know what to tell you. I'd rather be an hour late and have him defrost something than crash a plane. I'm down. Let me be an hour late. So I met this dude. Well, actually, I didn't meet him. He's sitting next to me. Guy John. He ended up going up to the con too. So on the out, I was like, hey, man, cool. And Steve's like, the whole time I'm in there, he's like, where are you at? Because I was an hour late. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. He's like, dude, I'll come pick you up. Dude legitimately left the luncheon, came pick me up real quickly, scooped me, dropped me off at the hotel like a black cab. He was amazing. And then he's like, hey, dude, I'm going to run back in unless you want me to stay here. I was like, no, I have groceries coming and stuff. So he did that. But we'll get more to that story in a little bit. Let's say hi to the chat. It's already blowing up. Ed, hey, nerds. No glasses today, Ed. Thank you. Hey, Ed. Blue Hellion Comics. Hi, folks. I came for the cool books, but staying for the cooler people. That's cool. Daywalker. What do we got from Daywalker? Nerds. Daywalker. There you go. What's going on, Ryan? Ryan, we got to go hunting soon. Come on, mama. That's somebody I know Andy probably knows. There you go. We are here. Peace. Sweet. Daywalker's got some more stuff. Dub, you can't talk in our own chat. GK.
Hi to everybody.
Hello.
Who Marco begged not to be kicked out of Baltimore Comic Con after the Miller man. We'll talk about Frank and my interactions with Frank. He was really nice. I mean, he always is. Eric, but that's not who it is. Hey, gang. What's up, Tac Panel? Good to see you, Stick Boy. Thank you, by the way, Joe. Joe, it's great to see you, man. I hadn't seen you in a minute. What is your thing this week? What is this? Oh, you know where that's from, right? Give you a clue. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
What is it?
It's from an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Is it Kindergarten Cop?
It has something to do with electricity. It has something to do with running.
Oh, Running Man. Oh, it's Dynamo.
Yeah, there you go.
Now
Running Man it is. There we go. Very good. Yeah, the guy that sings. Cool. That's a nice one. I like that one. Good. Six, good to see you. Thank you for the sub, Sticks. What's up, Tac Pan on chat? Good. Eric, good to see you, Eric. Good evening, gentlemen. AOA, what's good, everyone? Comic Man, and look at that. Can we get logos like that, Pete? Can't we get stuff like that?
Why?
I mean, you know you're a professional when your little thing in the corner looks like that. AOA, speaking of terrible ones in the corner, sweet panel, minus Marco. Absolutely, I agree. Andy, you're getting a lot of love. That's good, Martin. You guys are way too much in the chat. I do like it, though. Good to see Hartman. Good to see you. Jingle All the Way. That's not Jingle All the Way. It is Dynamo. That is the name of them. All right.
Yeah, make sure you welcome anybody who came over from Andy's show.
Yeah, everybody who came over for Andy. Thank you. I did.
Okay.
As many people as I knew. Okay, let's get into it. We'll thank everybody else while they come in. It's not a C2 room. All right. So Baltimore Comic Con was fun. I don't know how much Andy covered it. We'll get into that. Definitely get the groceries. We need to see more people out there next year. Do you guys want to start off with that, or do you want to get into news? Which one do you want to do?
Oh, I got to
Thank you for that answer, Pete. Good job.
I got to
Excellent.
reset everything because I left the room so I could put the exclamation point after my name, and then when I came back,
Oh, that's gonna be another story. Oh, is that what everybody's doing now?
why I left.
I didn't know
Oh,
the dude.
man.
I kept calling that dude Adam the whole night because that's how I was introduced to him. So I didn't know his name was Atom, Atom, not Atom. But that's either way. We'll talk
Up and
about
at
that.
them.
There you
He's
go.
a nice guy.
Up and
That's a good
at them.
kid. He's a good kid. He's a funny guy. He really is. They were all funny. Him and Dinesh and the whole crew were pretty funny. So, but yeah, one of the things, as usual, we're digging around through there, and I love it when I see Andy anywhere. Andy's from the west side of my state, so it's always cool to have him. You know, he comes to the Motor City ones, and you know, I don't really go that side much. I go for 2 or 3 cons, but then like this one in Baltimore, he comes through. He knows a lot of the same vendors that I know, but he's always looking for books, and he always comes up and is like, "Hey, have you seen this book on the wall?" And I'm like, I can probably tell you where it is. So we go, and Andy, which book were you looking at this show?
We're hunting 3 books. Probably will be well in the next year, but Walking Dead #1, 9.8. Clone Wars 1, either 9.8 or gonna be 9.8 or 9.6. And the Clone Wars retailer incentive, so 3. That 1,000 copy retailer incentive.
Yeah.
Because why? Bit of a correction with modern books. So in my head, I'm like, I'm seeing it happen and play out slowly but surely. It's not massive yet, but I'm paying attention. So what do I think? Every year that I've gone to Baltimore, I've scored a Mega Grail book for where I can afford it. Except for this year.
So this year it was a little bit of a different situation. The last 3 times, I think it would be 19, 20, 18, and 17. Right? No, wait. 20, 19, and 18, or even 17 maybe. I can't remember. I didn't go last year. But those last couple of years, Baltimore Comic Con decided to switch. Instead of being the last quote-unquote major con of the year, it was right before New York, which was terrible. But people would be bringing books. They'd move a little bit, but it wouldn't be great. This year, it's at the end again. And I think because it was such a good year, I'd been talking to Steve about this too, and a couple of other people. There wasn't a ton of movement because it's the end of the year, and it's been such a good year for them. Like even the dips you saw for online sales, the cons didn't really see that much of a dip. Their prices were pretty steady. They weren't repricing. You know, I talked to a lot of the vendors, and they're like, "Yeah, dude, we'll reprice." Because I talked to them and tell them the honest, like, dude, you know that price is high. When did you price that? 4 months ago? 3 months ago? 2 months? Yeah. Well, I'll reprice it when we get home and before we get out in the next year, but I'm not going to reprice it now. And I understand what they're saying too. Like if you talk to a lot of those vendors, they were kind of tired going through the motions on this last one. You know, they might have some 2-3 small cons left, but it's really the last decent one they're going to do. And by the way, the show wasn't doing bad. If you were averaging, about 8,000 in Detroit, you were averaging 8,000 in Baltimore. If you're averaging 10 to 15 in Detroit, you're doing about the same thing there across the board for a lot of these guys that were at multiple places. Everybody was pretty much doing the same. 1 or 2 had different days because they would either sell. I know like Lauren sold a big piece of art, but we'll talk about that later. But besides that, it was pretty even across the board. So not a bad show. Not a bad show for vendors. They were happy. There was a lot more comic people in there. The number of comic vendors was larger. The amount of space they took up was smaller. Correct? Is that a good statement? I think that's a correct statement for Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't see a lot of boxes on the floor. You know, that was one observation.
Just Steve.
You know, and you know, hey, that's where usually the good digging is. But yeah,
it was tough. I mean, we obviously there was if you were there on Thursday, and you snuck out of the summit like some people did. Well, maybe that's because I just didn't have tickets, so I was.
So did you sneak out or did you sneak in?
It depends on which way you ask it. But I was at the summit and I kept leaving. So, but yeah, I mean, there was some good. Like I'd get texts when guys were setting up and people had new stuff, so I'd go in there and kind of hit it before they did the setup. But then also too, I was limited to how much stuff. That was the one downfall about flying, right? Like the drive. Andy, what was your drive? 9.5 hours.
11.
Oh shit.
When you factor in you from there to Michigan, and there's at least 2 gas stops and at least 2 bathroom stops involved in there, so that adds 20 minutes per stop at a minimum. And when you're driving that far, you got to stop for at least one decent meal. I mean, not fast food, not parkway food, not like Turnpike or turn booth or the Parkway in Pennsylvania. You got to have a good meal somewhere. Wow. That's adding another half an hour there too.
Oh, see, we don't do that. We typically You get to eat when we stop for gas.
Do I ever look like I miss a good meal?
No, and your lovely wife too is with you too. I'd understand, but usually it's a bunch of guys that smell like gas and body odor. So, you know, I mean, whatever. Look, as long as you're not eating in the car, you're all good. But yeah, so like the 8.5 hour trip, I don't mind anymore, but it also limits how much you can bring back. So after Thursday, I don't think I dug much. I think I bought one book. But whatever. Yeah, I see the whole chat. Yeah, I just hit all the buffets. That is not anywhere close to that. So we did see one, I think this was it. Me and Andy talked about it. I don't know if you talked about it over on your show, but we got you at least located a Clone Wars 1 and actually most of the run for the Clone Wars set. You know, I always think that 7 with the other cover Dave did was pretty good, but it's also getting pricey. But that one, what was the price on it? What was he asking for? Do you remember?
That vendor, I will always support and go to that vendor because he always has high quality books that I'm looking for. But that Clone Wars one, he had priced at 1,500 raw.
Yeah. I mean, he does have Bill has high stuff every once in a while, but he also will negotiate, and he actually takes into what you're saying account.
Oh, he did. I bought out all of his Afra stuff at Motor City at the beginning of this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I went in here and I started pulling all the Darth Vader 3s. I started pulling all of the Afra mini keys that he had for like 10 or 15. I'm like, Bill, those are a little high, but I just kept piling it up for him. I said, all right, now let's talk.
Yeah.
And cash is king. And we talked.
Yeah, he's always good. Oh, somebody just sent me some pictures. All is good, man. Like Bill is always good. I like him. You know, he's actually when you used to hear in the pandemic, when you used to hear certain influencers complain about comic book store owners, they actually like attacked his store before, like the influencers did at one point, which is a real sad story. And ever since I've heard of it, like I've known him for years, but ever since I've heard of it, I've been like,
you mean attacked his store? Like,
well, they started sending people there, giving him bad reviews, and then one guy got kicked out because he was taking books and then hiding them. And then he spent like 3 weeks just down there. And he was high. Yeah, everybody knows what I'm talking about. But he go into the store, he wouldn't buy anything, he just start hiding the books. And the store employees are the ones that actually got Bill involved, and they're like, hey man, like this guy's coming in, it's weird. We're thinking he's stealing, but we don't catch him stealing anything. He doesn't buy anything, he doesn't do anything like that. And so then Bill just watched him one day, and he's like, hey, you know what? Why don't we just go by the boxes where he finished off the day and see what's up? Because I knew he had some books in his hand. Like, didn't accuse the guy of stealing or anything, just said like, let's see, maybe he just. And then they just found a load of like spec books that didn't hit yet, but the person was going on a channel to talk about. An old channel we all used to be on, as a matter of fact. But so he went there and found them. And then when he found them, the guy came the next day to do the same thing again for like the 12th day in a row. And he's like, hey, listen, buddy, you don't buy anything. You've been here 12 days in a row. We're not playing that game. I know what you're doing. You're hiding the books so that when when they hit, you can come in and buy them real quickly for the prices that are already marked and blah, 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 blah.
What?
Where is Bill's shop?
It's in Canton, Ohio.
Canton, Ohio. Oh, gotcha.
Because if they don't hit, like if they couldn't pump the book, then like it wasn't worth them buying it, even at the cheap prices. So he just would. That's what he do. I mean, it's sad. It really is sad. And then then the guy called him a racist and started a whole campaign against Bill. So people started knocking his store and all, except for Bill's. As Andy says, Bill's customers are real loyal, and he's a really good guy. So they actually got his back and came back to him, which was really nice. And that dude is really also VHS tapes. I don't know. Anyways, but no. So Bill's a good guy. I was sorry that you couldn't come to agreement on that because, as Andy said, I was like, hey, listen. And in front of Bill, I told him too. I was like, that book, it's going to hit $12.25. Like it's going to go down to around there.
Yeah, I kid you not. And I completely respect Bill's decision to hold strong on that book because that book is north of that price in time. Just because there's a correction going on doesn't mean he has to sell. And like you said, retailers had a great, strong year. I can completely respect the fact that he'll sit on that and he'll hold that. And I'm going to look for Canton right now because I might be like, I brought a short box of slabs and I brought loaded for bear, ready to at least trade up. Like, graded ultimate Fallout 4s that I was willing to do like 50% of a GPA for. And nobody wanted to trade. I can respect that too. People weren't looking to take on inventory. So I made the wrong plays and I didn't pay enough attention to the retailer side of what's been happening the last 6 months. So that's on me. I'll learn from that and I'll move on. But I'll definitely be loaded for bear again next time.
But
you know, it's on you though. I think that a lot of people were surprised by the prices there at the end. You know what I mean? Like that. It's what happened. Just how things played out.
But I also think this is something cool. And like me and Andy have this relationship, me and a couple other people, but you saw it a ton in Baltimore. And this is why it's good to have these community events with people who are pretty trustworthy and honest, and you can meet with them. Is like whenever somebody's making a decision, especially no matter what a big decision to you, if it's $100, if it's $10,000, because we'll talk about an art sale before. It's good to have somebody else there to double check and help you out and hit you up. And like, don't feel, I don't know if Andy's ever felt embarrassed, but I know he texts me or asks me all the time for, like, hey, dude, could you just double look at this? And if I want to see something, I'll ask him or somebody else too to double look at stuff.
I was making a deal sorry, Andy. I was making a deal a couple of weeks ago, and I went to find Marco. I'm like, hey man, can you look at this for me? What do you think? And like, I totally have zero issues coming and asking, because you got to have the second opinion.
You got to have it, because we all miss stuff. We all miss stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even the dealers do it, because I was at Desert Wind, and they get all the signatures, and I had my eye on a book, and the nice lady there, she went and got Greg Horn to give his opinion on the price of the book as we were haggling, but.
I mean, I try to keep it even though. You gotta like like with Dub's situation and with Andy's situations. I'm friends with Andy. I'm friends with Bill. Friends with Dub. Kind of friends with the guy that he was working with too. Like, I mean, a lot of times you just gotta, because even sometimes they don't know what like you don't want to. You want to keep the good relationships going on. I don't know. What were you gonna say, Andy? I'm sorry.
I mean, I'll be honest. When I first started going to conventions, I was really embarrassed. Like I even went to retailers. I'm like, hey, please excuse my ignorance, but like I want to wheel and deal with you, and here's what I have in cash. But now I've learned over the years of going to conventions that retailers, they don't care. Like they're not offended. Because I don't know what happens. I'll see Bill at the next convention. Yeah. God forbid, Canton's not far from Columbus before that big signing event at GalaxyCon. Hint, hint, Bill. Like maybe I come buy some other books from Bill for a signing event, but. Seriously, they don't take offense to any of it. They know that some people are learning, and they also know that they'll see people back at the next con or the next shop tour.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest. I mean, as long as you're not a jerk about it, and as long as you ask, like, I've never had a problem with somebody saying, can I bring somebody over? I've never had somebody have a problem with me coming over in the middle of it. And I just think that, like, as the community builds, it's always good to, like, get people to, like, because maybe you'll see something that you don't know. I mean, we had one, I'll say it now, but like besides Andy, there was Lauren. We've shown his stuff before. He had a piece of OE, and Dinesh was there. And Dinesh, the guy from
Bad Idea.
Yeah, Bad Idea. So he was there. So I was like, hey, Dinesh, what are you doing? He's like, well, I'm looking at this piece and blah, 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 blah. I said, oh, yeah, it's solid. Blah. And I called Lauren over. I was like, hey, Lauren, can we? So then they asked, they had to go back. Kind of, we both looked it over, did whatever, saw what we could get the deal done for. They did both guys thanked me afterwards. They're like, thanks, dude, cool, having you around, blah, blah, blah. Then Dinesh got me in trouble. So, but besides that, it was, I mean,
you're like, where's my 5%?
And that thing was, I think, $10,000 for asking price and ended up selling for $7,800. So, like, when you're looking at that, like, it's the same thing. You need people there. Like, even those guys do that. Like, not a lot of people buy stuff by their own, especially if it's whatever the top of their pocketbook is. So, anyways, my spec book at, I'm trying to download this video. My spec book at last con was Meet the Scrolls 150 variant CG. Oh, nice. Nice. Bill actually might still have some of those. You can look him up on Facebook. If he's got it, he'll tell you he's got it. The Detroit Lions can't win games. It's not because of me. It's because they suck. They do suck really bad. But so one of the things that I found there, but I also kind of got hosed on it. I'm trying to download the video because she just sent it. So I'll try to send it to you on IG, Pete, or something so we can link it over. Is me and Jen. So how my day started off, Horn picked me up. Great stuff. Dropped me off at the hotel. Groceries came. Cool. Just threw them in the middle of the floor like a heathen. And then ran out the door, ran down the thing, got my passes that I needed and everything else. And then I went up to lunch to go see Steve and Jen because they're sitting at a table. And they're like, hey, do you come up? I could. So probably about 40 minutes, an hour after Steve dropped me off, I went up there. It was a luncheon. They were serving
deli.
Yeah. out in the middle. So you know how that goes. And I swear to God, I saw somebody pick their nose and then reach down and go for the deli on my way. Did you hear me say don't eat the deli after I got there? But before I could do that,
but I did not know that was the reason.
That was why. Because you're like, well, don't you want something to eat? I'm like, I'm not eating deli that's out for one and for two. No, don't eat that deli. But before I even got in the door, I turned to my right and Frank Miller's there, right? Because Frank Miller spoke. Okay, first off, Frank Miller's got a new publishing company. They're doing their new thing. Shoot, I should have sent those pictures, but whatever. But him and who was it? Was it Dodato or whatever? I actually don't know the other guy. Yeah. Was it Dodato? See, I don't know who that guy was. Yeah, is that his name?
Dodato, I say
Dan.
Didito. Whatever. Say the guy's name. I don't know who he is.
Mike Diodato?
No, not
yeah,
Diodato.
I actually don't know who he was. So he was standing next to
the publisher Didio. D-I.
No, Dan Didio.
Dan Didio. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. So Frank was next to him though, and like when I came in, Frank turned and I looked at him. And if you don't, do you know what Frank Miller used to look like 2-3 years ago? He looked really bad, like real bad. He had an unkept beard, looked terrible. They cleaned him up for this. He actually is more sprite. He's still hunched over a little bit.
Why did it have to be they cleaned him up? Why couldn't he have done it himself?
Oh, he didn't clean. No, because for like
a group effort.
Because like for 10 years, it takes a lot to clean that up, dude. No offense, but if you know Frank, then you know it takes a lot to clean that up, right? Because it's been a long time running. So it shocked me, but like I don't want to sit there and have my mouth open. So instead, I said to Frank, I was like, "Hey, Frank. Oh, yeah, my private photos are free too." Instead, I say to Frank, I'm like, "Oh, hey, Frank. What the hell did I say?" I said something to the effect of like, you trimmed your beard, you cleaned up, you don't look like death anymore. And he said, "Thanks a lot, young man." And like, dude, it was sweet. He's like, "Thanks a lot, young man." I was like, "Yeah, no problem, Frank. Good seeing you." He's like, "Yeah." So then I walk over to the table and I'm like, "Hey," sit next to Horn, of course. Always a pleasure. I don't know who else was at the table.
How'd you watch him eat that deli sandwich you told him not to make?
Yeah, I told him not to do that.
Didn't warn him again.
And then, of course, I'm loud because Jen's on the other side, like waving me. I'm like, I'm going to be over. Don't eat the deli. And then I say hi to Aaron because I never met him before. There's a Lucas.
Oh, yeah, right.
So I say hi to Lucas. And I said, "Jen, look, Death just walked in. Go up there and get a picture. Or I'll introduce you to him." And everybody turns and goes, "What are you talking about?" I go, "Frank Miller. He's like, looks like Death. Go take a picture with him before he dies." And I offended somebody. Somebody got up and left the table. They were like, "Jesus Christ!" It got up and left the table. I'm like, "Oh, come on. It was just a fucking joke." So then I go around, talk to Jen, and I'm like, let's get the fuck out of here. Because, like, dude, I knew I was going to stay for the Miller thing, which was really cool. Like, they did the publishing thing. The publisher tried to talk, and Frank, like, he's funny. He's still got it upstairs. Like, he might have looked terrible, but he's always kind of had it. Shit.
Frank and Dan did like a 2-man act. I mean, Dan did most of the speaking, and Frank would interject with something, and
And Frank did tell me at one time, "You're lucky I don't fire you." Like, it was hilarious, dude. It was funny. He's like, "Oh, you think you can talk to me like that?" It was just, they did a great job. They introduced the best parts about it. For all you fans of Sin City, we're getting some Sin City stuff back, which is really cool. What else was it? Do I need to look back through my pictures, Steve?
Ronin, I think they're doing
Ronin.
Oh, yeah, Ronin.
Excited about that, but there was one other one. I'll look through the pictures real quickly and remember what else he said.
As long as he's not doing goddamn Batman, I'll be all right.
The Geek, Ancient Enemies, Ronin Book 2, and Sin City, 1858, which is like a Sin City.
Yeah. He's gonna have like 2, and then there's another split off part of that. So it's pretty cool.
All right. No goddamn Batman scaring 10-year-old kids.
Goddamn Batman. None of this happened. But no, so that was fun. You guys, Steve, you sat through most of the presentations. What did you think of any of the presentations there?
You know what? The most impressive presentation was the Viz. Whoever their rep was. I mean,
you can say.
If you're looking for someone who can like pitch a story and tell you what it's about, like
I wasn't paying attention to it.
Manga?
Yeah, the manga.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the Dragon Ball stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know anything about this, but I just know a good speaker when I hear one, and a good pitch woman. And
you're pulling your wallet out.
Like, I mean, she was so on point. Like if I had a publishing line, that's who I'd hire. The rest, like in contrast, Dark Horse didn't even show up. They just sent a video, and everyone was like, "Why is Dark Horse doing that?" And then I was like, "Okay, well, Dark Horse just left, is leaving Diamond, right?"
Yeah, they're leaving.
And so yeah, yeah. I mean, the rest was kind of standard fare, but you know, the Viz presentation was man, she's good.
That is what he kept saying, and he tried to calm me down by saying that, so I wasn't so loud. Because I do
That was
realize
going through my head the entire time. Nobody beats the Viz. Nobody beats the Viz. Well,
who else was at your table? There's like 2 people I had no clue who were at your table.
Yeah, like you said, Lucas and Jen, and that was really nice because I'd never met Jen in person before, and we got to spend some quality time together there and afterwards. And
is that your cousin, Jen Marco?
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
Dude, what was funny was, well, my other cousin too, her sister Jess showed up, which was really cool. Well, what the other funny part was though, like everybody kept going like, "Dude, your cousin's so tall," and I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I told you, she's like 6'1". Like she is that tall. She's legit." So, but no, yeah, it was fun. I was glad. That was the other good thing. I was glad that a lot of people got to meet people who hadn't known each other for a while. Pete, I sent in the tech chat.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
But so yeah, that was good. And then I went down and dug for a little bit, and then came back up because they were all stuck there, and they were very interested in the Viz presentation and the rest of them that went on there. But then we got back for Pete might actually have some of this stuff, but we went back to the retailers like summit, like what the heck do they call it, Pete? Where all the people pitch stuff crap to you, and you just steal stuff all day long.
I don't know why you asking me what they call it.
The exhibit hall? Mini exhibit hall?
Oh, you said Steve, not Pete.
Yes,
Expo hall.
Yeah, so they set up this little like hall thing for you, and you usually go in. It's a bunch of their booths, and they're like, "Did they send you stuff too to your house? Did you get that already, Steve, or no?"
Not yet. I think they will. I don't know.
So they said this year they weren't going to do that with the little mini hall, but we knew they were because we knew stuff had been flown in for it. So they ended up sending some of the stuff there. And like, what was we got the robot thing out of it, right?
Yeah, right. There was like a tiki mug. What was the tiki mug? There was a tiki mug.
Oh, the Black Panther. I got it.
Right.
I got it over here.
I guess the real hot item that I guess I'll have to say, Bleeding Cool was pumping is the Gargoyles ash can. I think I might have it around here somewhere.
Oh, actually, Joe say he wants it. Joe, I got an extra one. You can have it. I think I'm giving it one.
I'm keeping the one you gave me.
Oh, you can have that one. I got it.
Yeah. Titan was there giving away some foil covers. Ash can. There it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got all the stuff here because Marco just handed me all the crap and said. Here,
and then Frank Miller was signing. What would you call them? Prints.
Yeah, they're prints.
Yeah.
Frank Miller was signing prints, which was interesting. That line got really big, really.
Oh
big.
Yeah, that was the biggest line.
Yeah, that was the biggest line for sure. But he was nice about it. But then either way, me and Jen snuck down. Now, if you've seen some of my stuff, I showed some of the books already. But the one thing I was hunting for, not so much Grails, but what I was trying to pick up was an X-Men run, and I heard there was one at a booth. So me and her went down there after that, and we went to go dig. And we actually have, because I've shown the books before, and I'll show you probably later what I got. But she told me, yeah, X-Men are that way. She said, I think I saw them. So I went to senior move, by the way. She was skipping every box after me and going ahead of me. Senior move. But then she said, I think X-Men are that way. So I went down, and she knew it was Silver Age stuff. So I got stuck digging through Silver Age. And Pete, if you could pull up that video. Now, I haven't reviewed this video yet, but this is the video she sent me to brag. I just want to see this real quickly. Yeah, so this is what she got out of those boxes when she was jumping ahead from me. The Monsters that Dwell, I hate her for that one because I asked about that Fing Fang Foom book. She got a little Daredevil. That Moon Knight.
That White Rabbit.
Cave Spider, don't need that one. These ones right here, I was kind of
I like the X-Men.
That book. These were all like $5 to $10.
Starjammers?
Yeah, that book.
Binary.
Yeah.
$250?
Huh? Yeah. That book.
Oh, she's at Home Alone.
Yeah. That book.
Yeah, Sinister.
And then she goes, yeah. Hey, there's
Walker.
Yeah, she got some good books, dude. Living Vampire. She then tried to trick me up and said, hey, by the way, X-Men's over here. So then I got to go through and get the rest of the X-Men books, but they weren't quite as good as what she got. But she got some good stuff out there. She did grab
some good stuff.
She did.
Yeah. Yep. Pete exposed Marco for holding onto the bar before being escorted out. Of what? I'm not quite. Did anybody see me get escorted out of any place?
No, we didn't get escorted out anywhere.
We actually had a really good time. We had a really good time everywhere we went. I actually have to apologize to the two down there for something later that I did do wrong. But so then, how was your first day sum up there, Steve? Because I know Pete wasn't there yet.
Nope.
How was the first day summit?
Yeah. Like, what did you think overall for first day on Thursday? Because did you go downstairs at all or no?
No, I did go downstairs, but really, it was a lot of the dealers were just not set up, so I don't even think I picked anything. And then you and Jen had to rub it in my face of all your hauls, and I was man, I suck. You guys,
Okay, two things.
Good dick.
AOA, first off, it's not a rubbish beard, it's alopecia, you asshole. Number two, we weren't rubbing in your face, but there is a time when so I was supposed to see Jen the last time I went to see family and I went to see my brother, but then we had in Chicago, but then we had a power outage. And they lived on the other side of town. So we decided not to go. So then we spent that time because me and her spent a lot of time digging together. That's how we talk. So we spent time digging together. And I'm sorry though.
I was happy for you.
So it was good to just get some time alone and chit chat for a while and catch up on some stuff that we hadn't caught up in a while. So, but do you find the summit okay and all? I thought it was great that they
I'd never been to one before. This was my first one. Well, I mean, I've been to the virtual ones during COVID, but it was my first one. And in some ways it wasn't that different than the virtual ones. I mean, each publisher has a time slot, and they pitch their books, and sometimes they've recorded videos of what's coming up. And there was nothing really that earth-shattering. What was it? What publisher? Oh, Titan. Teased. We're the new publisher of Conan. But they couldn't say anything else, and I don't know if anyone really cared about that, to be honest.
Conan!
Right. But, the best thing was that exhibit hall, right? And being able to talk to the different publishers one-on-one, and also get some of those, nice freebies like the Gargoyles ash can, and, get something signed by Frank Miller. Even though Dan Didio cut me off, I tried to go in at 5. I'm like, the line's short, but
I kept trying to sneak people in. I think I was part of the problem at that point.
I even tried the line. I'm like, don't I at least get a no prize? And he was like, what? I'm like, oh yeah, that's the other guy. I had to explain the whole no prize thing to him, but went over his head.
They did, I think, at one point start putting security on there, so I fled pretty fast for those in the chat that wanted me to get thrown out of someplace. But I mean, it is what it is. It's not a bad place. Andy, what day did you get in?
Wednesday night, actually. So all of the stories of everything that took place Thursday crushes my soul, because we always go to conventions a day or two early, and I post something on IG. It's like, we're in town, guys. And then I never, ever remember to tell anybody on text message, say, hey, we're here.
Yeah.
And we end up missing out on all the fun shenanigans.
Yeah, because that's one of the things with me, and Andy knows this, and so does everybody, all you guys here. If you want to get a hold of me, don't hit me on IG or on. You have to either text or call me, because I don't carry. I have a bunch of different phones, and the one that has all that stuff, the Instagram, I don't carry with me. So, but either way, it is what it is. So,
Andy spent his day eating a lot of good food on Thursday versus going to the summit, and saw some of those pictures. Man, that ramen, holy moly!
I'm pretty sure I get myself gout in my toe. My toe still hurts.
That grilled cheese that you showed, that was a short rib or something. I don't know.
That's a
amazing.
year and year. That's a tradition every year now that we go to Baltimore, is we absolutely have to get that braised short rib grilled cheese from Tir na Nog, that Irish bar on the water.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
That was so. Did I do a dinner on Thursday?
Yeah, you were at Pratt City Rail House with us at one point.
Oh, that was after dinner. That was drinking. No, we did. So we went to Sapraro's, the Italian place. It was originally just supposed to be me, TJ, and Sleepy.
The Italian place? Or the
it was
mall
horrible.
pizza place.
It was horrible. It was horrible. Well, it's down in it was right next to the place we got. Pete, it was next to the place we got those drinks, and we had to kick those people out of the bar. It was that place. It was right next to it. You know the piece that we went to. There's a the place that was playing the loud music is actually an Italian restaurant. That place was right next to the place
that was playing all like the screamo metal.
Yeah, screamo music. Yeah, because after dinner they turned into a karaoke joint. Well, okay,
I forget what it's called. Okay,
it starts with an S. So we were there, and a guy by the name of he does legs? Does he use his real name on the internets or what does he use? Legs or Leggets?
Yeah, big legs.
So Sean's like, where are you guys at? And we're like, we're eating over here. He's like, nah, dude, I'm coming. I was like, no, dude, come on, seriously. It's me, TJ, and Sleeps. Like, we'll be over in a minute. He's like, okay, I'll meet you guys at we call it Pratt Street because there's a bar off. I don't actually know the name of that place either, to be honest with you. But Pratt Street Bar, Irish Pratt Street Pub or something.
Pratt Street Ale House, if that's the one with the wing.
That's the one. So we're sitting there, and then Jen calls and says, hey, Anthony's coming in late. I was like, well, you guys can join us for dinner. Just hurry up because they take forever. So they did, though. They got there. And then Anthony's like, hey, you guys all ditched me for dinner. And I was like, well, he can come too. So we ordered the whole bar food. And then I found out that this is all ploy. By the way, thank you, Sleepy. Thank you, TJ. It's always great seeing you guys. I haven't seen TJ in like 4 years, and I worry about my friends. I see Sleepy more often than not. Probably too much, actually, but it's all right. I still love them. And they came by there. We started eating. Everybody got some food. We take off, and then we go to Pratt, and that's where I run into everybody at Pratt. Would you like to explain Pratt to people, Comic Man Andy?
Dude, Pratt Street Ale House is like Baltimore 101 building style. Those brick buildings that were a little bit smaller, kind of crammed together. I wish I knew what that architecture style was.
Row home.
Yeah, row home?
Yeah, I believe.
No, he's right. It's called row home. Yes.
It's just super cool restaurants like that. As you get in there, they're hard to get in and out of, really, because of how tight they are, and they've got to be very creative with their space and how they use it, which means there's 3 floors to eat and drink in that place, and it's super cool.
Yeah, it's long, but
it is. That it used to not be as popular, but since it's right across the street from the con, like everybody's now renting out the top floor, which is smart. I suggested that to a group of people last time, but instead they decided to buy stupid masks and try to hang out.
Best wings, man. I swear, best.
It
wings.
Is the hostess staff is not the nicest there, and they have garbage liquor in their bar, but the bartenders are nice.
Fine.
The guy said it. The bartender told me. I was like, there's a couple of drinks that I drink, and he's like, we don't have. And then
that was when Dom's asking for Hennessy.
Dom wanted Hennessy, and they're like, and he's like, I'm sorry about our garbage bar. I've talked to the owners about this many times. We should have
maybe Humpty Hump was already there.
He was. So I think that night, Andy, God, I think I need to do what you do too and bring a wife with me because it seemed like you and Steve were getting out of every situation at beautiful hours for sleep. Is this the case?
Yeah. So we went with a plan. Like, we're gonna take it easy. We were gonna hang out and have fun Thursday night, right? So that we were gonna take it easy Friday night, Saturday night. No, we were out till 2 a.m. every night. Like maybe midnight, but like every night there's just too many people. You go bumping into these people walking around and you meet and everybody's friends. You don't want to call it a night at 8, 9, 10 o'clock because there could be 10 more friends that you haven't seen yet that you haven't been able to get on social media or find them. And they're just there all lurking. So God, does that make me a stalker? It sure does.
I think Marco was hoping to be done by 2 a.m.
I was hoping to. Yeah. First off, what did I eat? It's not called Saparos. It's called something. It's SU. There's a P. There's an R. I don't really pay attention to much what the name.
I don't remember what it was called, but it wasn't.
And what did I have? I had the veal Marcello, and it was wet. The veal was wet. It was not a very good meal.
It was wet.
It was wet. No, it was wet. But I was so hungry by that point, I ate it. And when
that was the condensation from the takeout container or the
I will tell you
the microwave wrap. They left it on too long and the water just kept dripping on it.
Did anybody else seem to think that Baltimore's gotten a lot more expensive than it used to be?
Oh yeah,
like a lot, like 3 times as expensive as it used to be.
Oh yeah, Sarah, the wife and I, we go out lunch, $60 lunch,
and eat $15-20. Like all the places that I don't. The drinks are still dirt cheap out there, but like the food was astronomically stupid. So
I'll own this. We didn't make the best food choices. I mean, a $33 lobster roll.
No.
Some of the crew might have made it that way, but not me.
No, there's a couple members of the crew that did make it that way, but we're not going to expose them.
No.
But yeah, no. So that
a
was
lot
fun.
of tourist areas. You're going to pay premium prices for being in the, center.
Did you guys go to Soda Sopra?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Is it right? Is off Wave
Supano's,
Street?
Supano's Prime Steakhouse, Seafood and Pasta.
That's it. Soprano State. Yeah,
Supano. Supano.
It's off Wave Street or whatever it's called. Waiver Street, where all the rats run everywhere. Yeah.
Water Street.
Water. There you go.
Yeah.
New start with a W. Good stuff.
Oh,
I didn't drink it all, by the way. But yeah, so that was the end of it. We did not, because I hadn't seen Sleepy in a long time. He didn't get until 6 or 6:30, and I hadn't seen Sean in a long time either. I think that was like a 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30. I don't know what time we stayed up to.
He's got a point.
That was the night
does have a point. You ordering veal in a seafood town is.
That was the night.
Well, it's supposed to be an Italian place. I don't know. What? Go ahead.
That was the night we ended up at that back alley Water Street tavern.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, everybody went over there afterwards, right?
Yep. That's where you guys eventually ended up at the poorhouse down there. That's my favorite alley in all of Baltimore because you get dinner or you can get a drink and entertainment when you sit back and realize that there are rats running through the street, chasing each other, looking for food. And I'm like,
I saw them the Friday night.
This is oddly very fun and disgusting.
Yeah. So we went to Pratt, and then Pratt closes at 1. So we're like, well, shit, we're going back to Wave Street or whatever, Water Street. And then we go to this bar on Water Street, which is right next to that place that we ate at. And it's another dump of a dive. Like, this place is crazy. Like, this place, you walk to go to the bathroom in the basement, and it's got 2 of the like doors that flip like the old cowboy doors that aren't there. And like, that's the one where I was taking a pee, and then somebody was like deucing out in there, and you just hear him grunt. I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry, bro, but there's like no lock on the door. He's like, no, there's two bathrooms, man, so it's all good. I was like, but it ain't all good, dude.
Don't worry about it. Just shoot between my thighs.
Yeah, and at the end of the night, the bartenders will tell you, like, listen, you all gotta leave, dudes. If you gotta piss, go downstairs. You can use the women's bathroom, but you gotta get the hell out. Like, that's this type of place. So that night we closed that place out. And Christine's the bartender there. She was like, oh, good. You people are rowdy. So we're like, yeah, we're all right, though.
Raffi, Pete? Is that a Raffi reference?
What's that?
I think Pete, I thought he said something about a Raffi reference, something about shooting between the thighs. Raffi was, I think, from TV show.
From the Christmas story. But we finished that night up, and then the next morning, I don't know what time you guys all got up, but I went out and had breakfast with Chad.
You realize we're 42 minutes in. You're just finishing up Thursday.
All right. Should we move it along faster? Should we move along faster or not? Like, Baltimore's crazy like that. I mean, I'm
just saying.
It's just, well, I haven't even got till P gets there yet. So,
I'm not even there yet.
The next morning, I'm up 3 hours later, breakfast, Trish, and what's his name? Tony. We had it was a nice breakfast place, but that place again too was kind of crazy. And we walked back. I think I was on the floor by 9:30. Steve, you were already there, weren't you? I think.
Yeah, I was there at like 8:30.
Holy Jesus, yeah. And then who else? Pete, I think, came in that day. But one of the things that Steve was telling everybody is like, go to Third Eye, right?
Yeah.
Because
they have $5 variants.
$5 variants.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't open up until the doors open for general admission. So don't anyone be sus that we you
were starting that early at 8:30.
Yeah. But
listen, you can be all the sus you want. Yes, by the time you get in the door, I've usually already finished shopping. Bottom line, I don't care what people think. First off, veal is not the salmon of the sea. Number 2, that is not true at all.
No, salmon is the veal of the sea.
I don't drink. I only drink High Life in a beer bottle. It's only on the lake. Besides that, I only drink booze. I don't drink beer. So, all right. Did you guys find anything good that day?
Third Eye had $5 variants.
Yeah, let's see some of the $5 variants. That's what they came for.
You know, from back in the day, you know, when they started numbering with zeros, you know, that's when you know it's a good variant, right?
Right.
You know, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people got some good stuff. I mean, overall from there. I didn't actually really shop the $5 variants at all, but that's
all I really did. But I already did a whole video on it. So I'm
you did a whole video on it.
Yeah.
Do you have
I did
any
get that Mega
you
Man
wanna show
book though? Thanks to Steve, has directed me over to Comic Core or whatever they were called.
Yeah, that was Comic Logics. Comic
Logic
Logic had
that's
a good bit of $5 variants too.
Yeah, and they gave a deal if you bought more. So if you bought 10,
like
you got it for $30. So they're only $3 each. So
and the cool part, Third Eye's local, right? So like the cool part about them was they would refresh the local guys. Reese's used to do this. They didn't do it this time. They were actually
they had a smaller spot.
They had a very small spot this year, but they used to do the same thing. A lot of the local guys won't let you get in early, and they'll refresh overnight every night, which is technically in the morning, which is super cool of them to do. So that was fun.
Well, the Third Eye guys were telling me they definitely refreshed the trades like that. We brought a couple more boxes of trades because they had $5 trades.
And they're the nicest folks around. Like you go into any Third Eye store, I mean, the experience is just amazing. I mean, it's the opposite of the stereotype of a comic book shop. I mean, they are just so friendly. They'll ask you, you know, what do you need? How can we help you? They're just can't say enough good things about Third Eye. That's why they got to be one of the bigger chains in the country, actually.
Yeah, they did good. Hey, Corbin. So on Thursday, I did pick up one book. I picked up this book. I picked it up because it was cheap and a friend was having a bad week. Or on Friday. So, I spent some money with him. He's like, hey, do you want this? I was like, not really. He's like, what if I give it to you for X amount of dollars? I was like, yeah, I guess I'll take it for that. He was having a slow Friday, so I spent some money around. I was like, oh, it's cool. And then then I forgot I even bought it. And, I didn't pay him for it, but I paid him for it the next day. And maybe I paid it for him that day. I paid it for him that day so I could get money in his hands right away. Then I forgot that I bought it for like 2 more days and didn't pick it up till like Saturday. But that's okay.
It's a good book.
That's okay. What's going on, Corbin?
Nothing much.
Happy
to be here.
You want it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
word?
to you. Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, Corbin, all you missed was Thursday in Baltimore.
Yeah.
You really missed.
That's all you missed.
I'm glad, dude. It's been raining out here.
Still got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I'm glad. I still got all weekend. Your boy's not a fast driver, and so I was like, "Oh, I'll get here like I normally would." Great.
Hey, are you serious? Hey, can I ask you a question? Like, are you acting like you actually really did move houses, and now you're shooting for the left side of a room instead of shooting for the right side of a room? So you really still in the same place?
No, I really.
I'm
gonna take a video to show you once I get my Batman wall up. I literally have not. No, this is no duping. You see, the sound is so much better. The internet, like, this is real, y'all. Had to upgrade. Oh, y'all messed up.
Comic Man, did you pick up anything good on Friday?
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, Friday. I got him sitting back here, but there was a band there.
The band?
Yeah. A band had a booth, A Sound of Thunder.
Oh, yeah, they had their albums, their LPs out there.
Yep, they had the Valiant Rye 1 variants that came with an album. So there's an album in here, and it had a cool little art piece on the back. And I picked these up for actually a good friend of ours in the community, sending him an AOK. But all of the Rye variants that they released, and that was that band, A Sound of Thunder.
Huh.
And
that was them.
There's some really cool signature variants, but this was the dopest part ever. A limited edition numbered album or CD from the band.
Oh, that's kind of cool, dude.
Yeah, they were really nice. My buddy bought some stuff from them.
I told him, I said, give me one of everything for my buddy that deserves a really cool package. So
that's cool, man.
We grabbed basically one of everything they had on the table.
They were on the artist side. They were like on the last aisle. They were with a lot of other, like the Lego minifig guys, and
they weren't too far from these guys.
Yeah, they weren't too far from. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah,
those guys. Yeah.
Bad idea.
So those are all new Valiant number ones, or are they?
And some really cool retailer.
They had old stuff too. They had old Valiant.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, I got one of those too.
Oh,
I got the version of that too. Yeah.
I mean, so because I didn't see anything on Thursday, wasn't really like I really kind of spent Wednesday and Thursday as my wife and I are on vacation experiencing Baltimore, eating, the casino, doing whatever. I really wish we would have taken time to go see the Fort McKinley or McHenry.
McHenry, yeah.
So Friday was really getting on the floor and just discovering it, and really kind of wasn't planning on buying anything right away. Baltimore's usually that one convention where we pick up like one big PC grail. Like 19 was ASM 129.
Yeah.
20 was 20 the year they didn't do it, and then 21. Yeah, 20 was virtual, then 2021. What did I pick up last year? The Dr. Afra 1 and 25, 9.8. So we really kind of were focusing on Walking Dead 1, Clone Wars 1, or the retailer instead of that. So we were hunting whales with the idea of trying to trade our way up, because I hadn't really tried that at a convention before. So I didn't really buy a whole lot. That was it. Basically,
yeah,
a big
cool.
AOK
Yeah, I mean,
for a friend.
But you know, did you buy that, or they just handed you one?
Won this on a giveaway.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Was that out? That was out of Bird City, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I kept missing Anthony.
You should have said something. That was like the same thing with Dom when he wanted to meet Dinesh. I was just like,
if he was over near Short Box, it was always crowded. So I kind of, whenever it was like really crowded, I would hurry past because I still
I have
want to
no
be
clue
around
what Short Box is.
even with super
What
immunity.
Short Box?
I
don't know.
I didn't want to be around too.
I forgot one thing. One of the big things that my wife and I do when we go to a convention is we always bring our sketchbook with us.
Ooh, let's see.
We had third Friday, like when we first walked in, that's why it was a blur. As we first walk in, we go direct beeline to Artist Alley, especially at Baltimore, because it's all the way in the back. And all we do is we peruse through Artist Alley looking for an art style that we think rocks, that we like, and try to discover a new artist. And then we spend 15, 20 minutes. Was the artist interested in? Does it align with our interests? And then we come to an agreement and do a sketch for every convention we go to. Okay. So I don't know if Mood saw it, but we found an artist that did a full page Last of Us, full color.
Wow.
And he spent 2 days at the convention on this and only charged us $60.
Wow.
So, by the way, Dub and Andy are going to do reviews on that show. We got something in the news about it, but we'll get back.
We definitely want to do something on the Last of Us review, because we're back on my channel regularly. But what really stopped us in our tracks from that artist was my son started playing video games, just Lego Star Wars, but he fell in love with watching me play Horizon Forbidden West. Loved the machines, loved the gameplay, and fell in love with the tall neck machines as part of that game. And this is what stopped us at his booth, stopped us in our tracks.
Ooh.
This is a full art piece. It's not like
nice.
Oh, that's not a cover.
No, it's not a cover.
No, that's his art. This is when he puts 25, 30, when he puts however many hours he needs to into a cover, that's what it turns out. And his name is Matt Brosch. Matt, BROSCH, MATT BROSCH. You can follow him on Instagram.
Cool.
Please go give him a like and give him a follow. Baltimore was his first comic convention ever.
Wow.
Huh. That was his first. And he has got Marvel sketch variants that he does that are fantastic. Give him a follow. He gave us a sweet smoking deal on. This is actually going to be my son's first comic book for Christmas this year. Because he draws these tall necks in the driveway in chalk constantly.
Awesome, dude. Awesome.
So that's really our big first Friday at every convention is we go to Artist Alley. We look for something that catches our eye. We do a convention sketch. For anybody that hasn't seen it, I mean,
you didn't want to wait in the Simonson line.
No, we go and look for artists that nobody knows about, or that have. We go and look for art styles that really speak to us, and then we ask to see what they're interested in and get like Afra stuff and Star Wars stuff. So the book is just loaded with. Andy Bennett is one of our favorites too. Andy Bennett's always at Motor City and does fantastic background work and everything. And like, I cannot stop drooling over this Andy Bennett Dr. Afra.
That's cool.
Nice.
And a lot of these artists charges extremely reasonable rates.
Oh my God. It's like I actually had a couple of conversations with a couple of artists and writers, kind of what's going on. And I just like what their value is at this point and what they should be asking for and how they should be putting together. And like, we'll talk a little bit later, but like how they should be meeting some of the promoters. Like they should know the promoters or ask somebody who does just so they can get to shows, because some of these artists are calling in to try to, like, mid-grade artists too. Not even like, I'm not talking like, the artist alley, they're just trying to break into it. I'm talking like people who've got
the veterans
comic books that are in the established, that have sold over 50,000 copies for our book. I mean, that like sold 50,000, not, or diamond 50,000. I'm talking actually sold out. So, and you would not believe, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, because I do want to get the boys through that need to get through and let them talk a little bit more, because I know everybody's not going to stay with us for another 2 hours. But with that being said, like, it is amazing how they do, maybe not even the writer so much, but some of the artists, like how poorly they're treated, except for the ones that deserve it.
Yeah. I mean, even like comp copies, I know I'm not here to talk about my variant, but with my variant, one thing I discovered was like, hey, like they don't get comp copies automatically. So
that was something I was talking to. Yeah, I was talking to an artist, and I was saying, how many comp copies do you get? She goes, from the publisher. I said, no, when you get a store exclusive, because there, you could say, you could dislike, you can love, you can whatever, think they're scams, whatever you want. There, it is a big marketplace right now, especially for some of these artists, and they're, the one that will always bringing Bill back up. The one that always gets me is when Susan Mika is like, hey, how much do you have on that book? And Bill's like, I got $235 on it. She's like, what's it going for? He's like, $235. This book will sell. She's like, do you know how much DC paid me for that? He's like, no. She's like, $60. And Bill goes, I have 3 of these. Take them to your table. Sign them. I'll take 35%. You can have all the rest. And I mean, I probably shouldn't say that, but because Bill probably doesn't want everybody to know that, but like, Bill does that a lot for artists. Like, that's cool. But I talked to an artist, and when I was talking to, I almost said what it was. It was another woman artist, and I was talking to her about comp rates, and she's like, if I'm lucky, I get 10 comps. And I'm like, you get what? She's like, 10 comps. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. I go, you don't get it anymore, because anytime a store does it, you better be asking for comps. Like, that's ridiculous, dude. Sometimes they're buying their own books, the own art for their books, and paying for a table and setting up.
Yeah.
I mean, how they're railroading some of these kids. And then you wonder why they don't come to your local shows. Well, shit, they can't afford it.
Right.
Yeah.
I told one writer, I said, I don't get out of bed for that. For what you think I'm just walking around and talking to people all day. Do believe that I'm making money, and do believe that I would not get out of bed for what you're fucking getting paid right now. Wouldn't do it. Would not do it. I'm too fucking old, too cranky, man. So, well, it's the truth, though. I mean, it's sad what they're doing to these guys. I mean, the last 2 years has been a highlight for comics, right? If you've been trying to make money in comics, it's not hard. It really isn't. It depends on how much you want to hustle.
Right.
But like these artists, there's a lot of artists.
Too much like work.
Huh? Well,
Hustle. Too much like work.
Don't like working. That's your problem. You just rather give your stuff away.
Yeah, because this is my hobby. This ain't my job. That's why.
No, but even for that, I mean, it's not my real job.
I know, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
I get it. My point being, though, but nobody's taking care of these people. So when you're not getting these artists and stuff places, like it's embarrassing, dude. The amount they're paying these people that you want at your cons, you want to know why they're not at your local cons? Because they can't afford to fly there. Now, there are cons that will pay for that type of stuff. But guess what? Nobody even tells the artist that. Nobody tells the artist, hey, by the way, if you just meet the right person, they'll introduce you to people who are trying to fill up cons. Like when you have cons with a shitty fucking list, like a shitty art list, it's not the fact that
like
they
some of the ones
want...
we've gone on this channel before.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not that they don't want better people. They just don't have the connections. And I swear to God, there's people in every room. And we'll talk about it later because we were in me and at least Steve. Steve came up to get me because I wasn't supposed to be in it and I stayed too long. And then he was like, dude, you have a dinner and you're late for. But like, actually, Andy was there. I didn't see Andy. That was all Andy's fault, by the way. But we're up in a room and there's people just sitting there and you're like, do you know who this is? And do you know who this is? And they're like, we've never met before. Oh my God, could we talk real quickly? We'll fly you out to be at our con. And like, holy shit, these people are willing to fly us out. Like, yeah, they'll fly you out and put you up in a hotel, man. Like, you should be getting these perks. You know what I mean? Especially some of these guys. Mark Nathan makes a shit ton of money. No matter what happened with Miller, he makes a shit ton of money off of fucking Baltimore. without it. As soon as the door opens, dude, without a doubt. And so does Mike in Detroit. So does a lot of people. So,
well, door fee isn't nothing to sneeze at these days. To get into some of these cons. If you don't get, I'm just the regular entry fee. I mean, you're paying like $100 for like 3 days just to walk around and spend money. Like
admission price, you mean? Yeah.
I don't know what
tickets are expensive.
Yeah. I mean, I usually don't go unless I can get a press pass or something, just because, well, I'm cheap.
Yeah, no shit.
And I'm paying for a hotel, and I got to drive down. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing, because you got to think they got to do that stuff too. But either way, let's get away from that for a little bit. Let's get on to. Does anybody else have some pickups, or do you guys want to go through news and then we'll hit Baltimore up? Because
I gotta show one pickup.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't want you guys.
I saw Andy doing the pickups. I'm like, it's dangerous going to a con and just looking through. So this is what I picked up from Desert Wind.
Yeah.
And I never knew there was anything called Flashback number 29, but apparently they reprinted a lot of Golden Age comics in 74,
70s,
73.
Right? Yeah.
And so this is Joe Simon, co-creator, Captain America, 9/4. I paid more for it than I wanted to, but it it was like once I saw it, I had to have it.
Who's the penciler on that? Who was the penciler on that?
I don't know, because it's a reprint of Captain America Comics 2. So I guess I don't know, because it's a reprint or a signature series, they don't put all the credits on there.
Dub, the penciler used to for years come to Motor City. He passed.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. He was really cool.
I don't know. But this stays in the PC. This is not.
That's really cool.
Something to flip.
It says cover art by Joe Simon.
Yeah.
Pencils by Kirby, inks by Reed Crandall.
Who was the guy that used to show up in Detroit and penciled some of that stuff from Kirby and Simon? Do you remember? It was him and his wife. They were an older couple. They come in all the time. I'll figure it out. I'll remember in a minute. Sorry about that. Anything else, Steve?
No, that's it. I just wanted to show that. That was my find of the con. That's
all right. Since they did it here, this is what I was able to bring back home. These were through the gen bin, so it's like $5 to $10 on these.
Got that giant size man thing.
Hey, that's a giant size man thing, bro.
Hey, I know,
put that away.
I know that.
I didn't I don't know why I bought this.
Oh, you gotta buy Shogun Warrior.
I do, because I think of Pete whenever I bought it. I should have just given it to you. I got this like for 10 too. I don't know. Wow. If you saw the video when I was falling asleep, I think I threw some of these up. I thought like this is pretty cheap for Killmonger.
Yes, it was.
So I thought it was cheap for kind of what it was now, because I don't know what that book's going for. And then I do like the Dark Justice League. So
old school too.
Yeah. Here you go, Corbin. This one was for you.
Huh? Oh,
that's
a good one. Yes. Man,
this is that whole Silver Age box that she sent me to. This was the only one that I could pick out. Now, this is actually a sad story where this stuff came from. And I should have known, because I just looked at the tag and it's almost making me cry. But I will tell you that in a minute. So then this is the X-Men's that I got after she was gone through already.
Alpha
I
Flight.
picked this one. I can't believe she left this thing in there.
Oh, Frankenstein. That's the last one, right?
I can't believe she left that one in there. This, and then, going back to some of the... just the mystery stuff, the Marvel style.
Mordred the Mystic. That's also the first Cthulhu or whatever or something.
This somehow made it into my thing. I'm just looking at it right now. Don't know whose that is. Got a House of Secrets.
It was Halloween, so I gave them out like candy.
And then I got one of these too from a friend. So, but yeah, so that was what I got out of that. I had some other stuff. I gave some to Pete. I gave some to some other people because I just couldn't travel. That's kind of what I want. What I got in this pile is what I wanted to. Oh yeah, and then I got the Mask books too, and I want to keep those too. I got this, which Corbin, you can have this.
Oh, wow. Really? No, thank you.
No. You can. Isn't your birthday coming up or something? And then I got these. I think are cool, and I think they're
DC
old
guy.
books.
You know what's funny? Well, let me not take away from Marco here, but
no, go ahead. You can take away.
DC's after my heart, Pete, but I'm the big two. I've just been leaning on DC because I go for the underdog, and DC the last 7 years, and their fault entirely has been that to me. But yeah, I know my Marvel. In fact, I have the cover of that. Randy Emberlin, I think, did the inking for that. I have when he came to, was it Tucson? I forgot. Anyway, he came to Arizona, and I talked to him for a bit and got like a mock cover of that. It was funny because I have the cover of it on like this big art sheet. I just don't have the actual book. So, I don't know. But yeah. No, Pete, I'm a DC first, but I love my comics.
All I got to say about that selection was we thought it was somebody else's because there was like 3 or 4 dealers, and 2 of the dealers we're pretty good friends with. It was Roger and Bill. And so, but they had a third person there, and like Bill's wife's like $5 for everything. And then the guy, after we dug through it, this other guy was like, "Oh, that's not true." Blah, blah, blah. And we're like, "Okay, well, I'm not going to have it. You can have your books, or we can not have your books." We came to a price that we could agree on. Then that was closer to $10 a book, which was fine. But then I found out that it was Voodoo Comics. Like, it was Voodoo Comics books. For those that didn't know, Voodoo Comics 2 years ago passed away at a con, like at the con in the bathroom. And he was nice dude,
I think you mentioned that one before.
Yeah, so like then I was like, damn, dude. First off, I would have been like, yo, we're not haggling over these books because I know where you got it from. Number 2, I probably would have bought a couple more. I didn't know, but like, so Voodoo Comics used to have, he used to put like, it's on the back of this one. I'll show you. So he used to
something DOO economics.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I'm doing Ferris Bueller. Keep going.
He used to put his own like tag to stick down the backs of the bags and stuff. Let me see if I can find one.
If not, I can grab.
Do you have one that has
time
on the back?
Do that?
Hold on.
It wasn't on all the backs of it, not all the books that were in there, but like he does have like a sticker system that he was like one of the first guys I remember. Oh, here it is. So he'd have like just like put that. It was actually a sticker that he used to use on the backing boards and everything else to identify his comics.
Well, thinking Third Eye had like a stamp on the back of their backing boards.
They would too.
The time to do that, like that's. I know you just doing like an employee has to do it, but man, that's got to be.
Oh no, he do it himself. So like, I mean, but that's kind of cool. So I'm glad I would have grabbed some more books that probably had that on the back of it, just because. What condition? They were all in really good condition. I mean, these were stuff that when I figured out what boxes it was his top table boxes, and they were underneath the table where I bought them. So they were not bottom digger boxers, but.
Yeah, I couldn't find one of the backing boards, but they even had like foreigns there, you know. Like
he had good stuff, man. It was a shame. Speaking about that show, Dayton, I think we're going back this year. It has a possibility to be really big and real cool. We'll talk about that a little bit later too. Should we get through news? What's going on, Astro?
We can try.
Guys, should we get through news, or do you want more Baltimore? Because we've got more Baltimore to talk about too, but we haven't even gotten through news yet. So
get Baltimore then news. What y'all do?
Let's do news. I want to do news.
All right, do news.
All right, I gotta find I'll run the thing.
I love that.
All right, we'll try to go through our news kind of quick because I thought it was gonna be a short week, but they kept things kept getting announced this last week, so bear with me. Before our top story, don't ask me why I picked
the box office. Please don't do the box office.
I didn't do the box office top story. No, our top story is right now, McDonald's has the new Black Panther Happy Meals ready to roll.
Oh,
really?
Oh, wow.
I don't eat McDonald's anymore. My son still does, but the Black Panther Happy Meals are there. They got these little figures inside.
Oh, so there's gonna be grown men stealing this stuff really quickly. All right.
Yeah, they usually sell them. Like if you just go through the thing, they just.
Yeah, they've had them for Avengers and other things too. Like I don't think it's that crazy.
The boxes. Yeah. Have you ever seen the people that buy that? Like.
Oh, not the boxes, the figures.
Yeah, you get like a whole box of the boxes.
Dude, my one buddy collects all this stuff. He's like, you gotta go to Sonic and get the He-Man spoons. I'm like, He-Man spoons? Like, I can't. I'm not collecting all these Happy Meal toys.
What? There's something going wrong with that. What's up?
The Tosin figure is the best one.
Which one?
Was there a Tosin?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, totally.
Now we'll get to the box office where Black Adam is still on top, and I still haven't seen it yet because, well, I haven't had time to go to the movies.
Yeah,
but
not had time.
Maybe soon. But as you can see already there in the headline, 27 million. It's on top by far. Nobody else is really close. But we'll see. Black Panther is coming. We only got 2 weeks, not even week and a half.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go crazy when Black Panther gets here.
But Black Adam is 250 worldwide, not terrible, but similar to Eternals and Shazam. So okay, it's not setting the earth, ablaze with its success, but it's okay.
Right in line with the quality of film that it was, right?
That's what I hear.
This is very interesting, similar to Eternals and how poorly everybody spoke of Eternals, yet how highly I hear everybody talk about Black Adam, this movie.
Yeah, it's a different level. It's a different ceiling level, correct?
I think it's relative to expectations, personally.
I guess
so. We had so much build up for Marvel that everything they were supposed to touch was supposed to be gold. And obviously, we're realizing with this phase, that's not exactly how it always is. But like with DC, everything was so bad for a while. It was like, okay, can we get a half competent movie? All action, right on. Like, let's get it. I think it's interesting, but I think that's why. Like, where you're leveling the expectations with what we're from the respective studios and what we've gotten recently.
Hold up, too. Let's rank Black Adam against a Marvel's characters. Like, it's not like he's Iron Man or even crappy Captain America or even
Captain America movies were good.
Yeah, but Captain America as a story.
Well, as a character in the comics, it's kind of boring, just like Superman.
It's Avatar, so it always gets downgraded here in the show. But my point being, like, it's not like he's an A-list character, or even maybe a B-list. Black Adam's kind of like...
Oh, Black Adam, yeah. I'd borderline C.
Yeah, borderline C. So
if you're just going off the comics before the...
but just even hype... So, like, for a C-ish, D-plus list character, all right.
They're good. And you consider, like, the last, 4 years, it's been Aquaman, Shazam, Joker, Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman, Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman 84, The Suicide Squad, The Batman, Black Adam. Like, it's been like a mixed bag. So, like, the things that halfway stand out or aren't objectively horrible, I think they're kind of like, let's get that. And I'm sure the Superman bump helped with that too. I'm not sure.
Well, it's kind of weird. I mean, they give that push to things they're going to make movies on, but it's like, why did you choose this to make a movie on? Apart from, well, The Rock said he was interested, so we're making this movie.
Hey,
before this,
I can't believe it actually came out.
Black Adam in anything. Brightest Day, that was like a decade ago. That he headlined a weekly goddamn comic that nobody really cared about or read. Like, yay.
I find that interesting though, because remember, Marvel's messing up right now with Blade, but Mahershala Ali was the guy who really wanted that to go through. Marvel had no plans for Blade right now, and apparently he's pushed for it. And they're like, okay, fine, we'll make it happen. Obviously, they're not. But the point being, I think that each studio is kind of giving some pull. Well, they are, but do you have faith? I don't.
Hey.
Okay, sorry, you're right, Mark. I don't need none. I'll just stop talking.
Hey, anytime you lose a director, that's never a good sign.
I didn't know my mic. I didn't know my camera was off.
Oh, good Lord.
My bad, John. I'm rusty. Anyways, continue.
What were you going to say, Steve, though? You had something to say about this.
Oh, I can't believe it actually came out. I mean, they've been talking about this for nearly a decade. I mean, do you remember, I think it was a year ago at DC Fandom that they had some computer animated thing. Like, I never believed that it was going to come out. And, it's just, I haven't seen it, but it's just an accomplishment that it actually
it got
to the finish line.
Agree.
I'll admit, I'm with you. I'm impressed that it finally did hit, because it did feel.
This is not the home run they needed, but it's at least they got on base. So
I guess Black Adam I'd compare to like Loki before Loki was popular, right? I mean, but he probably wasn't even at the Loki level because he wasn't that much of a recurring villain in the comics.
Well, I think probably like Loki, they're just hoping that the actor's charisma will carry the character, so they're just banking on The Rock. Like Hiddleston won everybody over because he did well with the role.
Yeah,
not that Tom Hiddleston was like a household name and everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so glad." Like, he made the most of what he had, and he made the character more interesting. I mean, you could say the same thing about Downey Jr. with Iron Man. Like, nobody was super stoked to see Iron Man before. It was like, oh, all right, this is kind of entertaining, even though this is nothing like the character in the comic books.
Yeah, I wonder what Iron Man did when it first came out. I can't remember.
It did all right.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, and speaking of Iron Man, I did notice that the Russos were talking about their Endgame movie, and they don't think that any other movie will beat their box office opening weekend record. Mostly because of how things are now more streaming, pandemic, theaters closing. I mean, I get some of it, but I don't know. It did make 1.2 billion in a weekend. Maybe it won't happen again, but I still think it kind of will.
Daywalker,
never say never.
I don't think. No, I actually don't think it will.
I didn't think anything would beat Spider-Man. When Spider-Man made 100 million in a weekend, I was like, get out of town. Nobody's beating that. 100 million in one weekend?
James Gunn will put DC where Marvel is.
No. Yeah, I think so. What?
No, he won't. No, Marco, he won't.
Have some faith.
Dude, this is why DC will never get out of its own way. They just won't. They never have. They never will.
Why do you say that? Why is
they got a guy now?
They got a guy. Because they got a history of fucking 40 years of knocking out their own.
But James Gunn is a good guy. Wouldn't you agree?
We'll see what he does.
James Gunn had a couple good movies. No, I would not agree that I would give that guy the key to the empire. No.
Who would you give the? Okay, you're right. Okay.
Not him.
I don't know. I don't know. But I don't know if I'd give him the keys.
Yeah,
I'm a big James Gunn fan.
Somebody's got to tame James. Somebody had to tell James Gunn that, hey, that's too far. You can't. Dude, believe me, they did, especially with both Suicide Squad and with Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, they had to tell them.
You can't do a beach full of dicks joke in Superman. Like certain things don't play. Like
fair enough.
It's the same thing with every with Taika Waititi. I'm a big fan of Taika Waititi, but you know what? Love and Thunder really was just somebody needed to tell him dial this back a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you have to have somebody in charge that can.
Like I feel like I'm watching a sketch comedy show and not a Marvel movie at this point because it's funny sometimes, but.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And when the influence gets too much with certain type of.
Yeah, and by the way, when he starts doing that in Batman, like, dude, you know your fellow DC butthurt boys. Like, could you imagine him turning most characters into a joke? Hell no. Oh my God, you guys will have powwows. The internet will get really strong with hate messages real quick.
Avatar.
All right, go ahead. What's next? Speaking of
Avatar.
Yeah,
he's going to be 3 hours and 10 minutes long.
Oh, I'm watching it now.
I am still young.
No, I'm not.
And yes, the trailer was released actually today. So the trailer is out there. It was released earlier. I watched it, and I don't really care. But call me biased. Call me angry at Avatar.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
who's got 3 hours and 10 minutes?
Who's the Weaver character? Who's like an older lady but playing like this? Like
Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, she's playing like the mocap of the.
Yeah, she's dead.
Like, what is that about?
Her character's dead, but not dead.
Dead. Anyway, I just wanted to ask about that because I was confused. I'm not watching this.
Yeah, you're not getting the old man vote is not going to see this, so I don't know who this is for.
Yeah, the only thing Avatar is, it's the answer to the trivia question: why haven't we seen Zoe Saldana in decades? Well, it's because apparently she's been fucking doing mocap for Avatar.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know who it's for. Like, I get the first one where you're shocking and on, and you're saying, "Look at technology; it'd be great, all you nerds."
Well, three is coming, but depending on the success of 2 and 3, will depend on whether we get a 4 and 5.
Who cares if it's every 10 years? By the time they come out with 4 and 5, I'll be dead anyways.
Well, I think 3 is probably already in the bag.
Right.
I just don't know. I think 4 and 5 are on hold, kind of like Witcher, but we'll get to that later.
All right, what's next?
Up next, just a quick one. Apparently, it's going to be Sam against Thunderbolt, I guess, battling ideologies kind of thing.
Get off my lawn. He doesn't fly a plane between now and then.
Marvel Civil War Part 2?
Yeah, maybe, but not the comic Civil War Part 2, where we're dealing with precognition.
Or the comic Civil. I was about to say the comic Civil War Part 2. Yeah.
Yeah, when it's like, it's Captain Marvel versus Iron Man.
Is anybody starting to get worried about Marvel?
I mean, I'm glad you asked that question. I'm so glad you did.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No?
Only because there's going to be stuff I don't like, but they're making so much now.
Say that again, Pete. He's like, no.
Because they're making... Because think about it. We were coming from a time when Marvel was 1 movie a year, and then it was 2 movies a year, then it was 3. Now we're getting like 4 movies a year and 4 shows. Like, there's so much content. I may not love everything, but I will find something that I do like. Like Marco says about Star Wars. It may not all be for me, but it's for everybody.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's fine. Like, I like Werewolf by Night. I know not everybody might not have. I like She-Hulk. Not everybody did.
Like the last 3 episodes.
Daywalker, 100%. I'll probably watch it when it comes out on streaming.
I'm not excited for this movie. I'm not like buying my tickets today, but we'll see.
BK might be putting time out for a little bit.
All right, I got some Fantastic Four stuff for you now.
What BK do?
First rumor.
Oh yeah, I get that.
What do you guys say about Chidi from The Good Place playing Mr. Fantastic?
No. He's got the forehead.
There you go, Steve.
The last guy wasn't that good at it. Neither was the guy before him. Neither was the guy before him. So shit.
I like Krasinski.
Well, yeah. Well, they didn't.
I mean, he barely had like 2 minutes.
He just got to die. Like
exactly.
This guy.
Yeah, Krasinski.
No,
I like
Jim from The Office just got to show up and die.
Oh yeah, I just want he sucks so bad.
The point of the article.
He was barely there to suck. Okay.
The point of the article was, I think it was on Comic Book Resources, was pointing out that how you look at Krasinski, and yes, I can't help it, I still see Jim from The Office. Meanwhile, like Chidi from The Good Place, you can still kind of buy that he's the smartest guy in the room. Because on The Good Place, as neurotic as he was the smartest guy in the room. Like, you inherently feel that for the character, so maybe that carries over, but I don't know.
Dude, can they just write a good script for this shit and not care who's playing it? Because there's this stuff.
No, because people want to know who's playing it. Because you know what? This isn't the only one I got for you.
No, God.
No.
They're also talking about Andor, and this I don't like.
No.
I don't see him being Mr. Fantastic.
No.
At all.
No.
Like, not at all. Like,
they should go find some young actor or old actor that doesn't have a lot of parts, and they can just fill in or something.
You know, why not give it to who's playing Thunderball? Let him be Mr. Fantastic.
No.
Harrison Ford?
I'm being funny.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the Miles Teller people.
Anybody in here, like
yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Bring Miles Teller back. Let's bring him back. Maybe you can do it right this time.
Come on now.
All right,
I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right, I only got one more movie thing, and then we'll get to TV. And this is Evil Dead Rise. This is kind of creepy, but I don't think there's any Bruce Campbell, so I don't know if I'm excited to see this movie.
Is that because Kyle insulted him so much he refuses to do it anymore?
Maybe, but this will hit theaters. This is playing for theaters in April, so a new Evil Dead is coming our way.
Okay.
I missed the show. I like the Star Show. I thought that was the right tone and place for this franchise. I don't know if I need to see a movie, but we'll see. All right, let's get over to streaming and TV. This is a chunkier section because there was a lot announced.
Was it funky though?
Don't blame me. Black Manta being Wonder Man?
Sure.
I don't understand.
Does anybody really care? Once again, that's a character like who? Like, yeah, sure. Nobody gives a shit about this character.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. Like, you got a character. This guy can act. Put him in there. Let's see what he does.
Which one of you clowns in chat was arguing 3 months ago about Wonder Man and how great it was? Was it
I can't remember. Somebody was. Somebody was really a big
Wonder Man and all
the number one Wonder Man fan.
Yeah, the only Wonder Man fan in the world. Get out of here with that.
My problem is they already had Nathan Fillion on a movie poster in Guardians 2. Like that kind of.
Yeah, that's kind of dope. I just like Nathan Fillion though.
Yep.
But could you see Nathan Fillion the whole movie doing Wonder Man? I'm sorry. Probably not good.
But at the same time, I don't really care about Wonder Man. It's just not. He's not my
mullet. Wonder Man's my guy. Wonder Man.
Are you guys excited for Vision Quest?
Sure.
It could be good. I mean, I'm hoping maybe they do something based off of Tom King's Vision. I mean, that's one of my favorite series or miniseries from the past, 10 years.
Which one was that again? Which was the Tom King one?
That was with the family, like Viv.
With Viv and all them.
We thought they were kind of doing that in WandaVision, but turned out they weren't.
Yeah,
so
that's my only concern. I don't know if they can do.
Can I ask you a question? Is that
I don't think they will because the MCU never maps to the comics or vice versa.
It's also weird. Like you already told a story about the family growing up, the Cleavers,
and it's so self-contained
like, you're not gonna do it again.
Vision's perspective.
Do you think
it'd still be really derivative.
Do you think these two shows will be intertwined?
Maybe.
I hope not, but.
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, how do we get Wonder Man? That is a good question.
Oh, I get what you're saying. That's smart.
I don't know. That's a fair point. They both got announced at the same time.
Exactly.
He would be onto something there.
Yeah.
So could he just be trying to actually make the kids real too? Is that what we're doing here?
No, I don't know if we're gonna get the kids.
Not the Viv and them, the other kids, the real kids.
Oh, Well, we'll get to them. I think
I was going to say there's news on that, right?
Oh. Yeah, exactly. That's coming still. And I think that would be more the Magic angle rather than the Android version. But
yeah,
this popped up like around dinner time with Ironheart set photos connecting to Doctor Strange. I don't know if we're gonna get Zelma in anything, but maybe.
Yeah, I saw this.
So I figured I'd throw it in there. So Ironheart apparently is gonna have what was it in the recent like Doctor Strange? Not the recent, but pre-Damnation Doctor Strange run. I don't know. Anyway, moving on to get into what we were talking about. Yes, this potentially could be this guy cast for Agatha, Coven of Chaos. Is he Wiccan? Is he Hulkling? I mean, Wiccan probably makes more sense.
Wiccan probably, yeah. Oh, whatever.
We'll see.
All right.
I still think it's
he's a heart stopper. Unibrows is what starts.
No. It was I think that was a show or a movie he was in. Oh, Heartstopper. Not that he is a.
Say, man, thank God I was a kid when I was a kid because I couldn't grow a unibrow. And if that's what ladies are into now, like my bad. I just would have not got no play. So, all right.
It's magical
time. I also saw this was new that Blanchett will apparently reprise Hela in the What If. I mean, it's animated, so it's just her voice, but I mean, hell, she was in Hot Fuzz with a complete, with a mask, and you didn't even know it was her. So she is no stranger to just dropping in a little cameo.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
This is the great TV news we're putting through today. Okay.
Hey, this is news. I mean, what do you want me to do? I'm going to report the news. Just like the Wakanda spinoff apparently is not very close because they spent a lot of time on reshoots and working through Black Panther 2 and working through Ironheart. So this Wakanda spinoff show,
yeah, keep
waiting. It's not that it's not happening. It's just it's not close.
Yeah,
is what I get. But you know what is good. Close?
What?
Willow.
Yes. He's a really nice dude. Have you guys ever met what's his name before? The little guy who plays
Warwick Davis?
No, I've never.
Warwick Davis?
Yeah.
How am I going to meet Warwick Davis?
I've met him. Yeah, he's awesome.
I have not.
I think my kids were like 2 when they met, or 3. They were just they were walking and good enough to get some words out. He's very good with little kids. He also gets hounded a lot by a lot of big people. And by I mean big people, I mean like if you put me, Andy, and Moo together, that type of big people. Like you combine all 3 of us.
What are you talking about?
Like big people.
Why?
I get it, but why?
I don't know, man. I was in a hotel one time hanging out, and he was talking to the kids. I came around the corner. I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And then, like, all of a sudden, there was like a stampede. So he tried to like V-line. Like my wife was already trying to get on the elevator with the kids, and so then he V-lines trying to get on the elevator with us, and then like big people started like trying to put. And I was like, "Yo, nah, you got to go, bro. Like I got kids in here. You got to go. Get it out of here."
I don't know if you guys watched the trailer for this yet, but it does seem very comedic.
Dude, it's Willow, Joe. You can't be concerned with Willow. It's fucking Willow.
No, it is Willow, but I will say the tone of it is not exactly what I expected. It's very modern feeling. It feels almost tongue-in-cheek a little bit, but I still watch it. I don't know. If you haven't seen the new trailer, watch the new trailer. You'll see what I'm talking about. And you go, huh. Yeah. It doesn't feel like the original Willow movie.
Oh my God, because you were 5 when you saw the original Willow. Come on.
What? You are great.
You've lost that love.
Mando.
Feeling.
We may have a Mando date.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
I know we could have saved this for Sunday, but maybe it's February 22nd.
Ooh.
And the rumors of a trailer maybe around Christmas. The final trailer, I should say. We'll see.
Hey, if anybody ever gets a picture of BK in the light of actual day, please send it to me.
All right. Now for the next one. This is for Andy and 00. Yesterday we had the rumors of the accidental release of the date. Because HBO Max had a little teaser thing like, hey, we got the 1 minute like sneak thing, and then it's like, hey, premieres January 15th. Oh shit. We didn't tell anybody that it was premiering January.
They took that down real quick after it was on the app.
Yeah.
So what happened though was There was a subscriber like Australia that got sent an email with the official release date. That got leaked through there too, as well. I had heard. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but that's what I saw on social media.
However it played out, they confirmed that's the date. January 15th, we will be getting Last of Us.
Why are we so excited about this again, you two?
Because it's going to be awesome.
It was a great game, apparently. I haven't played it.
It's in the top best-selling PlayStation games of all time.
Yeah, but okay, that's fair. But I've seen great selling games before.
Well, it wasn't a great game just based because it's Call of Duty. A lot of people play it. Like it was a story that
I'm having those two try to
with
explain to us why they're going to like it. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
so I think go.
Story kind of.
Okay, Double O, jump in whenever. But we're getting the director from Chernobyl. Chernobyl was fan-freaking-tastic. Neil Druckmann himself is playing a massive part in this. Neil Druckmann, directed the game. Like the game is what it is, partly because of Neil Druckmann. And I think Pedro Pascal has the chops to pull off Joel. I wasn't excited about it at first, but after seeing some of the trailers, I'm like, okay, I think this is going to work out good.
Yeah, but what the fuck's it going to be about?
So here's the thing, Marco. This is the kind of game. It's got an amazing story. You watch, you play the game, and it's like literally watching a movie or watching a show. And the story is what drives the game. It's not the shooting people. It's not there's no mechanics. It's all about the story of the game, and it starts to where it ends to the second part, and it has fans love it, fans hate it. You're gonna, as you watch it, I love this game and I hate this game at the same time.
Okay, so besides being post-apocalyptic, what the fuck is the story about? That's what I'm asking.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
You ready to jump down this rabbit hole? Yeah. Remember how The Walking Dead wasn't a zombie story? It was a story of humanity.
Yeah.
This does it better. This capitalizes on. I hate to throw Kirkman kind of, some shade at Kirkman, but they capitalize on the story of humanity better here, in my opinion, as being The Walking Dead was a story, not a zombie story. This isn't a story of the infection or of what's left behind. It's the story of humanity and the survival of humanity. And how nasty and terrible it can be.
All right, we'll give it a try.
The story of a guy and the story of a little girl, and they have to get this girl somewhere else. They have to get her across the country and everything. Yes.
So is it like Jean-Claude Van Damme's Cyborg?
Is
that over you guys' heads?
Yeah, no.
Corbin wasn't born yet, so he.
All right, we're gonna have to tier list. Hey, maybe when this premieres, we'll also tier list the post-apocalyptic movies. That probably would be the tier list for that week.
So I'm not, but at the same time, Corbin, I'm not messing with you. I think it was like 1988. So I mean,
okay. The other key point
I don't think you were born yet.
The other key point about this that's really exciting is they're spending more per episode on this first season than they did on the last season of Game of Thrones, substantially more. So that says something. HBO original. This is an HBO original title. I know it shows Max is on there, but HBO original bought this or got in on it. Not Max.
It's not TV. It's HBO.
No, it's HBO, but it's also
right. So it's on HBO. So it's not. It's gonna. They're gonna be able to do whatever they want, show whatever they want. Some of it gets kind of gory. Some of it's but it's definitely it's gonna be a great story, and I'm very excited because the original, like Andy said, the original director of the game is he's an executive producer. So
what happens if they Walking Dead it? What happens if they get so far away from
I'm not too worried about that.
At some point. No?
It doesn't matter because it can tell us other parts of the story that aren't necessarily part of the game, and it's going to be okay. There's already been 2 really, really good games from it, and if they tell us something else, it's fine. I'm okay. And this is season 1, 9 episodes is all we're getting, and who knows how much of the game they're going to tell. They could take 3-4 seasons to tell the whole story.
Yeah, I just don't want to hear like a bebop cowboy thing where they're all upset of how much.
Oh well, we're not getting any more of those.
We
do have a foil we can give away at one point for that.
My understanding is their goal is 5 total seasons for this specific show, and my heart hopes that it spins into more of a universe where there's either spinoffs or there's a movie or there's something else that comes out of this.
I guess we'll see.
Dang it, Terry. BK, AOA, step your game up. Terry's winning the chat tonight. He's winning the chat
All right.
tonight.
Well, we're going to stick with HBO Max, and How I Met Your Mother's mother has been cast as Penguin's daughter in the Penguin spinoff.
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Falcone's daughter.
In the Penguin spinoff
married
series. What?
How I Met Your Mother's Mother.
Well, this was the girl who played the mother in How I Met Your Mother.
Huh?
The show How I Met Your Mother.
No,
She played the mother, even though the story wasn't about her. It was about the guy trying to convince his kids that it's okay to bang their Aunt Robin at this point. Is ultimately what the story was about. But
I have no idea what happened.
What ended up being. Dual stuff are you watching, bro? Why is this lady not looking like the? Oh, never.
No, it's not the Penguin. It's Falcone's daughter. So, yeah, she was in Long Halloween and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Well, I
misspoke when I said it was the Penguin's
Penguin
daughter.
was good. Penguin was really good. Isn't that's what's his name, right? It's not.
It's Colin Farrell doing De Niro.
Yeah. I don't
Being
know.
a creeper.
All right. Good stuff, I guess. I don't know what she is, but whatever.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I haven't really watched the CW stuff in a while, but I guess it is sad news.
Stargirl with 3 seasons?
3, yeah.
Corbin, did you watch the show?
Oh. Well, since Corbin's on mute, but anyhow.
Hold on, Corbin. Let's see Bischoff. Go ahead.
What happened? I'm sorry.
Go, Steve. Go.
I was just saying, I started watching it, but I kind of lost interest after the first season. Now, I hope they don't cancel Superman and Lois, because oddly enough, even though it doesn't follow anything that's been established, Superman and Lois is actually pretty good. I know it's hard to believe, but and I had my doubts watching it after the first couple episodes, but Stargirl, yeah, I can see it being canceled. Superman and Lois, I think, has some merit.
I'm just saying, I like Smallville back in the day. That didn't follow any real canon.
Episodes are 10. All right, Joe just won the chat so far. With that, for the budget is $10 an episode, you can go 3 seasons. All right.
What the hell?
Corbin, is your opinion on this? That this show is trash and DC needs to move on. What I want to know is, how do you do 3 seasons of this, but you couldn't put Batgirl out? So listen. Go ahead.
I'm so glad they didn't put Batgirl. At the end of the day, Batgirl, I watched every episode of every season. That was some of the worst storytelling I've had the misfortune.
She's coming back, you know. She's going to be Black Flash, I think, in the Flash or something.
Well, listen, that's fine.
I left that off the news because you weren't around, and I was like,
that's fine. BK, my rant for I appreciate that, Pete. Thank you.
It was like 2 weeks ago.
Thank you. Stargirl to begin with wasn't that bad, but I feel like it fell off. I agree with Steve though. In my opinion, I agree with Steve for the most part on that. I didn't watch enough to really give a fully formed opinion on Stargirl. It just kind of meandered. Now, as far as Superman and Lois, I'm a big fan of that show. I feel like they obviously have definitely a bigger budget.
Because DC's got 2 characters that all their fanboys go over, and the rest of it's a bunch of shit ass characters. So they keep trying.
No. I mean, I love the JSA and Infinity Inc. I'd love it if Stargirl was better.
That girl's not
storytelling. You said it, Steve. Yeah, the integration of these characters isn't the problem. It's almost encouraging that they're reaching into the deeper tapestry of their characters for the smaller screen. I'm not mad at that at all. It's just the fact that the storytelling straight up sucks. I mean, you had a Batwoman in season 3 that was basically like a rogues gallery of Batman villain derivatives and a year-long love, will she or won't she, with her that was going on the entire time. And then with Stargirl, it was a half-baked thing. Superman and Lois is probably the only show they've done in the last, I'd say, 4 years, because the Flash has kind of fallen off before it ends, and what happened.
Flash has been like 9 seasons, right?
Exactly, and it's been really only 4.
It overstayed its welcome.
Yeah,
exactly.
Agreed.
And I mean, Gotham Knights got canceled, but that show looked like hot garbage. Batman dead, and the villains, the descendants of villains. It's not DC Descendants. Like, what are we doing? So yeah, I just think CW and DC, the relationship has carried a decade. It's time for it to end. I'd hope Superman and Lois doesn't go that way, but I'd be okay with them going HBO Max.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, I'm gonna let the you guys start complaining now with our Henry Cavill news, but sad day that he will no longer be playing Geralt in the seasons 4 and 5 of The Witcher, but he will be replaced by Liam Hemsworth.
Ooh, budget Chris Hemsworth.
I guess I'm fine with it. I mean,
but why?
Well, he's going to go off to do Superman, I think, and he also was not a fan of the changes they were making to the show from the game and the books. He wanted to be more true.
No, he wants.
They
more
wanted
money.
to go a different way.
Let's be
and
real. He
he's
wanted
Superman,
more money.
so they split.
Wanted more money. That's what he wanted. He wanted more money.
They were also going to film 4 and 5 together, like back to back, because 3 is on its way. It's still Cavill for 3, and then 4 and 5 will be filmed back to back. But now it will be with Thor's little brother. Okay, put a white wig on him. I guess it'll be fine.
I mean, he's shit as Superman, so he should stay with Witcher. But I understand if they're not paying you what you're worth.
He's not shit as you don't know what you're talking about. He would have been a good Superman if they didn't have a shitty script playing.
Yeah, whatever.
Why don't they like me?
Because you're shitty at playing Superman. That's why I don't like you. I mean,
no, they played him as emo, sad Superman. They try to make him Batman.
He plays emo as this fucking guy too. That's his.
And that's fine.
Stick is playing fucking emo.
But the problem
that's his fucking stick.
The difference
no, that's his acting
is
style.
that way.
Pete.
Superman is not sad and
so
sulky.
then you don't hide once again. Then he's a shitty ass Superman. If his only acting chop is playing emo
that's
motherfuckers,
not his only acting chop.
That's his only acting chop. That's what
it is not. We only talked about 2 things. He's done more than 2 projects.
Nothing that anybody else fucking remembers because it's probably some other emo shit.
No, go watch Man from U.N.C.L.E. Guy Ritchie.
Refuse. No, it was good.
That was actually a good movie.
See?
Yep, I have to
Not
agree.
just me.
I did see that. I was on a plane, but it was good.
Witcher saves millions by this is what the title should have been.
Anyway,
save millions by hiring some guy named Liam.
Sticking with Netflix, I watched the trailer for this Lockwood and Company. I don't know this young adult novel series, but it looks like it's supernatural.
Oh, this looks like right up Pete's thing. It's got
does. Like I watched the trailer, I'm like, dude, I'm in.
Like old English.
The kid looked like a young David Tennant with a sword fighting a ghost, while the girl was like almost gonna fall off the steps. And I'm like, I was watching. I'm like, it was like a minute of like footage, and I'm like, all right, I'm in. I'll check this out. So
I knew this is you.
That guy looks like the guy from that '70s show back there.
This looks like they took Harry Potter in the trailer.
I don't know who that guy is.
Put it together. This is right up Pete's alley. Right there.
Looks like the CW version of Green Lantern.
With laser swords.
We're not getting that. Well, I guess we're getting the HBO. Wow. Who knows what?
All right, go.
Yeah.
So, first off, this was yesterday. Sandman Season 2 cancellation rumor was debunked by Neil Gaiman as he took to Twitter to make a joke about clickbaity sites and yada, yada, yada on people.
I don't know anybody else that does that. I don't know.
I know, but it was nice to see Gaiman, fire back. That was yesterday. And then today we did get the announcement that we are getting Season 2 of the Sandman on Netflix.
Yeah,
and I still got to finish Season 1. That's how far behind I am.
What's wrong with you? That's a good show.
I know. It's not that I don't want to watch it. My wife and I were watching it. It's just finding that, it's just been a rough month.
All right, cool.
All right, we're almost there. Don't worry. We're almost there. Peacock apparently feels the need to bring us a Camp Crystal Lake series that will not have a hockey mask wearing Jason. Maybe we'll get Jason, but he won't. Maybe he'll be a kid. Who gives a shit? I don't want this.
Agreed.
Personally, I don't care.
This is under the who gives a shit section. So
yeah,
move along.
All right. If you want to go over to Amazon, Hawkman is going to be Alex Cross, and if you don't know Alex Cross, well, Morgan Freeman played him pretty good in 2 movies.
That last dude that was,
and then Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry did not.
No, Tyler Perry did not at all.
But I like.
Morgan Freeman was good.
I think Tyler Perry's problem is like you can't take him serious because it sounds like he's always about to laugh. So like,
I think he has to put his name in front of the goddamn movie. Tyler Perry's Alex Cross.
Yeah, it should have been called Medea Cross with him over there. Like I like Aldous Hodge a lot better.
We'll see. Yeah, he could be it.
He could be.
We'll just see. Solid actor.
I don't know what Alex Cross is.
Oh, get fucking.
Oh, it's like
come on, James Patterson.
No. We're not. Only I can play that game. We're not playing that game.
They made a couple of
Detective
movies.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that. Yeah,
it's a good. It's a good series, and that's saying someone who doesn't like James Patterson books.
Nope. Oh yeah,
anyway.
I don't think I'm a huge fan of him, but I think Alex Cross is his best friend.
Yeah, the character exactly.
Apparently, the Fallout, the game creators are happy with whatever they're doing with this show on Amazon. So there's hope that it's not going to be hot trash. I got nothing else for you. Apart from the game
Fallout creators
are
were happy with what they did with the game Fallout when they fucked it all up. So like that's not giving me a lot of faith in it.
Maybe they'll, but this is the show, which will probably be the good stuff that they started.
Kiss the girls, kiss the girls.
Not where they fucked up later. Yeah, kiss the girls and Along Came a Spider.
What is up with Ashley Judd? You know she's my baby mama, right?
No.
All right, let's go over comics real quick. We can probably speed through much of this because a lot of this is silly nonsense. But
I got to call it a night, guys, though, on
all
that.
Right, Andy. Thank
all right,
Andy. Nice to meet you.
Appreciate
it.
Andy.
For stopping by.
Good night.
Andy, be safe, man.
Hey, give him a minute before. What do you got, Andy?
4:30 comes really early in the morning, so it's time to crash.
We appreciate it, Andy. Thanks for coming by. I had a great time with you this weekend, man.
The link to Andy's channel is below, so if you're not already subbed, go sub.
Make sure you go sub up.
Check him out. Andy's good people.
Yeah. We'll see you, Andy.
See you guys in the next time.
All right, later.
Bud.
All right, go. I screw this one up, Pete.
It's all right.
There it is.
They felt the need, apparently, to give Ironheart new powers before she gets a show. I don't know why. With the comics, I swear to God, they just don't know what the hell they're doing half the time. But in Iron Man 24, they decided to say, hey, you know what? Let's let Riri teleport.
Oh,
okay.
So she can do the fucking Bifrost shit on her own with the armor. I don't know.
Yeah, well, they're going off.
Are we serious?
Yeah,
dude, Marco, this is Marvel for you.
Once again,
Marvel
whenever you're about to put a character out into the movie, you decide to make bullshit comments.
Let's make some changes and let's
not try to make it good.
This isn't much to go on. It's just all right. Everybody's excited for Blade's daughter's comic, so here you go.
Oh,
that's all we got. But
original.
Corbin, get out of it. You wish. I'm not sending you that book anymore.
Okay. I'm sorry. All
right, but this is all we got. There's nothing really to share here. I mean, yeah, there's the first look. It's like, I guess, a cover.
I mean, look, dude, I'm down for these again, but I'll be buying them $1. You know, like I like all the Blade stuff, but I like them when they're $1 in the dollar.
Yeah, half price pre-order, pay for it. And
I'm not even paying $1.50. You gotta be $1.
All right, what about this? We got Dracula's son, Xeris, is coming back. If you're reading Exterminators #2.
Well, it's a good thing nobody's reading Exterminators.
I
Dude,
like
look at that cover art. Get the fuck out of here with this.
Yeah, the cover's not great.
Hey, yeah.
I'm going to have this in dollar bin digging.
There you go. Corbin, you're back up on the good list. Man. I don't.
So we'll have a connection to this in dollar bin digging tomorrow. All right, here's a weird thing. Variant covers coming. They're going to and who made the joke earlier about the no prize?
Oh, that was me. Yeah,
that was Steve. Here's your no prize. They're going to be doing no prize variants.
Like, what is that?
It's going to look like this. It's going to be an envelope on the cover. It's going to look mostly like the whatever that Wednesday book.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's what it looks like.
So that's what it's going to be. The Marvel no prize envelopes variants. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I will not buy any of these.
Yeah,
no.
Me either. And I got 2 stories for you, DC guys. We have the Golden Age. Apparently, DC likes doing trailers for their comics because, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They like doing trailers.
Well, they got to spend the money somewhere, not on their comics.
Yeah, so we're getting the new Golden Age, and they're going to be, you know, new villains, new, you know, Lost Sight. I don't know. It looks, you know, JSA stuff. I like JSA stuff.
Right. And if Johns is writing it, chances are it's going to be good.
It's only a one-shot, though.
To start, there's multiple stuff. It's not just this one shot. There's multiple stories coming. It's almost an event kind of thing, I guess.
Yeah.
So the Golden Age will be a one shot, but then there's like individual characters will get spin-offs, and then I guess they'll see what people like and make more. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Didn't Robinson do a
go ahead and buy it?
I don't know.
Well, speechless.
All right, last story. Oh shit! I didn't put the new. I forgot to put the headline. The headline is basically that Blue Beetle, the new series, will be released simultaneously in English and Spanish. So there will be Spanish versions of all of these books released at the same time. So I don't know if that means people will start hunting the Spanish variants because they're harder to find, or you know what I mean? Who knows what kind of crazy speculation will come of this? But that's what the headline should have said. But the old slide was the punchline slide, so that's why that's there from last week.
There was a book that came out earlier this year, last year, called Primos from AWA, and they did the same thing.
Oh yeah,
they had a Spanish version and an English version.
But then there might be a foreign version, like a Latin American or Spain, right?
Done in English?
I don't know. I'm confused.
I don't know either.
I'm just let's get through toys.
All right, we got toys. 00, you're up for our Hasbro Pulse.
Right. So Hasbro Pulse had a couple events. I believe it was last week. They had a 10/27 stream for their premium members, and then they announced a bunch of things at the MCM Con in London that happened over the last weekend. So these Marvel Legends, I don't know if they were previously announced, but now we have pictures of Extremist Iron Man and Ultimate Captain America, just retools and new mold. I don't think they're new molds. They're just like updated versions of these figures. They look nice, lots of articulation, probably some new pieces in there, like, new hands, new whatever, and good accessories. So
yeah, the Extremist one, I was going to say, it looks like Granoff, and then I looked below and said, oh, Extremist. It is Granoff.
Right. Based on Granoff. All right, you can go to the next one.
Did Captain America poop his pants?
They all did.
Yeah. So they announced this one as well, the Ghost Rider with Hell Cycle. This is the 3 3/4 inch. I guess they're calling it the Retro 375 collection now. That was the first time I had seen this name of a Ghost Rider with Hell Cycle. It looks, I guess it's not going to be painted in any way. You're just going to get a red plastic bike.
It's got a sticker.
With a sticker on it. Yeah. Stupid. Yeah, it's a box, no plastic on it, I don't think. I think that's just a picture as well.
Oh, I know, I hate that. Well, give me started on that.
Okay, you can go to the next one.
Wait, before we get to the next one, why is it when they always do the retro figures, like their idea of retro is like a shorter haircut? Like the flames on his head are shorter. And then they do like a modern version and the flames like grow out. They're like whipping and they're like crazy. Like the retro version is always like they have a more tight cut.
And by the way, the flames used to dip. There are almost mullet flames on the old retro versions of them, so I don't understand why it's so short.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. They always do that though. It's not exclusive to this. Like I'm going even back to the Toy Biz days.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a simple way for them to make it look like it's an old figure.
I guess.
So we had talked about this in the previous Pulse Con, and they had just shown us the box. So now we get pictures of the new Spider-Man and Carnage in the VHS series. So this is the first Spider-Man VHS. Carnage comes with a whole bunch of accessories and a Cletus Cassidy head.
Yeah, it looks just like Corbin's new book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, awesome. I love that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's keep that fresh.
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, especially you add the little blue for the highlights on Spidey down below.
Yeah, superposable. I mean, look at like even his toes. So it's like a great posable body for Spidey to make him do a lot of stuff. And the extra hands.
I just don't think we need the Cletus Cassidy head. They keep putting it on with the figures. Like, we don't need it. Just give us the Carnage head.
Yeah, no one ever really wants to see him. Even in the comments, like, when I see his face, I'm like, come on. It's like when we want
to see it as much as we wanted to see Woody's wig in that teaser at the end of the first Venom.
There you go. Hey, I was going to say, remember real quick, Spider-Man 3, when Topher Grace's Venom and all we kept seeing was freaking Topher Grace? It's like, dude, when you did the Venom design, it actually wasn't that bad. Kind of thin, but, we liked it. But every time he would just peel the face back. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Sorry, it used to trigger me back
then. So news on the Hasbro HasLab Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes did not get funded. I think it went over a little over half. So they even tried to throw in this Damon House
$350.
Yeah, $350 for that. I mean, it was a gorgeous piece. Like the Charger looked great, but not for that much money.
It's still just a figure in a car. I'm not paying $350 for like a $25 figure and then a vehicle. That means I'm paying $325 for the car.
Well, a lot of other people agree with you because it didn't get
Not
funded.
gonna happen.
Yeah.
Even if you give me a Hellstorm.
Yeah. Hot topic, Namor. They had other figures too that were Madeline Pryor, I think, was a add-on if it got to a certain point. There was something else too, but either way, it didn't happen. So October 31st,
all over again.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're almost there. We do have Transformers.
So Transformers, this was the newest. So this was announced at the London Con.
Shit.
The London Con had this, and then it had a bunch of Star Wars stuff. I know you guys covered some of the Star Wars stuff already, but this is Deathsaurus. So I'm not super familiar with this. It was a later Transformers stuff for me. I didn't really get into it, but it is Transformers related. So they showed us prototypes of this figure. I guess he was a leader of the Autobots at one point. He comes with 2 of these cassettes. These 2 little creatures on the side turn into cassettes, and I'm sorry, I don't know the names of them. And they go into like Soundwave style. They go into his chest if once you transform them.
Yeah, you don't need to know the names of them because I'm not buying this for $180.
Yeah, I'm not either. But it was almost it was over just about halfway there when I looked at it yesterday. So people do want it.
I know they love their Transformers, but Jesus.
That's a lot. I mean, it's a pretty big figure, but again, $180, no thank you.
Those things turn. I mean, you think that's out of pocket, but a lot of the premium Transformer figures sit in that realm.
Yeah, no, I know. But you give me a premium figure that I know and have a connection to. Like this feels like, I don't know, Deathsaurus. Why does he have cassette tapes? Like, what do cassette tapes have to do with dinosaurs?
So
what's the connection here?
They did have one last year, and so there was one. I don't know if this was the villain for it or the last year's HasLab got funded. So this is a counterpart to that. So I did read that.
Yeah. Okay.
And but that was it.
That was our weekly update.
Yep.
Oh, still on mute. That's good stuff to be. All right, cool. So let's get back. What do we have next, Pete? Are we going back? Okay.
We got other stuff, but I'm going to turn it to you for a minute so I can go.
I was going to show your video real quickly, but
you want to show a video?
Yeah, go ahead. Go run.
No, you could show a video.
Well, I would show. I don't have my video because we had this thing where there's a video of 3 of us meeting.
You can share mine. Or I'll play. I can share mine, but you can.
Yeah, I'll show it.
Right?
Go, Pete.
All right. So we'll try to get some more.
So for those people that saw it kind of on Star Wars or whatever, yeah, this is actually through Pete's thing.
Yeah, this is me before we moved.
All 3 of us were shooting videos, me, Dom, and Pete, and well, you'll see what happens.
Footage we got Heroes. Oh, Heroes Con. It's another one I hear is a really good show. I bought a bunch of stuff from Third Eye.
$5 boxes right here.
Definitely bought a bunch of stuff from Third Eye. This is where I got all those $5 variants there. Oh, look.
Easy, OG.
Did you find anything? I'm recording.
This is Madison.
I didn't want to bother.
I'll be swinging back around.
Just walk right up this place.
Well, he was digging, so I figured I'd say hello.
It's easy. Got to meet him yesterday. There's Third Eye. Looping around. We got still more cosplayers. We got Batman.
It's weird, like the cosplayers just standing around.
$2 books today. Sound like High Republic
like
1 for some reason.
That's what they do.
Like a New York Times, like we're going to put on the show.
I did a circle.
Dude, in Detroit, they have a whole group of spider characters, and
I did a circle.
all the alleys and they start posting.
Blocking the aisle.
We go in through here.
I like everything about it.
And I think I recognize that guy.
All right, stop right there. So you see, okay, so time out. So you see what's going on there? This is what happened. This is how.
Oh, there you are. Hey, I didn't even notice you. I didn't even notice you when I was panning.
All the people that give me a hard time, Pete has caught me in the natural thing. So I actually have a video of me coming through, but I do not want to play it because these 2 people stopped me in the middle. You guys always make fun of me having my clipboard and everything else. This young man and his young son, they stopped me in the middle of this and going, while I'm recording, and go, oh, hey, that looks cool. Does it record well? And I'm like, I mean, what am I going to say? Like, hey, I'm recording. Like, please stop. So I was like, no, it actually records pretty well, and blah, 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 and this is what it is. And they kept asking more and more questions. Then the kids started asking me about like where anime stuff was on the floor. Never met these people before in my life, mind you. So he's like, hey, I was like, oh, do you mean the books, the manga books or whatever? He's like, no, anime, like, or whatever he was asking. And then he had said some word that either had to do with anime and manga, and I recognized the word. And I said, oh yeah, if you go down this aisle and then 3 over, and Dom's over there going, hey Marco, and I'm like, okay, yeah. So if you go down, it looks like I'm saying hi to Dom, and then actually pointing. If you go down this aisle here, and you take 2 lefts, and then you take a right down towards the last one, that's where you'll find what you need. So there you go.
Well, I think he's around here. So.
Hey, look at this guy over here.
Marco, and it is the Spider-Man meme.
And then in the meantime, this dude in the Scarecrow thing just like started following us too around. And then when we got into this, he's like, I think he just wanted to jump into people talking. Or I don't know why he was following us either. Because he was.
What was his point?
If you actually look where he was off of Pete's screen, but he was also in that corner when I was talking to that guy and his kid. I don't. So it's supposed to be way better.
Look at this guy. All right, that is not that guy. What's going on, Pete? What are you doing?
I'm filming just like this.
It's no big deal getting interrupted, except for the part of the interruption is when we're all supposed to pull the Spider-Man thing, dude. So it is when like the moment, like I couldn't be rude and just be like, "Hey, I'm about to do some stupid Spider-Man thing," and you two are about to ruin it.
Everybody's got a little bit of filming going on.
I ran into Yeezy too over by third eye, so I just said, I'll be back.
Yeah, it was right over there. Let's go over to see Yeezy real quickly. But it's been a good day. I think Thursday we did some killer digging as far as over at Earl's and
That looks so cute.
did you guys
Oh, I 100% want, dude. It was so hot.
No.
It was so hot.
Switching out their variants. I don't know.
It was so hot in there that,
Yeah,
like,
I came from this way.
usually,
switching
for
out
those
the
people that don't know,
variants.
like,
People are really excited about it.
if you're standing for hours, especially the older you get, like,
there's more vendors out this year.
my wonderful outfit is compression pants, but you can't walk as a male. Compression pants just around. We're not girls.
What I missed?
You can't just have compression pants walking around the floor. So you got to put something over it. But it was like, look at that guy. He's in shorts. It was so hot.
It was hot. I showed like Friday. I came with pants and jeans on. Saturday I wore shorts.
Yeah, I mean, it had gotten to a point where it just was like too sweaty and everything else. I actually ripped the seats right off my hoodie.
Lower print Marvel run stuff, especially for the Battle World, Secret Worlds type stuff. They got the 1 in 25s and for $5. Why not?
Yeah. They're 30% off over there.
You see that guy too?
You know, some of these guys do it where it's like daily 30.
Behind us while we were taping and just start talking on our thing and follow. Which is kind of fun.
Did you find anything, Tom?
Nah, you know what? I'm looking around. I'll probably maybe purchase something down the rabbit hole when I do fall down it. Once I buy something, you know, it's always...
Yeah, the seal is broken at that point.
I saw 2 pop walls over there. I was surprised.
Well, you know what it is? I look at the pop walls. I'm not interested in the pop walls because all the stuff that I like, I have.
Yeah.
So I really don't care about the...
yeah.
You know, and then they have outrageous prices for the thing.
There's
like,
that too.
It's that much? Oh, shit.
And plus, pops aren't easy to carry around like around this place. You put it in your bag, they're going to get all crunched up.
Exactly. That's why you have to bring protectors with you. And you put them in the protectors, and they usually do.
See, there you go. Collector's tip for you.
There you go.
I was surprised at how small it was this year.
Oh, yeah. They usually have a huge booth.
Yeah, see,
Am I going to purchase a big comic book purchase?
I don't know. Are you? I know Comic Man Andy was considering one.
I know. Oh, this is smaller packs. I have all those, and that's actually the overseas one. That's the counter. It shouldn't be that much money. Yeah. But that little 14 plus, that's from China, Japan and China.
It's Tom criticizing their prices in front of them.
You gotta be careful because people
literally telling them that they have overpriced
it's real, but it's not the American one.
Yeah.
That guy just waved right from my camera. See that? Go back to that. This is the stuff I put up with.
China, Japan.
Watch this kid in the red.
It's Tom criticizing their prices in front of them.
You gotta be careful because people selling comics.
Right here, he's coming around the corner. He's like, David, watch this.
It's real, but it's not.
Oh yeah. Like, what are you doing, dude? He took his lollipop off.
Well, it's just like I bought my son a bunch of minifigs. They're not real minifigs, but yeah, for the price, he was gonna play with them, not collected them.
Oh, there. Hey, that was a good booth. Right to the left there, that was Kevin's booth. Steve from Kentucky. Do you remember that?
I don't know, Kevin.
He's muted. Steve's muted.
I think that's where I found Steve.
Yeah, I wound up buying a lot of stuff from him. I bought an X-Men #9, CGC 4.0, I think.
Yeah, he actually clearanced out all his slabs at the end of the con. Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Did he have trades? Is this where I found?
Yeah, I bought a bunch of trades.
That's where you were digging. I found you digging through trades.
That's right. Yeah,
I was gonna say this looks like the spot where I found Steve when I was walking around.
I think every day it went down. Like it was like full price on Thursday, 20% off on Friday, 30% off on Saturday, and I think by Sunday it gets to 50% off. But whatever. I don't think I've walked this far yet. Oh, what happened? Did I screw this up?
Much money on stupid minifigs.
Did you guys hear what Jim Lee was doing yesterday?
No.
He was like doing a sketch.
Oh,
anything that was giving it away? Yeah.
Somebody mentioned the sketch. It was like for it was for a charity. I think he gave the sketch away or something.
Flash from Daddy Dave.
Or auctioned or whatever.
Did you do a Batman sketch?
I don't know what it was. I wasn't there.
Oh man.
Yeah. So what Jim Lee did, Steve. Do you want to take this one, or he was sketching and asking? Did you see it? Were you by his booth while I was doing this?
No, not at all.
So he was sitting down. And he wasn't even taking. He was letting people sign up for commissions a little bit, but he wasn't like really doing anything. And his commission books fill real fast. So while he was doing that, he was sketching and like just talking and telling stories. And then he made 2 sketches, and one he auctioned off for charity, but the other one, that was the one Pete was talking, the other one he started asking like questions. Like it was kind of like he gave it away for free, but you had to do something for. So the first one, I can't remember what it was, but I do know what ended up taking it. So the second one was if you had an article, like he'd be like, well, it was more like the 5th one. He would say, like, let's say, does anybody here have purple hair with attached to a dog with something else? And it'd be like something really random. Finally got to like, what is the rarest? Yeah, what is the rarest Baltimore Orioles logo you have on something? And it turned out that it was a dog collar chain thing that had it on it. And that's what ended up winning it. And that person got his sketch. So that was kind of cool. Kind of cool that he's just giving away free stuff like that. So,
well, Jim Lee's a good dude. Like my buddy, he did like a signing out in California. He brought his actual portfolio that he drew, and Jim Lee signed it for him. Like, hey, good.
They're swords, just like every con.
Oh, you muted the video.
Yeah,
some of these are real swords there.
Well, you know what the fucking thing is that a lot of cons they ban you bring worweapons. Like if you have a sword that matches.
Oh yeah, for your cosplay.
It's got to be freaking rubber.
Oh look, this is a random like blaster here, just sitting on the corner.
Yeah, right. Hey, that's pretty cool.
That's what happens when you don't make those crafters and stuff pay as much as they make us pay for booths.
Yeah, I don't know.
They just don't show up.
No, I didn't go down this end yet.
My wife is sitting someplace.
Oh, is she?
Yeah,
taking a break?
Yeah, she's not feeling well.
Well, it was a long night.
Long night, but also not feeling well.
Hey, okay, let's get that part out.
Yeah. It's perfect, Dom. We don't need.
Jesus, Dom, you're on camera, Mo.
Uh-oh.
Jesus, Dom. Hey, look, there's Fat AOA.
Quick walk because it is much more crowded today than it was yesterday.
It's Saturday, everybody's off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were trying to act like this was Friday,
but I was
too
busy
this is supposed to be us
meeting people and
randomly. We did a terrible job.
digging.
Yeah, we should have done this on Friday. It was a lot emptier on Friday.
Dude, I love this guy's setup. He 0 fucks given. It's always bowing. It looks like it's always going to fall. He tried to do originally the PVC P wall. Then he did the PVC with like the track wall, but then he just took rubber bands and shit and just started tacking shit to the wall. Like, and he's here every year. And these comics and arts. He's here every year.
Yeah, that's
and it's funny because he's like,
I got invited.
He says he's from New York, but I think technically he's from New Jersey.
Yeah, it's like North Jersey.
Huh?
It's North Jersey.
Yeah, and he tries to do a thick accent whenever he haggles with you. Hey, well, what do you think the deal should be then? Come on, guy.
Anyone in North Jersey above Trenton basically does a New York accent.
Yeah, you know you won't buy these. I've actually bought some good books off of him before. But like the haggling thing is like, okay, dude, this is how much I'm gonna pay. Oh, come on, man. You try to rob my kid's got to eat, and then you're like, okay, see you later, bud. No. Don't go nowhere. We can make it work. Yeah, come on, man. Buddy, we want some pizza? What?
Yeah. No, you guys have all seen a globe or a map. You see, New Jersey's a very small state.
This is the one I was talking about.
Central. There's no central. It's North Jersey, which is New York. South Jersey is Philly. That's it.
Yeah.
Like there's only 2. There's no middle. And I know she can hear me. There's no central.
Yeah. Okay. They are fun. And when they do have the thing with them too, though, is when they bring in supplies, they charge like almost what they buy them for. So like, I'm talking like My Lights and stuff like that. So they never have any left there. I think they make $1 off of every bag. And it's just like,
well, maybe they're trying to help people out.
Like, I check it out. Dom shoes. Hold on now. What's this guy mean mugging Dom for?
Which guy? In the chair?
No. Not the guy in the chair. Here, watch. To the right. Yellow. Not that guy.
You said
that
yellow.
Guy I accidentally pushed. Right here. Watch. Look at that guy. What does he need mugging Dom for?
Maybe Dom touched his butt.
Lots of creators still right here. A lot of people selling knickknacks and.
Yeah, keep going. You saw the new figures that dropped?
Going this way? Going that way.
You saw the new figures that dropped?
No, not yet.
They dropped Malik. They dropped Malik.
Oh yeah, Dom told me about all the Hasbro.
Hasbro Pulse. Malik, what's the face? Who's married to Revan? What's the name? What's the name?
Shabba.
Yeah, her. Also, Dr. Afra, a new Dr. Afra comic
this
book.
This is one cool thing that they do.
Oh,
Baltimore, they
comic accurate. That's true, Joe.
They set up beside a big case section instead of like making it some random ass place off the floor that you can never get to and everything else. They have it literally like on the floor in a pretty decently big size section. So that's really cool.
With the overcoat.
Right now? That's cool. No, I didn't see him yet. We'll have to talk about him on Sunday.
Yeah.
I got a question for
Hopefully, Wayseeker has time to go and grab stuff for us since we are all locked up here. Watch out, we don't bump into the Dalek. See, that's Doctor Who for you, Marco. That's a Dalek.
Hey,
I thought that was like Space Mystery Time.
That Disney Plus overseas is gonna show Doctor Who episodes?
Yeah.
I will educate him one of these days.
Well, it's not even overseas. Like, I don't know. What was it? Sticks cleared it up for me. He was saying something about it. It's outside of the UK, and
but that's still kind of huge. If Disney is showing that, I mean,
yeah, it's going to expand the reach.
Yeah.
Be more Doctor
I like
Who
it.
fans. You watch.
To the right. This right. We got this.
2010 got me on board.
Doesn't feel like getting lost.
Going to get a lot more.
We could do some stickers and stuff. I'm telling you, I got all kinds of stuff here.
That's the one thing I can honestly say.
Skylander books. Teddy bears for some reason.
You get everything: patches, stickers, pins.
Yeah, you got like little books here. You got T-shirts over there. I'm giving you guys motion sickness as I turn the camera all around.
Everybody makes fun of me, right? Oh, y'all make fun of me.
I never said it was easy. Doesn't mean you can't criticize, so we both do better.
Usually fresher cans, not impressions.
There were so many like independent creators, like with
Trish and Tony Fleece doing their stuff.
There's nobody in her line?
No, okay, so there wasn't. No, they just left. We actually kind of cut in front of people.
Yeah, they were crowded like most.
Oh, okay.
Like
every time I went,
people got a hold of them quick. She actually, they did really well. She had one of those, Bird City like.
Yeah, the Mario, the original Mario.
She sold that thing for like $500, like within her sitting down within an hour.
Wow. Yeah, she was showing a bunch of sketches she was doing, getting ready for the con too.
But this is another thing too. Like you could tell how are they now? I know they're in a row. So the Ringo Awards were, and we'll talk about those later. Were on. So they were in Ringo Award row. So like all these people were up for an award or something like that in this area. It was weird to find it because it was listed poorly. But like how Image doesn't give them. You know, like even like this, Image should have done something for them. Image wasn't really there, but they should have done something for them.
Well, you can see all the white covers, like those were all like original sketches she did on blank.
Yeah, dude. She's selling a lot of her own stuff. So
her own, and then Tony was on the other side, like
Tony's
on
right
the
over
other
there.
half of the table. So they were splitting their little booth. But yeah, they had some good stuff there. It's just
they were up for best comic book series of the year, and they got this is and actually technically I shouldn't say this. They only had one table there originally. And when me and Tony got there on Friday morning before the show opened, he's like, "What the heck?" And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "There's only one table here." So then they brought another table out that didn't have like anything on it. Like they just brought a full out. So I was like, "Oh no." So we ended up stealing somebody else's table and giving it to him. That was properly done. So whatever. I mean, he's like,
you just traded it out.
Huh? Yeah, we just traded. That's right. We traded
it. Yeah, right.
That's all we did.
There was like one or there were actually there was like
it was
one
Arthur's site
show up,
so he didn't mind.
Oh, he loves me. He doesn't care. I actually helped him get on a plane at one time, so he loves me.
Like, was it Frankie's? I remember seeing Frankie's had a spot, but there was nobody there. Like,
I heard Frankie's wasn't there. Somebody said
I mean, there was like a spot that had like a name on it. There's nothing.
Oh
there.
yeah. They had a couple of people were like that. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple no shows. So yeah, take their table.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that, but Friday morning you don't know.
I know Friday morning.
Good. You've been busy. Good.
You're just being a pirate.
I forgot to go back. I went back to kind of go through the box.
Yeah, they've been doing
She did really well. That's nice. And Tony did too. Tony was doing a lot of stuff. Then they had
I do love the horror homages.
I like those. They're really good. All right, so that's what we got. Well, I'll try to shoot some more stuff today. I'll be here today, tomorrow. Dom, you're going to be involved. I'm not going to be here really today and tomorrow that much.
Definitely.
I will be here tomorrow.
Tomorrow for a short time, and then we have to head back.
I might try to do another video, recap video. Hold on one second. Wait, that's a good angle. I like that angle.
Yeah, we get you guys get the close-up beard. It makes me look taller if being in the foreground.
Dude, this statue, they had these.
See, I get that Lord of the Rings action, so you get that forced perspective. Oh, there's some collectibles and toys. Dom's digging in.
In Detroit, these guys had. Oh, there it is. Look at that center. Look at the center.
Oh, right here.
I think it's that was really cool.
I was trying to zoom in, like with you do on your phone, but on the GoPro, apparently that doesn't work.
Closer.
I still need to learn how my GoPro works.
I think it's a different button. I still don't know how to use this thing right.
All right, I'm going now. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yep.
So that was a little bit of us. That was us trying to do a fun video where we were also trying to, and none of it worked out well. We forgot that we were supposed to be acting like we were all there on Friday. We actually sat there on Saturday. Yeah.
You think that's bad? Cool. I thought I took 2 more videos. Apparently, I filmed the inside of my backpack because I was recording when I was thinking I was not recording, and it was opposite. I did like Pam from the office.
Tall. Yeah, Dom's tall. I mean, he's all of 6'3". You know, he's not short, dude. He's not short, dude.
I'm 6'3".
Yeah, 6'2", 6'3". Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, he's taller than me.
Did you notice that Pete never stood next to us when he was taking a picture?
That's all right. I've told people how tall I am. I'm not embarrassed. I'm short.
I thought it was so cool seeing y'all together. That was really dope.
No, it was fun, man. It really was.
It really
that
was.
Looks
good.
fun.
It was good seeing everybody. I love seeing Dom. I love meeting Steve.
We got
meeting Marshall, obviously.
That's so dope. Steve, yeah, man. I was smiling my entire time, man.
You know, Yee and Sleepy, meeting Sleepy and TJ, and it was great just meeting people. Like people I had conversed with like through chats and like Google Plus Day. Like
we had a whole crew. Sue showed up from the old Google Plus days. I hadn't seen him in 7 years. It was really cool. Let's answer this question.
Joe Sway, like seeing Joe, like
Joe Sway. He was at one of my all of a sudden I'm chilling and I get a text. It's like, I'm showing up to your dinner. And I was like, do you understand? It's not at Phillips, it's at Morton's. He's like, yep. Next thing I know, Joe Sway's big ass. And I'd lost all my phone number, so I didn't know who was texting me. And Joe Sway's big ass fucking comes walking in. He's like, what's up? Can we get a seat? I was like, I don't know how many more. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Let's put another one in. Put another shrimp on the Barbie.
That's right. You took him down your end. You took him down your end so you can see the front door.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like when you look at legs, what does legs say? Is 6'6"? He's really like 6'5".
Legs tall. All I know is he's a shit ton taller than me.
Yeah, he's like 6'5", I think. And Dom's like when he's next to Dom, he's only like a couple inches taller than Dom. So yeah, I mean Dom's tall. He's tall.
I don't know if Dom's 6'3". I think
he's 6'3". Go ask him.
Well, I can ask him, but I'm more 6'1".
Oh, I mean, he was like, I don't know. Go put the video back up.
Yeah, he was taller than the two of us.
Yeah, he's taller than us. 5'11". That dude's 6'.
I'm short.
See, I get that Lord of the Rings action, so you get that forced perspective. Oh, there's some collectibles and toys. Dom's digging in.
In Detroit,
so I'm 5'11". Pete, I think is 5'6"?
6,
5'4".
Yeah.
5'6", 5'4".
Don't give me 4.
I don't know.
Give me my 6.
I'm 6 even. Wow.
Yeah.
I like to do a pratfall at the artist table. kind of like a Chris Farley
Oh,
thing.
dude.
You know,
that
Chris
works. Farley, so you draw a lot of attention to yourself, or like Chevy Chase, where you try to play it off.
So typically there will be like you either wait in a line that's not too big. It depends on who you're trying to see. Some people sell pre-tickets. Some people like who was there? Was it Simon that was there that everybody lined up before he wasn't even at the table?
Simonson had a
Simonson was there, and people the first thing they did, they would go straight over there and line up.
Because he was given, I think he was given free sketches, from what I heard. Like he had done that before, and I think he might have been doing it again. So people were lining up to get free remarks and sketches on stuff. But yeah,
but if it's somebody else, some of them won't even charge. If you can, I don't know if Trish was charging for SIGs, to be honest with you. Some of them will charge for remarks. So if you want like a little sketch and a SIG, they'll charge you like $5-10.
Do you remember when we went by the Cursed Pirate Girl, Jeremy Bastion's?
Yeah.
Booth? And he told us like what he does. Like I had no idea. Like he doesn't work on like the oversized 11 by 17, like the Bristol boards, like the big stuff. He works on the same size as the actual book with fine detail. Have you seen his art?
Stop knocking Pete's height.
It's detail as shit.
Yeah.
And really he told me, he's like, yeah, Page could take him 2 weeks, but that's how he works. Like, that's his speed. Like he does what he does.
So everybody does it a little different, and everybody charges a little different. If you want the big time people, you better get there. You better find somebody with a pass that can get you in before the door opens, and then as soon as the door says they're open, you act like you're not a vendor and you run first in there, because there will be vendors that will try to
Simonson and Leguizamo on Saturday had the biggest lines that I know.
Guys, stop making fun of Pete's shortness, dude. But yeah, so that's it.
I don't care. You can make fun. I don't take offense to it. It's reality. I'm short.
A lot of people will sign their own stuff. There are some people who are dicks about it. Namely, Leinfeld's a piece of shit about signing stuff. Some guys have been bitter though, so you can't really take it out on them. Like there's a time period where everybody was like,
some of them they do charge more. Like if they charge more if you do the like the signature series and stuff. Like even Frank Cho, like I noticed, like Cho on his booth, he's like, yeah, SIGs or whatever, and then it's like if you CGC, it's $30. Like,
yeah. Well, that's because that was like, when was that? Was that 2017 when everybody started getting into it? Because there was guys that were sitting there. Who was it? It was one of the old Marvel writers that would do X-Men. And
Fabian Nizia?
No. He's one of the, not writers. I think he's one of the artists, but he used to just sign everything. And then all of a sudden he didn't fucking know what was going on because there was this asshole who just had 2 stacks and you're supposed to donate money. And he donated $5. He used to sign for like, shit, you could give whatever you want to charity. And after that, he was like,
Perez did the charity thing.
Perez did charity thing too, but it wasn't. No, it was like Clement or somebody. It was like, maybe it was Clement. It could have been Clement. I can't remember who it was, but it was somebody that
Claremont.
Yeah, Claremont. Yeah.
Well, that was writer. Okay, I can see.
Oh, writer. It was somebody there, and they used to just do it for donations. It wasn't a big deal. And then some dude was like, he's like, what the hell is this?
Dave
and then
Cockrum. No, it wasn't Cockrum.
Somebody told him like, oh, they grade it and then they resell it because like he was like, and the person only gave $5. He was so fucking pissed after that. He was like, don't bring any of these people over here anymore. And then he caught somebody the very next con. He caught a signature series guy in it because they were trying to like pass it off. And then somebody explained to him what it was. So now he was the first guy to do that. And then Frank got pissed at the same shit.
Who's this guy standing next to you?
Yeah. So oh man. So like sometimes they're bitter, but for most people, especially the newer ones now, I think like a Trish, let's say, for that, I'm not sure if she charges $5 or $10 or whatever, but it's usually if you have her book, she'll charge in chat. But usually if you can buy something they have, they'll give it to you for free. And you just ask, just say like, hey, most people don't pull it, but Neil Adams did.
Yeah, see,
but,
I'm not like a signature guy. So like the signature series, the getting the CGC guys, that's not for me. I don't have anything opposed to getting a signature if I want to. Like,
he's asking a question though. He's asking how you get it for that. As far as sketches go, like some will have a sketch list, so they'll have a list where you've got to get there and they'll let it fill up. So if they're for a weekend, depending on what size the sketch is, they'll usually do like 1 or 2 big pieces and they'll do like half quarter. It depends on what they sign up on their sketch sheet. So like they'll have a notebook. Bigger artists will have 2 people. Okay. and by bigger artists, I'm talking like Frank Cho. I'm talking Donnie Cates. I'm talking like that type of level, not who's not like anybody underneath that doesn't have it. But usually they'll have somebody next to them, and that's the person you talk to. They have a handler. Like if you watch the Creighton Klein video, his handler is that lady. That's who his handler is. So you talk to her. She has a notebook, and
the Black Flag guy's ex-wife or wife,
whatever they are. But that's his handler. So you go to the handler. The handler signs you up for everything. They tell you when to come back, how to meet him, or what you're going to do, and that does it.
Yeah. They figure they got slots, so like they're going to be here for a weekend. So it's like, all right, we can do 2 full bodies, 2, half, waist up, whatever.
And then a lot of those, depending on how they set up, like depending on who it is. If you get somebody who likes to party a lot, you're not getting your sketch back. You're just not. But if it's not an artist,
I'll mail it to you later.
There's guys that'll leave like 2 hours to go in the con. They'll go to their room and all they'll do is eat dinner and finish your sketches. That's becoming rarer and rarer. More and more people now are getting drinks. Like that was the other thing. I could not believe how many of these artists and writers go there out of line. AOA, I'm giving you a warning, out of line. But I couldn't believe how many of these artists and writers go there and they just don't they don't have their meals picked up. You know what I mean? They're not getting free drink. Like it's beyond.
Well, it's even like you said, like you were making fun of me with the Frank Miller thing. Like we made arrangements. Like Frank Miller,
Frank Miller's handler didn't make arrangements.
They didn't make a fucking reservation for him to eat dinner. Like so, he had to go and wait at the bar until there was a table free.
Yeah. For people that didn't know, so we went to Morton's. Steve was there, and a couple of the boys were like taking pictures of Frank Miller's butt.
I did upload this, so we have this.
Good. Let's see it. That's us. Yeah.
Oh, that is so cool.
So Pete tells us like a couple minutes ahead of time, like, "Hey, everybody!" So that's Journey into Comics is to the left. The guy that owns the comic store. Pete obviously up front. Sean Leggett there. Pinky's out. He made us all do Pinky's out. That is Sleepy John. That is myself in the middle. That's TJ. That is Joe. Not Joe Sway, the other Joe, and that is Steve
Joe Sway showed up later, and he sat next to Marco. Between Marco,
this is supposed to be a table for 6, by the way.
Yeah, I made it happen.
We had 8.
We're already at 8. We end up getting up to 11. So
some of us had to sit on each other's laps. I mean,
hey, stuff got wild.
No problem.
I've seen enough. The next time y'all do that.
Dude, we had to go to Morton's because it did get out of hand. There was like 24 people trying to get into the dinner that night. So we were like,
all right, well, we're making it expensive.
We'll go someplace a little bit more expensive.
That's insane.
So those guys were taking. So where they were sitting, all of a sudden I see like, put that picture back up.
You want it back? All right.
Yeah. Dirty Martini, Grey Goose. Thank you very much, BK. So the guy with the bald head next to Sean,
my hand.
Pete, they're all taking, like, I see them, and all of a sudden they're like taking pictures over their shoulder, right? You can get the picture down. So they're all doing this right here. They're taking pictures over the shoulder. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? And I'm like, what are you guys doing? And Sleepy's like, we're taking pictures of Frank Miller. Look. And I'm like, well, why don't we go up and meet him instead of you guys taking pictures of him, right? So I get up and I start walking. And Steve's like, Steve Horns is the same way. Like, he knows a lot of these dudes too. So he's like, sure, I'll fucking go. So I'm up out of my chair, taking him there, and those 3 guys maybe like 4 of the 5 guys got up, and they faked me out. They got up out of their chair, and I turn around and I'm like, hey, okay, guys, whatever you do, don't. And I look, and they must have gone right back down, because I was going to tell them, like, hey, no selfies, no whatever. You're just going to say hi real quickly, get introduced, and we're going to go back. They already went back to the table. So then I went back to the table, and then I was like, I was going to invite them over, but since you guys did that, whatever. That was a cool night. We got to see a lot of people.
That was a lot of fun.
It was very fun.
All right, it'll make it easier if I do this.
No, are you putting in the picture of the butt?
No, not the picture. Well, it's not his butt. It is his back, but it's not his butt.
Dude, whatever makes you feel better at night. But it was good because, like, with that too, a lot of those guys got to pair off, and they kind of knew each other, like Pete said, from talking online. But they kind of didn't know each other.
When we were waiting, yes. Way
See, that's what they were doing. That's what these motherfuckers were doing. It was so fucking embarrassing.
That's
fucking embarrassing.
The hat. I just did it real quick because I was drinking.
Hey, look at the guy behind you. Look at the guy behind you right here, right in the middle, smirking at you too.
Because he thought I was taking a picture of him.
Nah, it was so fucking embarrassing. If it wasn't Pete, I would have. I did yell at the table about that. I was like, no more cameras. We're not taking pictures anymore, guys. We're not doing that here. You can have your own.
Nobody noticed what I was doing.
Yeah, the guy behind you did. He was fucking laughing at you too.
No, he was laughing at you guys being loud about whatever the hell you guys were talking about.
We were pretty loud.
You guys were loud. It was a rowdy table.
It was. We were a little bit rowdy. That was.
We were pretty. We were pretty quiet on my end.
Well, we were pretty. Okay, so there's two parts. Okay, time out. Time out. There's two parts that caused our rowdiness. One, we all haven't seen each other in a while, or not at all. Number two, the one person in this comic book life that absolutely despises me happened to show up to that restaurant. And as we were walking up to get our God, it sounds like my mic's cracking. As we're walking up to get our reservation, me and Pete walk to do the reservation, and he comes with his little peon, sees me, turns, looks at Pete, goes, "Motherfucker," turns around and starts walking, and he walks right back out the door. Yeah, but he wasn't me. And Pete looks at him and goes, "Huh?"
Not because of me.
No, not because of you. No. Oh no, it's 100% because of me. He tried to run me over with a truck.
Yeah, the motherfucker wasn't for me.
Yeah, he looked at me. Yeah, he goes, "The motherfucker," turns around, goes out the door, and Pete's like, "That dude just motherfucked you." I was like, "The one dude that will, it's that guy," and he no right. He has no human right to do it, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me that he still does it to this day. And he is the worst. All these people who troll people about how bad you are for comics, how bad, even when they troll, whatnot is what it is. But anybody even involved in that is not as bad as this human being has been and is to comics. He is just the lowest of the low human beings there is. No, the lowest of the low. The reason why he almost hit me with the truck was because he tried to steal from an old man, and I literally just showed.
He's trying to get away.
Huh?
You caught him.
He's trying to get away.
Yeah, so no, I didn't. I just showed the old man a picture on the internet of the guy in an article. And I said, "Just want to let you know, this is who the guy is that's trying to buy your son's collection off of you after you've told him for the third time that you're not going to sell anything for him." The guy looked at the phone, read the article. What's wrong, Steve?
I'm just I totally missed this.
To be fair, he's not in the picture.
He's not in the picture.
But I believe he's
at the bar. So he eventually gets to the bar. Did you hear that?
Oh, yeah. I think I know. Okay.
Yeah. That was the one where the boys start hooting. The boys start hooting and hollering at him. They start hooting and hollering. Come on, we got something to tell you. We got something to tell you. Yeah. Yeah. So then the boys start hooting and hollering at him. So this guy, he did that, and we were in Podunk, Ohio, and the guy got pissed. Now, this is the third interaction we've had, which has not gone well. As much as I talk here, I'm a very nice guy. I don't threaten to knock you out unless you deserve to get threatened to knock out. He doesn't. He's been threatened. So
he didn't threaten.
The guy hands me back the thing. He says, "Thank you very much." He turns to the guy and says, "You're not allowed to come by me anymore. Please don't." And the dude's like, "I got problems. And I whispered to the old man, I was like, "We're also here. So if you need us, just turn around." And the old man goes, "And that guy right there will take care of you and escort you out if you need it." And the dude was fucking pissed. So he got in his Penske truck. And back then I used to smoke heaters, and I was out smoking a heater, and the dude aimed the Penske truck he saw me. He aims it at me. And I thought he was just fucking around. Okay, I get it. But he can't drive. He's from New York and he can't drive. So all of a sudden I'm looking at it and I'm like, "Okay, dickhead, whatever. And he's coming, and he's now he's 100 feet out. And I'm like, "Oh shit. This dude legit ass is going to hit me." And Sleepy grabs my shoulder, pulls me back. The dude squeaks by. His mirror hits me. And I'm like, "All right, dude. See you when I see you." And,
wow.
This is the guy who dresses like a magician, right?
Yeah.
A little bit like a magician. He kind of
know who we're talking about. You know who we're talking about.
Kind of looks like in Men in Black when they're like, "Oh, they're not aliens." I'm like, "Yeah, they're the aliens."
This dude might be an alien. I have more stories about that dude, but yeah, that guy, that's not the first altercation. So then that was why the whole table was screaming at him, our end of the table, because Sleepy was there for that. TJ was there for the other incident.
I thought it was because of the guy with the Zubaz pants. You guys are
no, that's not who they were screaming at. They were screaming at.
Well, he was
the C guy. The guy with his name starts with C. Yeah, no, that's who they're screaming at.
But he was with Zubaz.
No, because then Zubaz was there, and then he thought, but they didn't get a table either. None of those guys.
Well, because you guys were mad because I said they told me no hats and no hoodies. because that's what they told me.
Yeah, Pete, tell him how good of a time you had meeting Marco in person. It is a show. To be honest,
it looks entertaining as hell, man.
It is.
It was an absolute treat.
Dude,
my god,
dude! Half the shit we can't even tell on the air. It's crazy. Like
it was a treat. I mean, apart from the con time and then after con time, I mean, yes, we spent like 4 hours in Morton's, but then when we went, it was even after we tried to get into a bar that wouldn't let us. The power plant? They were like, no, it's 1 o'clock.
Power plant, yeah.
Like, we're not letting anybody in now. We're closing at 2. Like, we're not letting you in. And then we're all decided to go home. And then I get lost on my way home. And then Marco calls. He's like, where are you at? I'm like, actually, I don't know because I got lost. And then I happened to be on a street that he was on. And then we found ourselves at that bar that they talked about on Thursday with Christine.
At that bar with Christine again, hooting and hollering.
Not Sabaro, but whatever it's called.
And it's full of a bunch of people that I have no clue who they are, but like at one point are telling people, like standing on the top, going, listen here. You have 5 minutes to order as many beers and shots as you can. You will tip well, and you will not order mixed drinks, or we're tossing you out. It's being point. And Pete's just sitting there, and I was like, I will toss a motherfucker out of any bar at this point. I'm ready to go because she was nice enough to not only give me 1 drink. I mean, then I got a couple more drinks or whatever. But like,
it was I sat out the last round. You got another round, but after me.
But that's fun. Like, and then we just keep meeting up. So like. We do these things where like, and then I wish Andy was still here because, well, that night too, the next night we were supposed to meet up. Pete, did you come out with us that? Steve,
no,
you were at Morton's with us.
I was only
Steve
there.
Steve doesn't go out for extra drinking with us though. Steve was only there
Friday night because it's my hometown, and you know, I've been tamed, so you know.
Yeah. No, so but Steve was really cool because he would, and then he would be there every morning. But the next. So then that day,
if we can do this again next year, I'm up for more than just the one night. And hey, I had an extra.
As long as it's not Halloween, I'll stay the whole time.
What? Pete, what?
I did. I only wanted the king side because I was ordering the room for myself, and they gave me 2 queens. I'm like, well, I don't need the other bed. I guess that's why I'm putting my luggage.
BK, if your mom would allow you to leave the house, you're more than welcome to travel with us too, man. I'm down. Like I get along. I do really get along. I get along with a lot of people. A lot of people. Like
don't let the internet act fool you.
Yeah, no. It's like
Marco is actually a hell of a nice guy.
Thank you.
Don't let the shtick he's putting on fool you.
The anti-DC and all things are bitter. And,
well, I mean, I think that's the biggest surprise when people start meeting people in real life. They're like, there's a lot of people that have internet personalities, and you think like, I mean, Steven said this too. Like, do you not know how to say hi? Like they're not very social. And then for people who said they've been around for a long time, like, dude, I don't care, but like, I'll introduce you to if I know them, you can meet them. And I know a lot of motherfuckers, so you can meet a lot of motherfuckers. So
yeah,
I mean, it's pretty fun.
Like Saturday night, I was sitting there with Andy and his wife, and
no, you don't, BK.
And then you know, it was like Marco was upstairs at the Ringos, and you know, and Marco was like, "Hey, Steve, meet Dinesh," and you know, it's like,
yeah. So
see,
like,
I didn't get to meet Dinesh. I got to meet Adam with the exclamation point.
Adam, well, I like Adam too. Don't get me wrong.
He didn't like me because he wanted me to get back in line to get those books.
Well, I wish I would have introduced you. That like, so that's the big thing.
I'm not getting back in line. I was
like, so I think by Saturday,
post it on Instagram. I'll do it, but I'm not getting back in line.
Nice, dude. Nice indication. So I think by Saturday, a lot of people had finally met each other. So everybody was a lot more like, so you know the Timmy guy, Tommy.
Timmy guy Tommy.
So
Timmy guy Tommy.
Apparently I met that dude too. But like, so I was sleepy at one point. Was like, yo, dude. So Dinesh is going around and doing whatever he's doing. And I say, what's up, Tommy?
Well, you helped him with his original art purchase.
Yeah. So then after he said, he went over there and he was looking at the OE part. So I was like, what's up? And he's like, do you know who this is? I was like, yes, Lauren.
Not OE.
No. Original art. Yeah.
Yeah. Art, not E. I don't know what the fuck art.
OE, Old English. This is like so
54 ounce.
Yeah. So they're negotiating that. I'm helping it out and then helping out a couple other little nitty things that get there. So he's like, "What's up? Do you want to hang out more?" And I was like, "No, I don't really, because I got a couple other things I had to take care of." Because that's for me. I know BK was asking what booth am I in. There's people that give me passes to that, and I help them a little bit too. But I help out like a lot of little things, like a lot of my friends. So, like let's say somebody needs to go to the bathroom, somebody needs a drink, somebody needs to cook up a deal, whatever it is, I go and help them out. So I run around those shit tons.
Marco must have checked on me at least a dozen times.
Yeah.
When I was at Motor City, like my wife wasn't there one of the days, and he like kept checking on me. Hey, you need to go anything? Need anything? That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I do because like
he was waiting for ice for like the first half an hour.
Okay, so there was no. So for those people that don't know, a lot of the people on the floor, the people that are selling stuff to you or our dealers, drink, and the ice machines were all broke down. So like there was an ice problem. So I had to. So like they're like, could you help us? And I was like, yeah, I can get you guys ice. Like
yeah, you put Sleepy on the job, and then
so I put people on the job. He's coming with it, and then that wasn't going to be a good enough work because we needed tons of ice because we needed to supply the floor with ice. So then we made that work out too. We figured out a way to make that work out where they could all get ice. So we're doing the Dinesh thing.
These are the weird little things that happen.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy what people ask for. I've heard some crazy requests on the floor before. But like, dude, it's the end of the year. It's like our party, right? It's the end of the year. It should be fun. Everybody should be having a good time, right? If you're,
I can only imagine what somebody who was actually like really like trying to get something done or really being focused. Like again, when I showed up, I had no plans. I had no expectations. It's like I'm just going. Like I got a press pass, so that shit's covered. Yeah, I'm paying for my hotel room. I don't care. Like I'm not looking for anything in particular. I don't care if I buy I don't care if I buy a single comic. I'm just going, and I'm just going to see who I run into, who I meet, and that's all I was up for. And
I think that's a good. That one and Dayton are probably the two expectations. Yeah, that and Dayton are probably two of the best. But to get back to the Steve story, so then I'm supposed to have dinner with Andy, but I'm getting there early because of the deal that I put down. The guy who Lauren wanted me to have a drink in Wharton's, and Dinesh wanted to hang out, and everybody wanted to do it all at the same time. And I was like, yeah, I can't. So I go instead, and I skip out on everybody. Sorry, guys. I was going to skip out on you. But I go to find Andy, and Andy's not there. Andy stood me up. Him and his wife stood me up. I'm like, fuck. So I'm walking back, and as soon as I'm walking back, I'm like going to go down to one to deal with to go to Morton's to have the drink, and then I was going to come back up and meet up because we had like 20 people coming that night. It ended up only turning into like 6 of us or something. But when I did that, I ran into Dan Parent, and I said, "Hey, Dan," and he said, "Hey, do you want to talk?" And I was like, "No," because he did something I really don't like. So to one of my buddies had commissioned a piece. Yeah, he commissioned a piece from him. He actually commissioned a series piece. Brian Smith. He had commissioned pieces that were horror covers. This is over a year ago. And at Detroit, he got a second one, and they were a horror cover homages. And Dan then liked the ones that he was doing for him and put them in his book of good art to be done. He put a print in of it, which is perfectly fine. You can do that to show your artwork. The problem is he fucking sold it to a fucking store. So he took this exclusive OE art that my buddy had. It was doing a whole series of 8 and sold the motherfucking, they redid like the print and then used the print to resolicit the print on a store exclusive because the guy was like, no, I really like that one. I want that one. But the idea was my friends, they agreed to it. My friend paid the OE and the original art and sketch price, owns the shit, and then's like, fuck it. So when I see Dan, it's almost on site. He could tell I was upset. Luckily, Dinesh was there. So Dinesh goes, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Nothing." Now, that outfit you fucking saw me on that floor with Pete is what I'm wearing because the place I was going to was super low-key cash, right? Like super low-key cash. And Dinesh goes, "Are you going upstairs?" And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Are you going upstairs?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Go upstairs with me." I was like, "No." And he's like, "Well," I was like, "I don't have a ticket." He's
that sounds like a pitch for like,
it's like a West Side Story with like Dinesh and Dan Parent.
Upstairs?
Oh no, Dan Parent then turned around because Dinesh was upstairs. So I was like, "No, I'm not gonna do that," because I can't remember what I said. I actually got to tell you, I was pretty upset at that point. So I was actually kind of rude, and thank God Dinesh didn't take it the wrong way. He's actually a really good guy. So I was like, "No, dude, I'm not." And then he's like, "Come on." So I was like, "All right." I was like, "Look, I don't have a ticket." I don't want to go. He's like, come on, free bar. And I go, I know it's free bar, but like, I don't care. So like we end up going upstairs. So we're upstairs. Now, mind you, I'm looking like a schlub with like fucking shorts and those fucking compression pants on. The great picture that somebody with my face on the shit, backwards baseball hat, no backpack, but still. And everybody in there is dressed to the T's because it's a bank. It's like a. I mean, I think the ticket's $360, $380 per ticket, right?
I don't know, but it's an award ceremony, you know?
Yeah, it's an award ceremony. It expensive shit. So I'm walking up there. Even Dinesh is dressed to the fucking T's, and I'm like, all right, cool. And he's like, well, what do you want to do? I was like, well, I made an excuse because I didn't want to tell him I was going to go drink and then go hang out with other people. So I was just like, I got to go podcast in like 40 minutes. He's like, oh, cool. So he's like, all right, one drink, then we'll go. So we go, we're at the front of the line, whatever. So I was like, what do you want? And then Adam shows up and a couple of his entourage. And I was like, sweet, dude, I can get out of this because his entourage is here. I can just dip, right? It'll be good. So I'm like, what do you want? He's like, I don't know. Just give me a wine. I was like, we're going to do whatever we order. I ordered a Pinot Noir because the rest of the stuff looked like shit. So got a couple Pinot Noirs through 10. He's like, dude, you want me to buy for it? I was like, Dinesh, you're an asshole. You know it's a free bar. So like, so he's like, okay, cool. He's like, so you're coming to dinner. So he's introducing me to his entourage. And he's like, yeah, he's coming to dinner with us. I'm like, I'm absolutely not. Dude, these things they're kind of boring. To be honest with you, they're boring. The keynote speakers are never good. They were doing a Giuseppe thing too, which I'm just like, yo, I hear you, but I'm not about that life, dude. I'm good. So then Dinesh, and this is when I knew Dinesh, but I didn't really know him. This is when I actually was like, this dude's a bad motherfucker. So Dinesh is sitting there and he's bullshitting with his crew. I'm kind of hurrying up on my wine so I can get it done so I can peace out. Like, and all I hear is he calls my name and he's like, hey. He's like, hey, done something else. I said, no, I'm not going to dinner. He's like, oh, okay. And he goes, hey, Mark. And I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. So for those people that don't know.
What happened?
Mark Nathan is the promoter that runs Baltimore Comic Con.
Baltimore, okay.
He also puts on the Summit. He also puts on the fucking Ringo Awards. So Dinesh thought it was funny, and he's like, hey, Mark, have you ever met? And he says what my name is. And Mark, he says, yes. I go, yeah, Dayton, blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, yeah, Mark, good to see you again. I haven't seen you since Dayton or whatever. He's like, yeah, da-da-da-da. Dinesh was trying to say a joke where he was going to introduce me to the dude that runs it because he knew I didn't have a fucking ticket. The problem was Dinesh didn't know that I know the motherfucker that runs it, and the motherfucker that runs it absolutely knows I do not have a ticket to this event.
No,
and I'm dressed like a motherfucker.
Checking the fucking guest list. He's just
Mark Nathan. Yeah, he knows. No.
He knows now if he watches this.
Well, Mark knows. Mark knows. Mark knows. Yeah, Mark fucking knows. He absolutely knows. So like,
oh, he fucking
then
knows.
Mark's wife comes over and they're bullshitting, and Dinesh is like, what's this dating thing? I was like, oh, I'll introduce you to people we'll talk about later, because we knew Mark Nathan always has one story, so he told us the story / joke, which it wasn't really a joke. It was Frank Miller, he's always late, but he was late again, so Mark Nathan had to refund 150 fucking tickets. Oh, okay, well, it was me, but whatever. I mean, that sucks. But the bigger thing that Mark Nathan said that really does suck is that Miller now is like signed exclusively for Fanfare. So he's not going to be going to any other cons besides those ones.
Wait,
which sucks.
Whoa, really?
Which sucks. Yeah, that really does suck. So
the Repop Fan Expo stuff?
No, Repop is different than Fan Expo, right?
Oh, whatever. So he signed to one of them. I can't remember what he signed to. But that was it. Because I was like, oh, it doesn't matter. He'll get, because like Mark Nathan's a good dude. He would have just done makeups for the next year, which would have been no big deal. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal. But then when he was like, because I was like, yeah, well, you just do makeups. And he's like, no makeups. And I was like, no makeups. He's like, yeah, Miller signed an exclusivity deal now because he's got the publishing company. So like,
it's not Fan Expo.
Yeah. So,
that's what I figured, with Marco and his mispronunciation. That's what I guessed.
Was it Fan Expo?
Yeah, Fan Expo.
Who runs Fan Expo?
I don't know.
What did I say? Fanfare? Whatever.
He's good Fanfare.
It's fan some shit.
It's like fucking Marvel fanfare. It's not Marvel fanfare.
Oh, fanfare is a comic shop in Kalamazoo. That's where Andy goes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So the rest of them, we just started introducing people, and that was when I really realized, like, nobody knew
with the Kalamazoo LCS.
I went there, man. I used to work there.
Nobody knew anybody else there. Like, that's the one thing I always find surprising. Like, there's all these people there, and like nobody knows anybody. So then the whole rest of the show, all we did was start introducing to people. In the meantime, my phone's blowing up, and people are like, "You aren't downstairs. I'm leaving." And Steve just goes, "F it." He goes, "You coming down or not?" I'm like, 5 more minutes. Like, I'm trying to get out of it, right? We're like skipping in the drink line now. Now it just become a shit on because he did that.
Then somehow I get put on the spot. They're like, "Here's Fred Van Lente. Hey, Steve, meet Fred Van Lente." And then Marco goes, "What does he write?" I'm like,
"Yeah, because we were doing this stuff."
Armstrong. And then Marco has to like really go. You know, he's like, "And what
people
else?
really read Archer and Armstrong?"
What else?
Yeah, no. So this is what we ended up starting to do. It was actually kind of fun.
Archer and Armstrong, by the way.
Me and him would go around the party and just start introducing each other to other people and introduce it as in like, "Hey, Dinesh, you know this artist, right? Hey, Dinesh, you know this promoter. I heard you were going to go to his show." And like, that's what we started. And he started going like, "Hey, you know who does this?" So when he did the what's his name, I'm like, no, man, I'm bad with artists. And since Steve was there to technically collect me and bring me back downstairs, which thank God he did. But I was like, "Oh, hey, Steve." So I got Steve in on the game too. And then I just went into the dinner. I went into the dinner real quickly, wished a couple friends good luck because I just and they didn't win, but I still wished them good luck. And then I dipped out the other door so he couldn't see me. And then he comes back and checks me out. He's like, "Where are you going? You got to go to the dinner." I was like, no, Adam's here. Take Adam to the dinner. And number 2, I'm missing a lot of people. Steve's here to grab me anyhow. I'm going downstairs. And then he's like, "Okay, well, we'll meet up." And they stayed till the Giuseppe part. Then they came back down looking for us. By that time, we'd already eaten, spent like a couple hours. So then we went over to Pratt. All of us went.
I missed the museum.
The museum?
Yeah.
The Jeppy Museum.
Oh, the Jeppy Museum.
Or as you say, the Giuseppe Museum.
Giuseppe? Okay, that's what I thought he meant.
Yeah, that is what I meant.
Giuseppe.
But yeah, so that happened that night. Well, then it wasn't done there. We met up with a bunch of boys. You know, the high boys were running around everywhere too. It's good to run into James and Jonathan. We had a pretty good group that night.
Yeah. They're popping over soon, right? To join SNS?
What's that?
Well, is James joining SNS or hopping on to SNS?
Oh, yeah, James is joining. That's one of the surprises, but yeah, James is joining SNS.
Well, no, we don't have to surprise people. If people are hanging around for 3 hours.
Oh my God. They'll figure it out anyways.
We can tell them.
Wow.
Yeah. James is joining SNS. Got that all straightened out. Apparently, there was a little snafu that somebody told somebody that me and somebody doesn't get along, and I was like, "Dude, just tell this dude we get along." Worked out. But so then that night we went back.
We all just get along.
I sent him because he came down. We wanted to finish our dinner up. Dinesh came looking for us. Sent Dinesh over to Pratt. Then we went there and hung out. And there, Sleepy was like, "Hey, dude." He's like, "You know, you keep acting like you don't know any of these people, but I saw you talking to Tommy earlier." And I was like, "Who?" He's like, "Tommy." And I was like, "I didn't."
You call him Timmy.
Timmy. Okay. I was like, "Okay, cool. Who's that?" And he's like, the Tom guy, the guy with the glasses and the hair thing. I was like, "Oh, that's cool." He's like, yeah. He's like, "Dude,
I accidentally have one more mystery mail call that'll be opening later this week."
He goes, "You probably
forgot to cancel."
He goes, "You probably just know all these like nerdies and whatever." And I was like, "No, dude, I didn't." I was like, "Where did I meet him?" And it was actually right before that filming of Pete. I was at Third Eye. Apparently, that's where I met that dude. It wasn't. It must not have been much of a conversation. Nothing against the guy. I just don't remember him.
Yeah, I didn't meet him. I didn't. meet Nerdy Girl. I didn't meet. But hell, I didn't even meet Anthony.
Oh yeah. So then Dinesh and them, we split off for everybody like 2:00 in the morning because I really had to get up for a flight, and I tried to go back to.
I still don't know how the hell you made the Star Wars show.
First class, bitch. So that. This is why. Actually, I owe Dinesh one. This is how. So then I'm going back to the hotel that I stay at that very few people know. Sleepy and Steve know where it is, but it's like around the corner, around a bend, a little bit off the way. Nice hotel, just like it's out of the way. And him and Adam are walking with me and Sleep, and I'm like, guys, we're not doing anything. He's like, no, I want to bullshit a little bit longer. I was like, okay. But like, he's like, where are you staying? And I was like, oh shit. So he's like, are you really staying where I'm staying?
That. I was happy staying at the Sheratons, and when we went to Morton's, I'm like, cool, it's downstairs.
Yeah.
I don't have to take time to get ready.
Yeah.
It's just downstairs.
So I was like, you're not staying at this hotel. And he is, because then all of a sudden he charged stuff to his room, like muffins or whatever. So he's like, you mind, we'll sit in the lobby for what we do. Next thing I know, Sleepy's pulling out a bottle of this horseshit liquor. It's Crown Apple.
Oh, Crown Royal Apple?
Yeah. Oh my God.
A buddy of mine likes that.
So we don't have any ice. We don't have anything else. He just starts pouring them in glasses for us. So then we just start bullshitting. And I kind of lose track of time, I guess. But then, like, all of a sudden, like, 6 more people show up, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I really have to go. And he's like, no, I want to introduce you. And then one of the people is like, we should go around the room and say 3 interesting things about ourselves. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's not, this is, what are we, fucking 2?
What are you guys in this
for?
Is this initiation?
No, yeah, I mean, what the fuck was this about? So I go, all right, you want to hear a story? Here's one. And I tell him how Sleepy John got his name. And it's like, Sleepy John got his name because he fell asleep on a park bench in front of a casino on a stripper's lap. So called Sleepy John. And like, they're like, what the fuck? So then it's going around, they're doing this. This girl sits next to me. There's like these 2 girls sitting next. This nice lady sits next to me, whatever. But she's got this fucking haircut, right? Like, it's buzzed and shit. And I was like, oh, how's that haircut working for you? And she's like, good. She's like, good. She's like, you know, I put like spider shit and stuff like that every once in a while, like spider webs and shit. I was like, really? She's like, yeah. I was like, talking about. That's a good look, huh? And she's like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool, fair enough, man. As long as you like, I don't give a shit. So we're going on, and Sleepy's ass is sitting. So it was 4 people sitting pretty spread out around this thing. Now it's like me, these 2 chicks, some other dude, Dinesh, some other dude, Adam, Sleepy, you know, it like got all scrumbled up.
Some other dude,
Now I'm married. Yeah, really. It's also 3:00 in the morning manners, right, dude? I'm trying to get out of here. So I'm married. I don't play those games, whatever. But I'm Sleepy's best wingman because I'll promote him, do whatever I need to. I'll pump him better than a fucking store variant, right? So, so I'm just shooting the shit, whatever. And he's checking, and every time I look at him, he's got like this shit-eating grin on his face. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy smiling? So we go around. They're doing the things. And that thing starts to burn out perfectly because Dinesh was trying to tell a story about Adam. I said, bullshit. You can't tell that. It's not your story, blah, blah, blah. Yelling at him. We get around to the other half. And finally, somebody says something. And she's like, yeah, dude, he's a YouTuber. You know, this is what his YouTube name is. And I was like, oh, cool, man. I was like, yeah, you watch the show or whatever? She's like, no, I know who you are. You know, you used to be over in Flipside. I was like, oh, yeah, for sure. And I was like, cool. And we were talking about the Clayton stuff because he was in Detroit, kind of like how it was ridiculous what people were thinking because I didn't pay for my books, like I still had to pick some stuff up or whatever. And she's like, yeah. She's like, blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, cool. I was like, yeah, they tried to cancel me on another channel before. And she's like, oh, yeah, I do stuff too, and like get some rude comments. And I was like, cool. I was like, well, what's your internet name? And everybody's like, then Johnny almost fell over in his fucking seat, right? And this is why. Because Johnny said, hey, I bet you know 3 people. Tommy, Nerdy, and what's the last guy's name? Mint Fresh?
Yeah,
Minty Fresh? Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Minty Fresh?
Minty Fresh, yeah.
Winter Green?
So this kid next to me then goes, she goes, oh, have you ever heard of the Nerdy Girl? And I'm like, oh, yeah, fuck yeah. I heard of you before. Like, you know, you get a bunch of incels that are fucking hating on you on the internet all the time. And she's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, man, whatever, we're cool. She was funny, and she would take it like a hit. And then, so we keep talking, and this is when you know, like, she's all right in my books because I made fun of her hair, and she took it like a champ. Like, you're cool, all right? But you ain't that cool. This is when she's a hero. They start these bad ideas. He's got a whole cloud of people. Like, Adam's his boy. Like, I get it. But there's a whole bunch of clown of other people there, right? And they're just kissing up, right? This dude's got these Kylo Ren, like, ripped $350 jeans next to me. And they're all, oh, bad idea. And now I have a greater understanding for what bad idea is.
Adam didn't like me.
Yeah, he didn't know. He's just a squirrely guy. He's good. He can take it too. Like, because I did call him.
I just didn't. I told him I wasn't getting back in line, so he didn't like me.
Yeah, BK. She definitely came back with like she took no offense.
We'll figure it out next week, but we'll give these.
We'll give those
goddamn things away.
But so talking about that, he was like, "Hey, dude, what do you need? Like whatever." I'm like, "Man, I'm not picking up any books. It's too late. I don't give a shit." And they're talking about the ideas. They're trying to explain like some of the thought process behind some of the stuff, marketing wise and stuff, which was a very interesting conversation. Just kind of good. You know, we had talked about like a lot of us have Silver and Gold Age books. We talked about that already, so we were talking about that. So they're like, "Yeah." And then they brought up that bullshit graded bullshit book. And I'm like, that's horseshit. I was like, Dinesh, y'all might have some W's, but that one sure is a fucking L. Hang that bitch up. Y'all lost. And Kylo Ren Jesus goes like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, what? The shit's an L. This girl over here, Dirty, goes, yeah, that shit was an L. It was bad. That was not good. It wasn't good for the community. It was, and they're like, really? And I was like, yeah. And so then, like, I mean, we're not screaming about it, but we're like, yeah, dude, that's not good or whatever. But at least she got my back while these bitch boys are gasping, right? So Sleepy now at this point is just doing shots on the bottle and going, oh fuck, it's over, and laughing. He gets up, starts wandering away and shit. But before he does, so then all of a sudden they go, and Dash is looking at me. And he's laughing because dude, this is great because he sees the same shit I'm seeing. So Adam goes, yeah, you so smart. What would you have done instead? I said, I would put brass staples in that bitch. He's like, wait, what? I was like, I would have put brass staples in that bitch. And they're like, Sleepy now is dropping he got the bottle out of his mouth, putting it, oh shit, going backwards. Nerdy, this kid over here, this nerdy girl kid, she's going, God damn, that's a good idea. Kylo Ren jeans is going, huh? And I'm like, what? Well, he's wearing these like $450. Like, I know what they are. They're very expensive pants, like $300, $400 pants.
But hold on, what does Kylo Ren have to do with $350?
Oh, because they look like the pattern. It's the Kylo Ren. My wife's really into fashion, and at one point they came out with this pattern. It looks like Kylo Ren's like armor plating. So the patterns on the jeans that he got. Okay. That's the only reason.
It has nothing to do with Kylo Ren.
It has nothing to do with Kylo Ren. Just by the way, when I called them Kylo Ren pants, people start like. That's why this group was actually cool, right? Like that's why if you can clown around without being offensive, but just clown around and know you're in a good spot, right? Like we all joked around,
not be offensive.
Yeah, not be offensive. If you can joke around with me, we're gonna be good all night long.
But I'm making fun of you.
Yeah, I'm not making fun of you. If we could just joke around, not like, sometimes it's funny when we're over here, but sometimes it gets out of hand. But like, if we can have a good time, we're going to have a good time. Like, absolutely. So he almost falls back. So they do. So Adam says a good thing. He's like, well, what the heck? How? Yeah. All right. I'm almost done. So he goes, cause this thing went to like 4:30 in the morning. So he goes like, well, how does that make any sense? I was like, oh, y'all are into foreigns, huh? For those that don't know, a long time ago, I used to have this friend, and he didn't know much about comics, but he has a YouTube channel. And he ended up trying to buy a foreign comic early on, probably like 6-7 years ago. He thought he bought the land variant. It had staples in it. The staples were brass fucking staples. It was a forgery. Some dude in a different country, not saying Turkish, but I'm saying Turkish, just took stapled shit that they printed off their printer and sent it to him.
Dude, I don't want to get into that shit because I know a bunch of people who have been like, oh, did you see this seller who was selling all those bullshit variants with the bullshit covers? Like, oh, we should blow them up. I'm like, I'm not blowing anybody up. It's fucking nonsense. Like,
I'm getting away from all that. So that was like back in 2017, 16. That was a big thing because the dude actually laughed at himself about it. Like, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So I was like, if you look up on the internet, you can find the brass staple thing. Like, you go through CGC boards anywhere, you can find it. Yeah. And Adam's like, well, what the fuck, man? Like
667, right?
Yeah. He's like, why would that? He's like, but then people would have to look it up. I was like, or he's like, but how many people know that? I go, well, a certain group does. The rest of them would have to go on the fucking internet, which everybody fucking has, and looks it up. And the first couple influencers that do that are going to get on their channel and start talking about it like they were there and they know what the fuck's going on. And this is how this is.
And to your point, it doesn't matter. Like if you say it, If people don't get it, they will look it up so they can feel like they are on
feel like they get it.
They did get it. If they didn't get it the first time, they will get it.
Yeah, they'll get it. And it clicked. Then you just saw everybody at the fucking thing go, oh shit, that would have been fucking dope as shit. So we were out till 4:30. I was still like, I just went upstairs finally. I was like, make sure y'all clean up. I don't want to see a mess in the morning. Make sure y'all clean up. And they're like, why? What time you get out here? I was like, I gotta get a black shit. I forgot a black car, but I'll go upstairs and whatever. Well, the next day I forgot. I got up. I was fucking around. I was like, holy shit. I forgot to call the black car. And I get downstairs and I'm like, hey, emergency. I got to be at the airport in like 20 minutes. I didn't want to call Steve. I was like, could you is there anybody you have?
Well, because we all know
like, what
Steve
room
is
are
the
you?
Fast and the Furious driver.
Yeah, they're like, what room are you? And I told them what room I was. And they're like, that's your guy right there. And I was like, guy, what? Oh, cool, man. I'm sorry. And he's like, you're going to the airport, right? And he says my name. And I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, they made an appointment for you last night. I'm here to make sure you picked up. We have water. We have PJ in the car. We have everything you need. Let's go. And they like, so
you had a guy because of your room.
Huh?
That's some weird shit.
No, they knew what. No, those boys the night before knew what room I was in, knew I was too tossed up to probably make a call when I got back up. And when I got downstairs, they had a black car waiting for me to take me to the airport.
I mean, that part I get. I was taking it more from the hotel news. We know who you are.
No, they asked me. No, they asked me what room I was because I had to check out too. So I was like, oh, I'm 14, 13. And they're like, oh, because you have to have a reservation for the car in the room, probably. What do you mean? Have you never stayed at a hotel before? Do you not know how these work? There's concierge.
Well, I stayed at the hotel, but I drove my own car, so I drove myself home.
You do know that they have your name linked to a room, correct?
Well, yeah.
So when you come downstairs and say, I want to check out a room 413.
No, I get that, but the
like,
point that was losing me was with like, well, don't worry, we've got Jorge as your driver. Like that's Jorge. The part that was losing me. Like, don't worry, we got you.
That's not how
room 27, we've got you. Like that's the part that was throwing me off.
We have your number. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, we have your number. We know who you are.
Oh, you think it was creepy? Yeah, no, it's not like that. Not like that.
That's the part that was throwing me. Man, we don't work.
Hey, BK, dude, BK, that's cool, man. I'm all good with that, bro. Yeah, you're right. I don't spend I got 3 suits, ones and tux. I get it, man. I'm not trying to be the fucking fashionista of the fucking group. That ain't me. I wear backwards hats and compression pants. I get what I look like. Got no problem at all with that. Also, got no problem making fun of dudes that are spending $400 on pants with rips in it that look like it could be part of Kylo Ren's outfit. Yeah, no problem with that at all, BK. No problem with that at all.
Anyway.
I know. Anyway, so that's all I got. Does anybody else have anything to add? Shit, we're like too late.
Yeah, we're fucking 3 hours in. We still haven't done anything else.
I was about to tap out. My back just killing me.
Good. No, we're good. I still have
stuff on me.
I'm going to do like the younger kids say. I'm going to dip.
I think I made up for the 3 shows I've missed so far.
Baltimore. Motherfucker, I live in Arizona. What the fuck do I give a shit about Baltimore?
No, all I got is major FOMO, and then it just became like, wow. And then Marco had these references, like, if you followed along with the season so far, which I haven't, so I'm like, but no, it sounds like an incredible experience, and the stories sound fun.
I'll say this.
I'll do another one.
It's getting back to where it used to be. The books are getting a little bit better there. It's a little bit more.
If it lines up next year, I will definitely be back.
Yeah, I promise.
And more than the one night.
Baltimore. It's literally listed all over this.
Yeah, I'm about to say you've only mentioned it like 30 times. Okay, I'm a bookmark.
Well, yeah, it's right there.
The Arizona ones suck
in the background.
Yeah, I'm just gonna maybe skip one of the Arizona ones and go to Baltimore next year.
Is it still Friday or is it Saturday?
Right.
No, so that was Saturday. I left on Saturday. I think I was Steve stayed obviously because he's local, but I think I was the last one.
It'd be like
Rennavision.
Friday 5 p.m. at this point in the story.
Oh, I wasn't.
I was already.
Maybe next year I'll just get a hotel room just so I can hang out in the lobby.
Tomfoolery. I'm not doing it. I'm getting another hotel away from everybody again next year. I'm trying to switch it up.
Yeah, Saturday at like 2 p.m. I was already out, stuck trying to get on the fucking highway on 95, looking forward to stopping in the Maryland house to get some goddamn food. Like that's all I was thinking about.
Steve should do a Tulsa panel.
Is there good food down there?
I'll talk to Mark.
No, it's not good.
Well, there is good food down there, but not on the highway.
There's no good food. No, I'm
not on the highway. There's not good food, but I just needed to eat something.
I'll be cooking. I get you.
Yeah, I did have Don. I had Don. I sent Don a list of like, hey, could you just go pick up all this stuff for me from all these people because I'm not going to make it to the con today. Then I realized, like, because it is bad numbering out there, he's like, okay, cool. So he called me. He's like, so where are these people at again? I was like, oh shit. I was like, forget about it, dude. Just go home. Go home.
Yeah, maybe next year we could do like Big Brother Rennavision. Like what happened?
Do know that the one thing I will request, besides people actually introducing themselves by their right, Steve, introduce yourself by your name. Please do. Please say hello. Don't be creepy.
Barbarian.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care if you do it by tag name. I don't give a shit. Just say hello. Hi, my name is fucking. If you don't know it, there's
my
an
name
Eminem song.
is Lord of Brooklyn, BK for life.
Yeah. Okay. Do that shit. I don't give a shit. But number 2, no, not my hotel. That's my private space. I will disappear. No. You got to give me my personal time there because the rest of it is kind of a little show, right? Like you're seeing everybody, but you do put on a show a little bit. So
I don't.
All right. Not
as long as you don't try to walk into my room with me, that's fine.
Well, somebody did come back one night and almost ripped all the lights off the ceiling of the hotel, which becomes a problem.
Well, that's something else.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want to do next?
BK, do you really? BK, listen, it's okay, buddy. If your mom lets you out, I'll let you tag along for a little bit.
We're 3 hours and 10 minutes in. We haven't done any of our normal programming.
No, we've done none. But I could keep going if you want and tell a couple more stories. But no, let's get out of here. It was a real fun time.
Wait, you want to get out? You don't want to do any of this? You want to
What else do we have? Pete, what else do we have?
What else do we have? We still have the fucking top 10 and we have the fucking Wizard Rewind.
Oh, Wizard Rewind. I want to do that. Give us 5 minutes of Wizard Rewind.
All right, we don't have to do the top. You know what? We can do the top 10.
Do top 10 right now. I'll be right back. I got Pete.
All right, top 10 is not going to be that great. I'm not even going to do the intro because I don't give a shit at this point.
I'm going to use this as my execute. I'm going to tune in as a listener, but I got to tell him about the bag.
All right, Corbin, that's fine.
Appreciate
it. Good to see you, brother.
I get it.
We're already going to
12:30 in the morning on an
Steve
All right, Corbin.
All right,
good to see you, man.
I am going to dip as well.
That's fine, Steve. I get it. We are
Steve,
well
it was good to see you, man.
All right, good seeing you, Dubba.
All right,
take care.
All right,
later, bud. All right. So I will try to get through this as quickly as I possibly can because I know we talked a lot about Baltimore, but it was a really fun time. That said, I'm going to do our top 10 and 10, and the clock is starting now. There's not a ton to talk about this week. I mean, you probably have already seen all these books, but while we were at Baltimore, I did see Golden had a booth, and I looked at all their books. I didn't show the video of that, but they did have these books on hand. Particularly this book, this 3.0 Superman was actually there on site. I looked at it, and this book sold for 18 grand. So I put it in big ticket because, well, 18 grand is a big ticket. I don't buy shit like this. So to me, this is big ticket. Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? 18 grand? I'm sorry. 420,000.
Yeah, that makes much more sense. Yeah.
Yes, 420. I've been drinking too much. A little bit tired. But yes, 420 grand, where you can see. I actually checked the census number, and you see, if you guys can see that that February date, this sale right here, February 24th, 2022. This is the same copy. So whoever bought this copy in February for 720 grand sold this for 420. So they lost $300,000. $300,000 in 8 months.
Yeah, somebody took a dip, huh?
Wow. That's some shit. I checked the census number. It's the same book. That's some shit. But hey, that's what happens. Also on the Golden booth, they did have. Apart from they had an X-Men 1, they had a Fantastic Four 1. They did have this Hulk 181 9.8, which you go, ooh. It sold on the 30th. When I was at the show, it was like, the 29th, 28th, whatever it was. It sold for what? 86 grand plus? And you're like, wow, $86,000 for a Hulk 181 9.8. That's crazy. But realistically, that book is actually down. It sold for $138,000 just in September. So
we talked about the guy that pumped this. This is a cool thing about Baltimore too, real quickly. Like you get a lot of guys who've been around, like we knew how this book originally got pumped. Like it's cool to hear this, like everybody reminisce.
You can see. You look at the bar chart. Look at that dip. Like look at this drop right there.
Yeah.
Woo! Like that's crazy. 138 to 86 from September to October.
Yeah.
That's some craziness. Shit. All right, those are the big ticket books, so we're not going to look that high end. I don't shop in that yard, so this is more my speed. We talked about this in the news. Paul Bettany, Vision Quest. So yes, West Coast Avengers 45 is selling again. It's selling for $50 basically again, which is a price bump considering, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, it was $25. Yeah. So, it doubles in price. I mean, I'm not surprised by that, but that's the kind of thing that happens in our market.
Yeah, that was a several $100 book early in
that's
February.
True. If we go back, it was
like
$100 book.
Yeah.
Back when WandaVision was all the rage, and like, hey, Disney Plus, what is this new streaming feature?
Yeah, but I mean, you're seeing also a lot of different people, and you're seeing the market tailor back to where it was.
True,
at least with sense making.
We did talk about this on last week's news, how Tumblr kind of spoiled Amelia Clark possibly being Abigail Brand. So yes, this book is still selling. Site? It's still selling.
Tumblr was blocked.
It's still selling. It's like $35 raw this week or so. 50, over 50 sales. I counted them up. Plenty of sales. It's still moving pretty well. And then you can go with the cameo in issue 3, but 6 seems to be the book that people kind of focus on. We can go to Quantumania for the next couple of books. Yes, Ant-Man. We got Stinger or Stature, whatever the hell she's going to be called. We got that. But first Scott Lang, and it's actually first Cassie Lang, I believe, as well. You can look here. A 9.8 sold on the 29th for $2,400.
Yeah.
Where the week before, a couple weeks before, on the 9th, it was only $1,400. So $1,000 is a pretty big jump for 20 days. Like 20 days is not a long time.
Pretty expensive for that book.
Yep.
It is first Scott Lang as Ant-Man.
Yeah, it's also.
I guess if you're a big Paul Rudd fan, you want this book. Again, we don't know what Stature, Stinger, what she's going to get called. Doesn't matter. Well, apparently people like to think that Young Avengers 6, where she goes by Stature, is the book that they want. So they're paying $40 or so, which is a price bump over the $20 that it was last week. So maybe
is that just because people want to push Young Avengers because they bought so much Young Avengers,
maybe
back that they're like anything Young Avengers can give them.
It could be a mixture of what people want to push and what people can afford. Because again, if you want like first Cassie Lang, you got to buy that Premiere 47.
Yeah.
Like you may not want to spend that kind of money.
Yeah, fair enough.
So then you turn to what can I afford? Well, let's go by our first character name. I don't know.
Right, but isn't that what 47 is for Scott Lang? Scott Lang appeared before that, and then that's where he first was Ant-Man. So
that's true. That is also true. Buy within your means, I guess.
Right.
This I feel is a stretch. I think it's a stretch to say that we saw Micronauts characters because we saw some crazy characters in the Ant-Man trailer. Hey, maybe they're Micronauts. I think it might be a stretch. But if you want, people are starting to gravitate towards Micronauts #1 for whatever reason. Whether you like it for Ant-Man or not, prices are inconsistent. They can sell as cheap as $5 or as high as $45.
Maybe it was parts of Logan's run.
I like I said, I was just curious because that's what people. The book is selling all different ranges, different times. Yeah, it depends. Another book. This is another book I was curious about that came out last week. This is that AI produced, like the AI did all the art. That Abolition of Man. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but people are buying it. But they're buying it for, again, widely varying prices. $6.99, which I think is close to cover price because I think it was $6. up to $40. Like, it's all over the place. The first AI produced comic book. I'm not buying it. I don't really care.
I will not speak ill of our future robot masters.
Yeah. Well, what do they care? They don't care about opinions. Right? Now, what do they care? Let Skynet take us over.
No, that won't ever happen. Always join
All right. I don't know why Hush is selling. So this is my question. Is Hush selling because people are thinking maybe Hush will be the villain in Batman 2? Because I kind of hinted at it. Or are they buying it because the 20th anniversary of Hush just came out? I don't know. But for whatever reason,
the latter.
All Hush books are selling, but the one I'm going to focus in on is the second print because, well, I like this cover. I'm a Jim Lee fan. I like it. And a Raw sold for $200 this week.
Wow.
Whereas last week it was only $100.
Woo. That's amazing.
I have one of these. It's not a 9.8. It's probably like a very fine, but I just have one. I just like this cover. It is what it is. And our last little bit, as we only have a minute and a half left for this week coming up, this week of new releases.
New release week. Okay.
This is weird. I'm paying attention to this. This is the cross-gen. Like, Marvel is releasing a cross-gen Tales, which I think is like $8 or $9 retail. It's just reprinting cross-gen stories. But I'm curious because there's a 1 in 50. No sales as of yet, but the asking prices for this are $165, $219 on eBay. All of the major retailers, from the Midtowns to the your graham crackers, wherever you buy your pre-order type books, most of them are already sold out. So I'm curious where this one will land next week.
This sounds like tomfoolery.
I don't know if it's tomfoolery. I mean, it's a 1 in 50 for a $9 book that nobody gives a shit about.
Yeah, that's the problem. The way he's going to give a shit about it.
But it will probably be hard to find.
Yeah, but there's people that go through Midtown and shit like that.
I know. I actually bought one from Midtown myself.
Like, this thing's a fucking ghost. And you're like,
well, I bought one. I bought it for myself. I'm not going to try to sell it. I'm not going to try to take advantage of anybody. But I did buy one because I was curious and I figured, well, what the hell?
I didn't know CrossGen was owned by Marvel/Disney.
Yeah, they bought them eventually.
Yep.
But that is it. That is our top 10 in 10. We ran out of time and we are done. So until next week, we will have another top 10 for you guys.
Okay, top 10 and 10 next week. Cool. Now, let's play a game.
What do you want to play?
I finally realized what you were saying. You were talking about how, BK, you're on the internet. Like, you have the internet at your hand. You're typing away. When we ask questions, you show up 30 minutes in a chat. We know you're looking up on the internet. You don't get points for answering random questions, dude. No points for you, sir. Good day.
All right.
Pete,
well, I'll give you 20 seconds because I got to pop out for a second.
Oh, cool. Hey, Dub. What's going on?
Not much, man. How are you?
What con? Did you just have a con or are you going to a con?
I don't have one until the 13th. I got a little one-day show, 13th and the 20th.
Where's that?
I want to Livonia on the 13th. and
text me. I have to go to that show. I keep forgetting to go to that show.
Okay. And the 20th is Clawson again.
Oh, did you like Clawson last night?
It was really slow. It was like a beautiful day out.
Nice.
But I had the in-laws in town, and they wanted to go and see what we do. So the wife got a table with her stuff on it, and I had a table with my stuff. So
cool.
They sat there with us and checked it out.
Nice.
And they were like, "Wow, I didn't realize all this work you have to do to set everything up."
Yeah.
So they don't.
It is a lot.
They don't get it.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of people don't get it.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on. It's kind of weird to see when it doesn't know what's going on. So I hear you're for Baltimore. Nice, good. We'll take that next year.
What's that? Say it again.
The other show, the other show you have to go. You at least have to go to. You can vend there, or you cannot vend there. I'll give you guys this little suggestion. You've not BK. There's no way that's possible to answer for it. Look at this kid. Look at this dude. Yeah. All right. So we'll just leave that comment up there. Okay.
Yeah.
Good story. Nice story. But the Dayton Con. Dayton
does
this.
I want to do that.
You got to get there. I got because we'll introduce you to everybody down there.
That's Bill and Bill's show, right?
Yeah, Bill. That's Bill and Roger's show. And Bill and Roger's show, actually, Dinesh is like going now because that show, what they do is they host a barbecue for all of us, like everybody who knows everybody or vendors. They all show people. and it's like they bring out 2 of their barbecues. Like they bring their barbecues from their home, set it up there, they cook food. There's like a bunch of coolers with booze and stuff in it, and they like just take over like this back parking lot. There's a park that's close to like a public park that plays music. It's a really good show. It should be fun.
So Dinesh is coming to Dayton?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's actually not a bad idea. Well, first off, if you live in the Midwest or on the East Coast, like that show, for if you're an artist or if you want to get in good for vending, you should go to that show, because all the guys that have shows, pretty much most of them, like Mike doesn't show up to that one, but like the other Mike does. But like all of them show up to that show. No, I'm leaving that there because
you want to leave that there?
He said that comment 15 times, so it's funny as shit. It's probably going to win the internet because everybody knows it's bullshit. But like, let's leave it there for him. So, anyways, but that show at that dinner, it's like a lot of people show up there, and it's a really good like networking thing. The hotel's just a dump. You know what I mean? Like the venue's okay. There's actually really good shit because like all these guys come down there, so they always bring in new collections. Like people flying from Chicago and shit to go this one. Like it's crazy, dude. It is crazy. So yeah,
we'll see how it goes. All right, let's do our last segment that I built for this show. I was like, you know what? Let's do something different than a tier list. Let's do something fun. Let's do something that I used to do on CBSI when I wrote an article for it because I thought it was cool to do, and that is the Wizard Rewind. So I'm going to cover a Wizard book going back to 1993, and I'm going to run the intro for it now.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured I'd go with something retro. I do have the book. This is the book. I was going to do a different month. I was going to do the actual original November book that I did for the article because I figured it would be easier because I already had the books and data. But you know what? I couldn't find that wizard. So I found this wizard. So I decided to do 1993.
All right, let's do 93.
All right. The reason why I'm doing this is because we all know comic books. Everything's cyclical.
Sucks.
Everything's cyclical. It comes back around. So all of this has happened before, and all of this will happen again. I think this is true. This is Battlestar Galactica. I think this resonates for what we do because that's how things go. Spec comes around. It really does.
Ryan, you're younger than me?
Is he? Yeah. Anyway, we're going all the way back to November 1993. So let me paint that picture for all you youngins out there. Corbin's already gone, so I that's fine.
He wasn't even born in 93.
He wasn't. Well, maybe he was.
No, I don't think he was.
But still, 1993. What do we have? Evander Holyfield was fighting Riddick Bowe and actually took the title from him on November 6th. Snoop Dogg released Doggy Style on the 23rd. Oh my God. Yes, Doggy Style. Gin and juice, all that stuff. Yes, this was 93. And oddly enough, Spielberg released Schindler's List on November 30th.
Wow.
This is broad strokes kind of like idea to get you guys in the mindset of 1993. But I'm going to fine detail it for you a little bit more and hit you with some movies. These are movies that came out in 93. We had Carlito's Way.
Oh, yeah.
Three Musketeers. Mrs. Doubtfire. RoboCop 3.
RoboCop 3 came out that? God.
Yes. And Look Who's Talking Now, which was about the dogs.
I missed that one.
This is what came out in 93.
I saw all of them except for the dog thing.
You know, RoboCop 3 was Frank Miller, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Did 2 and 3 or just 3? I thought he might have done 2 and 3.
We're from Detroit. We know
he might have wrote 2 and 3.
He did. We're from Detroit. We know
when he brought the ninja in. It was a bridge too far. The ninja was too much. All right.
Somewhere.
Music. We'll get to Billboard.
Hey, Carlito.
Yeah. Outside of that, the Billboard Top 10, Meatloaf was ruling the charts.
I would do anything for love, but I won't do do that.
I was looking at these songs. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
May rest in peace.
Ace of Base.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he passed away earlier this year.
Ah, damn, he was a nice dude.
Yeah, Meatloaf passed away just this year.
I met him before a couple times. He's really nice.
Yeah, but Ace of Base was number 2.
Oh, that's the one.
Just
There's
kicking
another
it.
baby. Yep,
Janet Jackson's again. Mariah Carey, Dream. Like, this was some crazy stuff going back.
What was the other one? Who was just kicking it? What was that? Who was that?
That was Escape. It was a female group.
Okay. And what was Mariah's?
And Mariah was number 5 after Janet. It was Janet Jackson's again, and then Mariah with Dream Lover.
Ooh. Yeah, Mariah's always on fire.
If you go back down to number 9, Tag Team was still hitting it with Whoop. There it is. At number 9. And Tony with Anniversary at number 10.
Tony has done it again.
Oh, dude, I love Tony. All right, if you want to get to TV, to give you the sense of what was going on in TV, our Nielsen ratings for the time will give us the top 5 shows of 93.
I was young back then. I had time to listen to 15-hour-long songs.
Frasier? Did you watch Frasier? I didn't watch Frasier.
I never saw Frasier.
Yeah, Frasier wasn't for me. I did watch Roseanne.
I watched Roseanne.
Yeah, I did watch Roseanne. Seinfeld. I didn't watch.
But I watched Roseanne. This must have been towards the end. I wasn't watching it then.
Yeah, well, it was like Roseanne season 6 and Seinfeld season 5 at this time.
I was too busy necking in cars listening to, but I won't do that.
Most of this stuff I watched on reruns later.
Surprisingly, number 2, 60 Minutes was a big deal back then. Can you guess what the number 1 show was of 1993?
Apparently nothing worth watching. Hey, Michigan show again. There you go.
Tim Allen.
We really ran the movies.
Tim Allen was dominating.
Yep.
He was dominating back then. But that was the number 1 show of 93.
Who was the mom? I was really hot for the mom.
Patricia Heaton.
Oh, I would have fought for her.
All right. And just because I thought it would be kind of fun, I said, you know what? Let me find out what week of the NFL season it was back in 93. And while it may be week, 8 for us now, it was week 13 back in 1993.
Wow.
And at week 13, we had the Miami Dolphins at 9-2, the Bills at 8-3, the Houston Oilers, not the Tennessee Titans.
No, he's no
Houston Oilers.
Moon just throwing fucking rockets out there all
We're
day
at
long.
7-4. The Chiefs were at 8-3. Kick it on over to the NFC. We had the Giants at 8-3, the Cowboys at 7-4. The Detroit Lions were leading the division at 7-4 in 1993. I don't know if
it was
95 when we ended up getting to the playoffs. Yeah, that was the 93 was the Mitchell year. Yeah, it was the Mitchell year.
It was Scott Mitchell back then?
Yeah.
The Packers were tied.
It was a silver salute offense. They pretty much ran a pro eye option.
They were doing run and gun. They were spread 4 wide. They had the running back, and then
they didn't run 4 wide because they didn't have 4 wide
playing.
receivers to run fucking 4 wide. And it was a lot of curl pass, drop pass, back option stuff.
But that's where we were in the NFL season. You can see those were the top teams at the time. And our wizard was wizard number 27 for November of 1993.
That was
flipping through the book
that lost
again.
4 Super Bowls in a row.
I have the book here. I flipped through it. There's some articles. There's some stuff here about some artists. There's Halloween stuff because it really was a month behind. There's hunks and babes and things like that. But I didn't cover any of that. I'm just covering kind of the spec sort of related stuff.
Wildcats, really.
Wildcats in the cover. But we're going to go to their comic watch. So Wizards Comic Watch for the month of November wanted us to pay attention to the first appearance of Jubilee.
Huh?
In 1993, the first appearance of Jubilee was $7.
Whoa.
Sounds about it. That's really expensive for 93.
Today, it's 30 to 40. I think that gives them a pass. They were right on with this one. This is one we should have paid attention to. However, their other comic, I've talked about this book before. Dragon's Claws number 5, which is actually the first appearance of Death's Head on the U.S.
Yeah.
At the time in '93, this was still only $1.75. Today, well, it doesn't set the world on fire. It's 3 to 10, but I still think it should be a little bit more. What I think was weirder, they did have this next segment, which was picks from the Wizard's hat. The hottest book shipping the month that this came out. And again, these were October of '93 books because everything was like a month ahead.
Zaggy.
Yeah, everything was like a month ahead. So these were the new releases for the month that they thought, hey, this is stuff you guys should be investing in. So let's see how they did.
Report.
Solar, Man of the Atom was their big ticket item leading off their column.
The black cover or this cover?
It's this cover right here. Number 29. It was presented in Valiant Vision. I think it had 3D glasses. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it came with 3D glasses.
You had to get the Valiant Vision starter kit to get the 3D glasses.
It was $2.25 in 1993. And today, no. It's $1 or less.
No, it's $2.25 is cover price. Yeah. Oh, because it's coming out the next week. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying it was $2.25 then. It's $1 now. Like legit. I looked it up on eBay to see what prices were, and yeah.
No, we'll give it to BK. Look that one up.
Hey, Valiant was all the rage, so we had Harbinger number 25, milestone issue, I guess, right? 1993. This was $3.50. $3.50 was like a double-sized issue, and again. This is only $1 or less.
I mean, people buying Valiant for cover price back in the day must be out of their shit.
They weren't buying cover price. Valiant back in the day was expensive. I remember.
Cover price was $3.50. Every other book, like Marvel's books, were $1.25.
I know. But what I'm saying is, I was still buying up. Like I was paying up for some Valiant books. I'm like, ooh, Rye, Exo Man of War. I need that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why I was bought into it.
Because this shit, Wizard.
Yeah, well, Wizard. It did drive the market at the time. This was
Lobo one.
Lobo number 1 in 1993 was released for it should go $2.95. Today, surprisingly, this would have been a good deal. It's $4 to $10. It only took you nearly 30 years, but you could have tripled your money.
Inflation rate adjusted, it's actually way less.
It's way less. Yeah, if you want to talk about inflation. You want to talk about bad investments. Well, how did investing in Defiant Comics work out for you?
Holy shit.
Oh, not good for me.
Oh, my God.
Dark Dominion. Number 1. 1993. This was $2.50 cover. Today, I thought this would be $1 book. You know what? It's not. It's $2. $5.
Yeah, I will admit I wasted a lot of money on Defiant stuff.
Oh, Plasm. You invest in Plasm.
I have all the cards.
I think our last one from the Wizard Picks of the Hat. A favorite of mine. I do like Gambit. I do like Gambit, and I remember this mini. I have a newsstand I found of this. This was $2.50, 1993. This is a $2.50 cover, but today, surprisingly or not surprisingly, it's $1 to $3. It really isn't. I thought this would be more, but it wasn't. Maybe it's just the newsstand. If you can find a newsstand, you might do all right. The direct, nobody cares.
Can't press this book either.
What's that?
Can't press this book. It's
no. Yeah, this is like cardstock. This is thick.
Yeah, thick. It's got all.
There's also like a 4-pack or whatever you can get from like the Toys R Us pack that you get the whole mini inside. You can get that too at a decent price. But Wizard also had a segment called Good and Cheap. These were good reading books that you can still pick up cheap that they had inside of here. They also had like a trading card.
Trading card
in here as well, but I didn't get into that.
Same thing as Heroes.
But their good and cheap pick was Iron Man number 215 and 216. I guess they liked Rhodey versus Tony Stark. This was $4 back then in 1993.
That seems expensive.
And today, well, these two books, not just one, 2 books, are $1 to $6.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's still good and cheap. If you want to read this story, you still can. The opportunity is still there for you.
I think that's the cheap part, right?
I think the real thing that people are looking forward to for this, going back to the Wizard, is the top 10.
Yeah.
So let's go to the top 10 for November of 1993.
All right, what we got?
All right, with the top 10, we have number 10 right here. Superman number 82.
Oh, good Lord.
Chromium.
Wow.
Chromium cover. You know you love the chromium.
Yeah.
In 1993, this book was a whopping $3.50.
Oh my God.
Pretty fitty.
And surprisingly, today, people will still pay $9 to $20 for this thing. This was the return of Superman. This was his return. After the death, we had all the different versions, yada, yada, yada. This was the return of the OG original Superman, good guy and everything. So, $9 to $20. Number 9, Ren and Stimpy, number 1. I still grab this when I find it for $1. If I can find this for $1, I still grab Ren and Stimpy today.
Yeah.
But in 1993, you know what this was selling for in 93?
$5?
No. It was selling for $22.
Oh!
Wow.
In 1993, this was $22. 22 in 93, but today this is only where is it? Today it's $5 to $11.
This was at the peak of Ren and Stimpy, though, right?
This was at the peak Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah.
Yes. This was the height of their
Happy,
popularity.
Joy, and Log and all everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But $22. Now it's 30 years you lost half your money.
Wow.
All right, we'll get to number 8. Number 8, we're going to go to old school Valiant, and yes, this is Shadow Man number 16, which I don't know if you guys know what this is. But this is the first appearance of Dr. Mirage, who got his own title with Valiant. So the first Dr. Mirage in Shadow Man 16 showed up in 1993 and was a $9 book. Today, well, you can find copies for $1 to $6. And generally, the $6 copies are with free shipping. So it's all the same. Number 7, Valiant was king. We are talking about the 90s. If it wasn't Image, it was Valiant.
Valiant was really not king.
Valiant, Bloodshot, number 7.
Oh, I know.
Not the first appearance, but I guess the first full Ninjak in Bloodshot, number 7.
Everybody missed out on the one before.
Yeah, you missed out. This was your book. So it was $6 in 93. Today, this is still $1 to $3. Nobody cares about Ninjak these days, nor do they care about the first full and not first cameo or whatever you want to call it in Bloodshot number 6, which also has a very bad cover because he's like falling from a plane. He's like, not a great book. All right, moving on. Number 6. Do you guys remember Malibu?
Yes.
Oh, the Ultraverse.
The Ultraverse.
Yeah, right.
Prime, not number 1, but Prime number 2 was polybagged, I believe, with cards or a card. In 93, this was $6 and everybody wanted it.
I don't know why I enjoyed Prime and
I like Prime.
I like
all
Prime
out of all of the Ultraverse books, I like Prime and I like Rune. Like I like the Barry Windsor Smith Rune.
Yeah.
And Nightman. I had a little thing for Nightman. I was like, all right, it's kind of cool. Nightman.
Yeah, a little thing for Nightman, huh?
Yep.
Nightman had a TV show too for a minute.
I think he did.
Yeah.
But $1 or less for this Prime number 2. Prime number 1 still is okay.
Yeah, it is, right?
But Prime number 2.
Not so much.
93. If you guys don't remember what the big deal of 1993 was, well, Vengeance of Bane.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nightfall. In 93, this book was $27. In 93. And surprisingly, today, this is still $50 to $70 raw. These are raw prices. I didn't want to go to 9.8s. This is just raw prices. But yeah, 50 to 70. So you still would have made money if you invested in the Vengeance of Bane back in 93. Maybe not a ton, but something. And if it wasn't Batman, the other big deal of the time in 93 was Daredevil. So Fall from Grace, the prologue. You had this white cover, then you had the glow in the dark black cover.
Scott McDaniel.
Yeah, Scott McDaniel. That's right. When he had the new black suit was his thing. This is like $6 back in the day. So in 1993 is $6. Today, well, it's still $3 to $10. So it didn't really maintain or go up all that much. But what are you going to do? Number 3, Batman, $4.97. Bane, Kelly Jones, just breaking the Batman's back. Everybody loved this. Everybody was hunting this. Everybody wanted this. $10.
Multiple printings, overlay.
Yeah, it had the little the little half cover thing that they released. But today, this $10 book is all of, you can get it for $1 or up to 15. So, yeah, close to where it was. And if it wasn't Bane that was really tickling your fancy, Batman was still the king in 93. And then you probably loved Jean-Paul Valley. Azrael was your dude. And this mini-series, Batman, Sword of Azrael, I remember hunting for this thing to try to complete it because I didn't have all of it. Pain in the ass. Issue 1 in 1993 was a $24 book. Today, well, not 24, but it's still 10 to 15. So people still
Valley was never my dude.
He's never your dude.
Nope.
He wasn't a great Batman. They had an opportunity, but they made him kind of shitty.
Yep. He's back recently too. I think he's out nowadays.
Yeah, they have a new, I think there's a whole new Batman Sword of Azrael miniseries running right now. But our number 1 book, and I could not believe.
Didn't Quesada go back to DC?
Yeah, Quesada went to, well, not Batman, he went to DC. But yes, he did. But our number 1 book of November 1993 was Daredevil. 320. Fall from Grace, Chapter 1. Silver Sable crossover with Daredevil. This was $6.
Who the fuck drew this cover?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, $5. This was Scott McDaniel. This was the Scott McDaniel run.
Yeah.
This was $5 back in the day. And if you want this book today, well, it's all of $1 to $5.
If it's $1, this is horrible. And the art's
this was a disappointing number 1. I will admit. But for fun, I figured I wouldn't leave it here with just the top 10. So let's just quickly throw all 10 top 10 hottest artists of 1993 out there to see who people were loving back in 93. Are Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, Joe Quesada, Mark Silvestri, Bart Sears. It's a name I haven't heard in a while. Eric Larson, Sam Keith, Greg Capullo, Bernard Chang. Again, Valiant was a thing. And Dave Lapham.
Wow.
Crazy that these were the top 10 artists of 93.
No, it's not. If you remember the 90s.
I do remember the 90s, but when you think about it today, I mean, again, when you look at it, I mean, most of like the Image guys, it kind of makes sense. But Bart Sears was in there.
Yeah, all right.
What happened to Bart Sears?
Well, I mean, when you can take a picture like that with glasses instead of a gold chain and your Hawaiian shirt 3/4 buttoned down, fuck yeah, you're gonna be in top 5.
Yeah, well, I remember Babes and Brutes. He used to have an article in Wizard, the Babes and Brutes, where he would draw. Like he would did Exo, Man of War. Like I remember his art. Like
that's why he was in the list.
That's why he's in the top 5. Big surprise.
Yes, so. And well, we did the artists, so I figured we needed to do the writers. So
look at Greg's Greg looks ridiculous.
Check, these are the writers. Again, this is a hit list.
Damn, Frank.
Neil Gaiman, Peter David, Frank Miller, Alan Moore, John Byrne are your top 5. Can't argue with that.
I don't like Moore that much, but I like the others.
Jim Shooter, Fabian Nizia, John Ostrander.
Well, Jim Shooter, Jim Shooter's the only reason there because he's in Valley. Come on.
Well, all right.
No, he was at Plasma doing Plasma at that time.
Was he doing
Mike
Plasma
Grell
right now?
and Bob Layton.
Yeah, Defiant.
Yeah, this was the Defiant. You saw. We were talking Defiant.
Fair enough. Damn.
So
Bob Layton.
Mike Grell?
Yeah, Mike Grell.
Fuck? No wonder the comics this period were pretty shit besides the top.
What do you got against Alan Moore?
No, I just don't like Alan Moore shit. No, I don't have any.
I know he's a weird dude.
I let him get a slide. I said the top row, so I included him in good shit being written at this point.
Yeah, I mean it was the top row, but that was our Wizard Rewind for 1993. I hope to do this. If you guys like this, let me know. We can do it again. I can do this once a month.
That shit.
Just kind of mix it up so we're not just doing just tier lists. I thought it was going to take a lot longer to do, but it went pretty quickly.
Yeah, Moore does look the same.
But that's what I got for you.
Wasn't Grell doing Shaman's Tears at that point, DK?
At that time, yeah, he was
I don't think he was doing Green Arrow anymore.
Yeah, I don't think he was either.
Yeah.
This is long past the longbow hunters.
Yep.
And Green
But
Arrow.
if you worked on any of those independent titles, they're fucking throwing you up wherever they could.
Yeah, 93. 93 was an interesting year because
the writers were writing stronger shit. I mean, they weren't fucking around with the top tier writers.
Right.
What was McFarlane? Oh, Spawn.
Yeah, McFarlane was still doing Spawn. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like Spawn was what? Wizard -- 1, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking. We're 2 years into it. Like
that's
2
what I'm
years
saying.
from
This is
Image.
like the low. This is like what is it? 12, 20. Getting to like what 30s. Okay.
This was right near the time where Image was a publisher, Valiant was running strong, and they thought they could do things like Ultraverse and Defiant.
Yeah, we're about to hit that. We're about to hit that 95.
Right before
before everything was like
building it up.
Yeah, we're getting.
Wait a second. They just put a bullet hole through the middle of this ferret comic because why? I don't know. Well, they thought they could sell it. Hey, DC just glued a plastic gem on the top of a Calypso #1. Cool. Let's go. Let's sell some books.
People love gimmicks, dude. I mean, I can't look. Some of them, like when.
Hey, some of them are cool. I still will pick them up today. If I see a Wolverine 75 with the die cut with the claws scratched out, I'll still get that if I can find it.
Yeah, but I mean, like even like what's the one with the radioactive guy? I like that series, that independent series that just ended.
What's Solar?
Geiger.
Oh,
like,
Geiger.
When Geiger came out, like I was gonna buy another Geiger print, but when it came out with the fucking glow in the dark,
With the glow in the dark, I see that. I bought the glow in the dark too, but that's not.
Dude, I don't even like Neil Adams. I just bought his glow in the dark fucking Darkman book.
But the glow in the dark books aren't the ones that they put on the app alerts, so everybody only wants to cover A's.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about that.
I know. But what I'm saying is, what's weird. That's what's weird about how this market goes. Like a book gets hot like a Geiger because it's optioned, but they only want cover A because that's the picture they saw.
Cover still
right.
Meanwhile, there's 3 other covers. 3. That are just as
Once again,
order.
Once again, I look, dude. When people are getting ass hurt over acetane, I'm like, y'all weren't around in the 90s, huh? Y'all weren't around in the fucking 90s, huh? Y'all weren't around the 90s. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Welcome to comics. I got a couple stories for you.
Well, to be fair, the 90s were a long time ago for some.
True.
I'm getting old. I'm accepting of the fact that I'm getting old. We do these shows. I'm like,
but in the night, okay,
fucking gray in my beard. It's offset. It's not even balanced. It's
but let me tell you this: in the 90s, I don't like. It was bad. The card people have always been bad to this hobby. They really have. They've always been bad to this hobby. I don't care what anybody says. But we now have got these incels. You know what these things are? We got those people. Oh, yeah. We got people who literally create their content for the incels. Like in like some of the stuff that they're sending to some of us, like people that are on the interwebs, like it's disgusting, man. And like those people are saying they're here for the comic book community. They're not. These people don't even have. I'd be surprised if some of these people even pick up a comic or read it ever.
Well, why is it like, again, when we're going back to like the 90s, why is it like in the 90s? I was excited for dollar boxes in the 90s when cover price was only $1.50. Like I wasn't even saving that much.
Yeah,
now we're 30 years later, and I'm still digging in dollar boxes.
$2 boxes. They've actually, there's no more dollar. I mean, let's be real. There's very few.
Well, there's a few. They're not as many now. A lot of boxes are $2. $2.
Yeah.
Well, you could buy 50-cent boxes and quarter boxes too every so often too back then.
Yeah,
so,
but back
in the 90s,
okay.
So.
This is the thing though. Back then, when you were digging through dollar bins, all dollar bins were. It wasn't dollar bins to collect. It was back issues. It was overstock and back issues.
Overstock and new shit.
That's series. That's what it was about. It wasn't about what they're doing now.
Yeah, it wasn't about buying new stuff. It was like, oh, let me grab like 5 more Prophet 2s because, well, I like Youngblood 2s because I like Prophet and Shadowhawk.
Right.
So I'm gonna grab these.
Yeah. I'll never get it. Like that. That was the one thing about showing up to like this size of a con and kind of how it was. It was very interesting how like. You know, when you see people in person, you know,
and that's the thing that I mostly took away from this con, and that's the reason why I went to this con. It's like even before you said, Marco, before you said you were going, it's like, well, I'll go down there and I'm sure I'll see some people. I know some people are down that way, and that's all I hope to do is like, meet people. Like I don't care about buying books. I'm not hunting a grail. I'm not looking to spend money. I'm not looking to make money. I'm just going down to socialize. And I did that, and that's all I wanted to do, and it was successful.
Yeah, I mean, there's still but 50-cent I think what we're saying is like it was like the norm was 50-cent comics. Now it's
for back then, but that's the weird thing. Like inflation hits even things like comics, like tough. Like apart from it, like comics, like I'm not an exotic dancer, but imagine like an exotic dancer, like $1 20 years ago. Like when I started going to those things, like that was a thing, but $1's not the same as it was.
No,
what are people's tip strippers now?
Well, because I didn't go strip club, but I know a couple of guys that did.
And no, yeah, like
$10 dances. It's $30 now. So like, because they told me how much that dude paid for that other dude to have 3 dances. It was $30 a dance. I was like, holy shit balls. You paid $30. Okay, for that. Fair enough. But the guy, I mean, hey, whatever. The guy was happy with it. So service rendered. Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like now, I haven't been to the strip club in years, but now do they like, instead of $1, do you throw $5 on the strip club?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's what you're saying,
yeah.
There's no like intermediary.
No, but what I'm saying is I don't think we're the people to ask. Like I don't go to titty clubs anymore. Do you? When was the last time you were in a titty club?
I'm old. I mean, I'm not even going to give the excuse of well, I'm married, so it's not.
No, me neither. No, I'm just old as shit.
Old, I don't care.
Yeah, you're looking for trouble, you're gonna find it at a titty club. I mean, you're gonna find trouble in a titty club.
The funniest thing I remember was one of my buddies' like bachelor parties. This is still like 10, 15 years ago. Another friend of mine was next to me, and like the stripper, she was doing her thing. Like I gave her the $1. She did her show, like, and I gave her the $1. Then she went to my buddy looking for his $1. He was like, "No, thanks, I already saw it," because he was sitting next to me. Like he didn't even give her the $1.
I used to have a spot above Nikki's Dub, and it oversaw Bazooki's. So,
wow,
yeah, like the parking lot where the girls
Nikki's Pizza, man.
Oh yeah. So like we'd go there, like all my buddies that got married young, they'd come over to the spot, and then we'd head over there. And the guy who eventually I became the best man at his wedding, he's the best man at my wedding. he was walking back. You know how Bazooki got that long from the bathroom coming back?
I don't.
Oh, never been. Okay, sorry.
Nope.
So there's a long walkway coming back from Bazooki's, and he's walking out, and just before he makes it to the stage, no hands down, face plants on the fucking ground. Face plants on the fucking ground. It's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing, dude. It was funny. Dancer was about 8 months pregnant. I don't doubt that that's the truth. You know, I mean, it wasn't bad. It was in the Kwame years, Ryan. It was not now. It was back in the Kwame years.
8 months. That's a bold.
I thought, dude,
some people pay extra for that.
Well, yeah, some people. I was gonna say that is a very particular shopper that would be into that.
So when I was younger, really younger, I used to hang out with a certain group of people, and we would go to Chateau de Vert and what's the other one over? The Green Hat and the Two Off Telegraph from '96. Oh, you're from the West Side anyway, or the East Side.
Yep.
You would know, but and one of the girls one time in Chateau de Vert, they would have there's 3 poles on the thing. They're brass.
Never BK. Always over tip.
Yeah. But they would, this one, when she got up there, like they would grab Windex and try to wipe the poles down with Windex for some reason, which was fucking amusing.
That was always the funniest thing.
Itself.
All right.
But then she would
change. I don't trust this broad.
She grabbed onto the pole and like tried to pull herself up. And when she did that, her belly engulfed the pole. It's interesting. But I don't know, man. Strip clubs are not places people should really.
No, there was one when I was in college that they actually like the system they had set up was deli line. Like legit, you had to go up and be like, "I'd like a dance with candy." He was like, "All right, here you go. Here's your number 22," and they'll call you like a deli, like you're ready for your call. Wait. Candy number 22.
Oh my
god. Diamond. Number 3, like that's how they call. You would go up and they're like, all right, it's my turn. And it was like you got called for your lunch meat.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
It was weird.
It's weird. If you want to talk about and the people that eat in these fucking places, like I don't understand it. Dude, one time they shot somebody in the parking lot and we had to stay inside the place. And I still
they shot somebody in the parking lot.
Oh yeah, it was going down. So we were stuck in there, and like some of the guys would eat dinner in there, but then they're like, "Oh, do you guys want food and stuff?" And I'm like, "No, I end up spending 6 hours."
That's what I want. I want a hamburger from.
Refuse to eat the food in there. Just I thought it was like Lent, dude. I'm done. I'm not eating. I'm on food shortage. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
So what's your Michelin rating?
I didn't eat the food, bro. I'm not eating the food in there. Like you're no shot. You know, when I was, this was when I was in like, I had to be in my early 20s when that happened. Yeah, no shot. I'm not eating food and that shit.
Yeah, you've got 2 choices. You can eat the food, or you can lick one of the dollars that were donated to one of the girls. Dude. What do you do?
Neither.
You gotta pick one.
I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna run out in the middle of that thing while they're doing the investigation of the shooting and just go, "Fuck it, I'm good." Just here, I'm good.
Like the Mountain Dew or the crab juice.
It was funny because like the cops would come in even when they're on duty, so they were inside the building when the shooting happened. It was
yeah. Oh, good old.
What are you gonna do? So yeah, strip clubs aren't good or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, strip clubs are bad. Okay.
Yeah. If you're looking for trouble,
they serve their purpose. If you're young, certain age, certain time in your life. Sure.
I never found them like they're cool, but I guess, but like you look at it and it's just like, okay, 18 C-sections, 2 women pregnant. That one's definitely smoking crack.
Well, once you put it like that,
it's depressing. Like when you look at it, it's really depressing. I don't know. Like that's how my mind works. So when I was in one, I was like, oh my god, like.
I know.
Kind of smell like crack. Like that's not a good look.
No, it just smells like sadness.
Oh yeah, out in PA, dude. Pennsylvania is crazy ass place. They also got places where there's bars and they got fridges behind you, and you can just go grab 6-packs out of the bars from the. That's
there are some weird rules at some places. Like, well, you can bring your own. or they can sell you. But if they sell you, then they're probably just they limit what they can do.
You can only buy a 6-pack. In Florida, there's places in the Panhandle where like you can buy a fifth, but you can only buy a fifth like if you haven't been served so much. Or something. It was weird. I don't know, man.
Wow.
It was weird. It was weird.
Weird
down there.
rules.
I was in Arizona. In Arizona, they got all these Jensen Jameson strip clubs too, and like the shit in there is super duper weird, but like, yeah. No, I could tell stories for days, but
yeah, well, yeah, we can tell stories. I mean, Joe, there's Deshaun Watson type places that you can go to Pennsylvania, like if you know where you were going, like.
Oh, the rub.
Maybe not Deshaun Watson. The places Deshaun Watson thought he was at.
Are you talking about rub and tugs?
Yeah.
You ever been cruising down the street and see something called the Lion's Den? Yeah. Okay. There's an Oriental Stall right next to the Lion's Den. What do you think that place is, Pete? Sorry if you're naive, but yeah.
It sounds like a Detroit thing because of the Lions, but maybe I'm mistaken.
No, it's Lion's Den's like they sell like dildos and shit, and then they have like $quarter dance girls or whatever. It's for truck stops pretty much. And then right next to it is like
yes, the Velvet Touch.
Yeah, Velvet Touch. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then like right next door will be some place called like the Oriental Spa and massage or
I will say there's some weird shit that are down my way. Well, I don't think it's just down my way. I think it's everywhere. But yeah, yes.
Yeah,
certain parts of town everywhere.
There's plenty of options.
Oh yeah, it's anywhere, any city you've ever been to, it's the same. Like it's like you can look for stuff. You'll like there was yeah. One thing I will say about Baltimore: make sure if you go there, do not go alone. Make sure you're traveling with either like find somebody who's been there before, or you're traveling with a couple people. A couple people almost got robbed out there this weekend, and well, somebody did. The guy stole somebody's car, but then the cops got him. So, Club Wild, the stripper was on my friend. Oh, okay, not gonna put that up there. Good call. Good call. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Did you see Joe's thing? My favorite line in Baltimore at the club while the stripper.
Oh, I see it now. There.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell any stripper stories. So we will.
You doing a McLovin? Oh my God, it's in.
All right. Peak 4 hours. Let's go.
All right.
We ran 4 hours. I think we've had a long enough show.
You're always the one to play about how long we run. See y'all. Make sure you check out Star Wars. We got some interesting stuff we're working on.
It's 1:30 in the morning.
Mail Call Madness Friday.
Yeah.
Saturday night special on Saturday. No Mail Call Madness.
No. Jedi's got something to do. Dom's working late. But in the Mail Call Madness slot, I might do a Mail Call Pete pickup in his place.
Nice.
Just to give the boys a breather because they couldn't work it out of a time when they could film together. So
how are we gaining viewers at this point, guys? We go back, watch it. We've talked
because there's nobody else up at this time. If they're West Coast, they're like, "What's on?"
Yeah,
they're like, "Oh, these idiots talking about strip clubs and."
Saturday night special.
Yes, Saturday night special should be there on Saturday. Yeah. So what we got tomorrow? I have dollar bin digging. I have it planned out. I just got to update a couple of things. Friday to fill the Friday night Mail Call Madness. The boys can't do it, so Dom and Jedi they need the week off because Jedi was on a vacation and
Mail Call Madness is special guest
working.
Pete.
So I got something. I'll fill it in. I got pickups I can share with you guys, including some pickups like I bought stuff like we were talking about like Steve Horn. Like I bought books from Steve because I liked the books that Steve was selling. So again, we don't do a lot of store variants here, but I'll share with you the things I actually do buy because I'll buy what I like.
Our friends were there too, handing out stuff, and like, what are you gonna say? No,
yeah, but it's not about that. It's I'm just legit telling you what I like. I will buy. Like I will show you on Friday.
People like that Horn book. People were asking me about it. I was like,
yeah. I bought it. I liked it too.
Yeah.
But that'll be Friday, the Saturday night special, and then we got Sunday. We'll do Dark Side, and then finally on Monday I will be back with my regular. Hopefully, I'll be back with my regularly scheduled Hidden Gems and Chasing Ghosts. I know I left you guys hanging the last 2 weeks, but I got it planned out. I just was busy. Like Baltimore took a lot out of me.
Make sure you guys participate in the poll. Something about cartoons.
Yes, take part in the poll for SNS. There's a movie poll and a cartoon poll. Just take part. Just vote.
All right. Thank you for everybody that stayed in the chat. Thank you for all of our subscribers. We really do appreciate it. I might actually tell a story for the subs here. It's a little bit, maybe I'll give insight on a couple other things that happened there and for the subs. And yeah, cool.
Well,
see you on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I do have new T-shirts for the subs, for the S tier subs, but I'm trying to see if I can get them better because they kind of came through a little faulty.
Okay.
The white came through a little pink where it should be white with a red shirt underneath.
The variant's not faulty.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I reached out.
Let's put them up for auction, and then when people overpay for it,
let's see what the site does. If they can remedy it and make it right. Not all of them were faulty, just a couple. But that all said, thank you guys, and
thanks for everybody for hanging out for over 4 hours. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, you guys are. For the rest
thank
of you.
Double O, the champ, just hanging in there with us.
Hang it. Everybody else is sleeping. All right, get us out of here, Pete.
I will, but I just want to make sure everybody knows that this is our baseline 3. It's the triumvirate right here.
Oh yeah. The ones that hang on, keep on.
Exactly, and we will see you guys later.
Cover B and Sharpie.